guys, there's been too many crash outs. Like, we need to work on this. We need to be a little bit more media trained. You know, think of this example here. Like, you are a player in a post-game interview and do whatever they do, like promote the skins or something.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys, for the support. But don't forget to skin the... No, don't buy the skin to... No, don't skin to forget the...
Leo, stop. Maybe think before you speak. Jack, you try.
Oh, yeah, I've got this. Skins, operators, colors, good performance.
Oh my god, stop. No. Watch and learn. This is how it's done. Thank you so much to all of our fans. We appreciate you. And don't forget to buy our team skin. It is our final week for EML and just 2 more play days to determine where everybody finishes inside our top 4. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the studio, we have Alfama and Fresh. Guys, have we emotionally recovered from everything that happened last week?
No, I don't think so.
Not at all.
I'm still thinking about G2. I'm still thinking about Fnatic. You know, I think it stings.
I didn't stop making the same face. I was in like the whole time from that game. It's not stopped for a whole week.
I saw you at the grocery store and looking at fruits.
Yeah.
Just like
Buy the cabbages.
No, I think looking back at the footage from last week, it was funny as well to see, you know, how much we really lived through all of these games. But before we dive into the action for today, with our opener, you actually saw that we had new skins coming out. We were joking about them, of course, but 3 beautiful skins came out last week, Thursday. We talked about them a little bit before we dive into the games. Starting off with the first skin from Dark Zero. Honestly, as a Thermite player, I am so excited about this one. It looks beautiful, gorgeous, especially for the Thermite operator as well, because it has a backpack with pink hearts on it.
For the hard-reach mains, I think it makes sense. Dark Zero, Jack, I don't know how you feel, but like I feel like they were the first pioneer of the really good team skins.
Yeah.
So they kind of need to live up to that reputation.
I feel like they don't miss. I feel like I'm going to see that on every single Thermite in my ranked games forevermore now.
I love it. And then the second skin, we have Elevate. Now, if I was to have to put this one in a tier list, I would put it in S tier. Not maybe just because of the skin, it is good, but because I watched Parker have a 30-minute crash out yesterday about the inside of the skin. It says waifu buff activated, and he was not having it.
And do you know what? Anybody who makes Parker have a 30-minute crash out, I am all on board with it. I've been known to play a shield from time to time in the ranky set. Leo, can you imagine me on this one?
I can imagine you and me, because you would be playing Blitz with the Elevate skin, I would be playing Elevate skin on Monty, and then we could double bash people.
That's tonight's plan.
Honestly, the Shields game with Elevate skin, why not?
I love it. And then for our final one, going back to our own region, G2. Unfortunately for them, no spot at EWC, but they have a skin.
They're a special team, aren't they? Because they didn't make it to the broadcast, and somehow they still make an appearance on the broadcast. But,
always in our minds.
Yeah, always in our minds. It's just, it feels wrong in terms of timing, you know, like they released this beautiful skin, and they're not in there anymore. Kind of sad.
I'll say the headgear is really cool as well with the whole like bird simulating thing. And of course, you know, having Psycho on the roster, you gotta have a Nomad skin as well. I feel like it really fits for the team. But then let's jump into our brackets actually and find out how we've been finding ourselves so far with our 6 teams going into the playoffs. Of course, the upper bracket was played out for last week, and then looking at the lower brackets as well with the bottom left of your screen there, those are the matches that were played out last week.
Some crazy things. Match 3 was absolutely insane. Fnatic G2, honestly, was the best match I've seen all stage, maybe of 20... not 2026, they were the side, but... I would say outside of SI, it was probably the best game I've seen.
Yeah.
Like just in terms of like, it had everything. It had a David versus Goliath, a 20 years long rivalry between the two organizations. Well, not really, because G2 was created a little bit later. But I think in general, like Fnatic and G2 has been like a super long rivalry, not only inside of Siege, but inside of esports. And then there was like, obviously the fact that G2 would miss EWC, which was like insane after being in the grand final last year.
I mean, especially with not just being in the grand final, but the 2 players that they added in, it was unfathomable that G2 wouldn't be going to EWC, and it ended up happening. Ultimately, Fnatic caused that big upset, they get through. And also GK as well, you know, an underdog team, I would say, managing to find their way through the lower bracket all the same, but still getting to EWC as well. Massive storylines coming out of Europe last week.
Yeah, let's do what we always do as well when we have a new week. We jump in a panorama to review everything that happened last week with our 3 categories, starting with the monster, the player that impressed us the most. He always talks to us in interviews about doing his 20%. Well, he was doing more than that in this game.
I mean, 10-1 in entries. That's Pasha in a single game, again, dropping 33 kills. Incredible PS, 132. Like, honestly, this guy, if there's always one top performer on the side of VP, I can bet half of the time it's going to be Pasha. So consistent throughout the years, and no matter the iteration, such a strong player.
Yeah, that's the thing. The big word there, consistency. Pasha's been consistently good over a really, really, really long period of time. It looks like he's very, very settled inside of this new team, and he's a big reason why VP are doing so well as well.
And then for those of you who have been sleeping under a rock, or you have just tuned in, you're like, G2 are not making it to EWC, we can show you exactly what happened then. Round 15, map 3 between Fnatic and G2. What an incredible moment.
Yeah, we were neglecting our health, I think, during this game, to be honest. I think we all grew up, got a bit older, got some grey hairs, because it looked like G2 were going to win it, then it looked like Fnatic, and then in the end, it goes to round 15, where even then, Fnatic get 3 kills in front, G2 bring it back, but they have full information, and they manage to win the game. They managed to send themselves through to EWC and eliminate G2 from all contention. There was massive emotions on both sides, you know, the relief of some of the players, like the person on your screen here, Deepak, Citizen, Deadshot, the players that have been trying to get back to the top table, but then also the kind of disarray, the disappointment of the G2 players for the fact that they haven't achieved a goal that should have been pretty straightforward for them, if we're being brutally honest as well.
Yeah, to me it's like the long story of like Citizen, Deepak, like older guys that have a lot of experience, that have been at the very top before, that have won tier titles, they've been looking for years at finding that back, and I think it meant a lot for them.
Yeah.
I think on the other side, G2, they were in disbelief. Even though they were back against the wall, even though they were in the lower bracket, G2 always gets away with the lower bracket. They always make it to events. Even if they need a last chance qualifier all throughout the last few years, they almost never missed an event. So I think to them it really struck. And then the last and the most important one for me was Smith. Smith, who just was in full disbelief. First season, he's going to make his first tier event. I think that, you know, especially at the start of the season, there was a lot of questions about Fnatic. I think he was very surprised about this result.
Yeah, I feel like it's so nice we can really read the emotion on the players' faces, and we clearly saw that last week with the qualification of Fnatic. Now, to turn our attention to today, our must-see, and this really is an important match between these two teams. We're talking about GK, and we're talking about Fnatic as well, of course, with a beautiful movie poster.
Yeah, potentially the most cursed movie poster we've ever put out on this broadcast, to be honest. Why is this the must-see? Why is this the game that we want everybody to watch? Well, for the simple fact of the matter, we didn't expect either of these teams to be here, realistically. It's a true underdog story. On the left-hand side of your screen, you do have, I promise that is Grubby, on the left-hand side of your screen, and then Deepak on the right-hand side of your screen as well. Both players and both teams represent a story of their organizations making it into this playoff bracket, making it through to EWC, when realistically, a lot of people would have said that would have been twisted minds of G2 instead of them as an established top 4 in Europe. Both teams have broken into it, and now it's about how far can they go. Can they progress all the way through that lower bracket? Can they go all the way? Because that's what a true underdog story is about.
Yeah, and the reality is, obviously, in terms of pressure, you know, you might ask yourself, when you've achieved that objective, do you feel like you have, I guess, some kind of advantage on the bigger teams that are expected to make EWC, like VP and Falcons, obviously? So there's, I guess, less pressure on these guys anymore. Everything else is really bonus.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That big checkbox is ticked off. That's the most important thing. Qualification to the international event. So what are we really playing for instead of the top 4 here? It's about prize money. It's about SI points as well.
Yeah, like Leo just said, the pressure's off, but there is still, I would say, a little bit of pressure. So there's still things to play for. If we take a look at the 6 invitational points, you'll see that we invite our top 15, 14 teams to the Six Invitational based on their point standings in terms of the global point standings. And you can see that 4 EU teams, EML teams, are doing pretty well. G2, Falcons, Twisted Minds, VP. 2 teams that are outside of that bracket that right now is Fnatic and Geeky. Now, they can get themselves at least an extra 200 points if they were to progress all the way through this playoffs bracket. So what they're playing for, actually, is an opportunity to cement themselves higher up that league standings table. Yes, there'll still be work to be done in Stage 2 and in Osaka, but they can get higher prize pool from progressing through this bracket, and they can also increase their SI points, which we have seen it before. SI has come down to a matter of 5 points before. Every point can count.
And the somewhat good news for G2 fans is that they're still all the way at the top right now in terms of points. Obviously, that won't be the case after the end of these playoffs, but they've made, almost 1,000 points from the major. So it really means that, obviously, anyone that goes to UWC, they're not making any SI points. The only thing you can make for SI at UWC is win UWC, and then you get to SI. But basically, only other results than top 1 at UWC means no SI points. So really, it's more about Stage 2 and making the major. So for G2 fans, dreams are still there.
There's one consolation. If there's one playoffs bracket that you want to be crashing out of, you don't want to be crashing out of either if you're G2. At least it's this one because, like you said, there's no SI points at AWC.
Yeah, now for the long-term goals with SI, of course, that's a big thing for these teams that they're playing for, but more so for that lower bracket matchup. I'm thinking shorter-term goals and a potential result at EWC as well.
Yeah, so this is the big thing, right? EWC will invite 22 teams. Now they're split into 2 phases. You have the play-in phase where you're going to have the 8 first team, and then you have the group stage where you have the remaining top 16. The main thing to understand here is that if you're going to be the worst team left in those playoffs, so it's going to be the 4th spot here. Whoever loses the match between basically Fnatic and Geeky is going to end up 4th of EML, and they're going to have to go through play-ins. So that means that basically they're part of all the 22 teams making it. However, here is a big issue. Play-ins have 8 teams. Only 2 teams will make it to EWC group stage. So there is a lot of pressure. There will be the best team out of APAC North. There will be the worst team of NAL, the worst team of SAL. There will be some really big names in there.
And there could be some absolute juggernauts. You know, when you say big names, there could be a potential for a Furia or a Liquid or a Dark Zero or an M80 or somebody that ends up in that 4th slot out of, the major regions. And that's not forgetting, some of the APAC teams that can come up and cause an upset. Realistically, you want to be securing 3rd at minimum inside of our playoffs bracket because that will guarantee you to the group stage. It will guarantee you more prize pool, but, it will just be an easier run to the full event at EWC.
Yeah, before we get to that game, of course, a very important game as our second one for today. We'll talk about the upper bracket final first between Falcons and Virtus.pro. Now, despite these 2 rosters being relatively new, there's still so much history between these 2 teams. Having played in Kickoff at Salt Lake City, but also here inside Stage 2, that matchup most recently being won out by Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think for Virtus.pro, there was the question. They were the most flawless team up until the last few play days of this stage, and it was because they were still having to play against the very best teams towards the end of that stage. And I think we were waiting to see them face those big teams. They lost to G2 quite convincingly. That game against Falcons was the one where we proved that VP could do it. First, the right intel, the right opening kill, beautiful. You see Ying here send all of her Condelas. At the same time as she clears main stairs with that, look at Glaz pushing in, making sure he uses that frame to get the control, and then based on that, he will actually get aggressive and get a pick directly through his smoke into CC. Beautiful plays. At the same time, that gives the space for Kali to come in the bomb side, injure the Warden, get the kill here, get the kill on the other, and the triple kill for Dan. What do we see here? We see a team that plays perfect Jack and perfect DR in terms of statistics.
Yeah, you can see the clip. You've got the right players in every single role, and you've got the right strategy and the right map that they're always on. What does that result in? Well, the best attack team, the best defending team, the best team at entry, and the best team at a combined cost as well. And I think VP right now, it feels like they've got that kind of shield around them. They seem to be impenetrable. Whichever way you go, yes, they've lost the best of 1. Yes, they lost 1 map last week, but that trajectory is on the right course. All of the underlying stats and signs are there for this team to have some serious success.
Yeah, speaking of their opponents for today as well, it seems like a rough fight then for Falcons. I feel like that really resembles their run in Stage 1 as well so far, right? Really high highs, beating G2 to qualify, but also some losses that are just, well, not really unexplainable, but it's not what we're used to seeing from this team.
Yeah, I think, they're kind of battle-tested. I think this is the right word, right? It's a team that had to rebuild around Joom. They struggled a little bit. They struggled a little bit at Salt Lake City. It was not the result that they expected. And so they struggled throughout the stage. However, I do think that a team that is losing quite a lot and then winning in the most important moment is the team that's going to learn the most. And Jack, I think it's actually a good sign because all of this battle that tested them,
Yeah.
that's going to make them a stronger team.
Exactly. We talked about the flaws. We talked about their ceilings, you know, in terms of the team and where it's at. We think they've got a higher ceiling than maybe before, but they've had to settle with a bit of a lower floor right now and work through some of those kinks. I think they did that during the group stage, and I think last week they shined up against G2, and they showed us right what they're about. This is Falcons that will turn up, and they will do well in best of threes. They will be a real threat, and if you sleep on them a little bit, then they will punish you. And I think that's what happened last week against G2.
Well, how exciting for them that there is a best of 3 for them to play today then. The lobby is ready, so let's dive into this map veto really quickly to get this game going. First map is going to be Clubhouse.
Yeah, I do think it's a good spot for Falcons, especially. They beat G2 on the map. They saw Virtus.pro try to take on G2 on that same map. Very different results, right? Falcons demolished G2, VP, they lost to them.
Yeah, I agree. And then, I don't know, I just look at all 3 of these maps, and if these 2 teams conspired to put on the best possible show, it would be on all 3 of these maps, you know? The fun fact I actually have about this map veto is both of these teams have a winning attack record on all 3 of these maps. Now, none of these maps are easy to attack. Clubhouse is not easy, Consulate is very far from easy, it's the most defender-sided, and even Lair, a bit more 50-50, but not easy to attack. So the fact that both of them are competent attacking probably 3 of the hardest defender-sided maps, in my mind, shows that we're on for a great show.
They've showed also quite a lot of these maps across all of the stage, so they're going in known territory.
Well, the good news is that the upper bracket final is ready to go. So without further ado, Des and Ace, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, what a big day, Tim. We've got some massive fixtures coming up, and as the guests have already said, it's all about them sweet, sweet SI points.
Yeah, this is it. It's, as you said, decisions have been made in terms of EWC. We already know who is there, but you've also got the placements at EWC that Leo explained as well. Coming through in that 4th place spot puts you in a bit more of a precarious position going into that tournament. So definitely better to come away with the win here. Extra SI points and that better standing. It's just going to help everybody out when it comes down to it. But for Falcons and Virtus.pro, not something that they need to worry about to begin with, because they have already secured top 3 between the 2 of them, and that will be a minimum. And we'll see who comes away with one of those top 2 spots on the back of this.
That's a big one though, right? Is whoever finishes in top spot gets significantly more. They get 420, second place gets 300. It's quite a difference there. You know, more than a third extra to pile on if you can get that top spot come the end of it. But honestly, at that point, as the guys also said, no extra points if you want it, when it comes to EWC. And they've already got themselves a good few points farmed up from stage 1. So sitting pretty for now. I'm more thinking for GK and Fnatic, it'll make a difference later. In this game, well, it's a straight shootout to be in that final, Tim. To have that spot to be the best team in stage 1, it's still a big accolade to walk away with. And I think it's fair to say after last week, there are a few surprises. You know, many expected that G2 will be one of our teams going to EWC. They are not doing that after losing to Falcons and then to Fnatic the following day. So now it's Falcons against all odds. The team that finished in 4th place, you know, a team that very few thought had a real chance of getting anywhere near the end of Salt Lake City, and they were pretty correct. Are in a spot here, Tim, where they could still come out and top the next stage. But first, I've got to get through Virtus.pro, who've been a very, very formidable opponent. Let's get into it here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see a replica of this match for the grand final as well. That wouldn't be too much of a shock if we sort of see whoever drops down from here, and that's, you know, not writing off Fnatic or GK, but that's going to be a really tough game for them. Whoever gets through to that lower bracket final, going up against one of these 2 is going to be a real tough test for them. And like I say, it wouldn't surprise me to see one of these 2 end up in the grand final from the lower bracket as well as the top bracket. But for now, we need to find out who wins this one and who goes down there to begin with. So we get underway. It's round 1, Virtus.pro versus Falcons. We're going to start off with Falcons on the attack. They've gone with the double denial, the Electro Brawl ban. That's going to take away Kaid and Bandit and just speed up getting through these walls a little bit. And then on the other side, we've gone with a double hard breach ban. So it's going to be slightly trickier and a lot of focus on Hibana to begin with.
Yeah, you're really trying to punish and slow the opposition down by taking away both of those hard breaches, but I imagine Falcons, for the most part, won't be too bothered by that. I wouldn't exactly say they're a fast team when it comes around to their attacking. And anything you can do to slow a team down, as I've often said, just mean you might find yourself being forced into unforced errors later in the round when they're coming for the execute. Rorik under a lot of heat right here. Nays, you know, but no one's in the window to be able to challenge him. He will just about get away on this one and deal with that call coming out for the Dokkaebi. But keep themselves safe, and actually, Tim, I take back what I said. I know they said they were the quickest team, but here they're really struggling to even get inside the building in the first place. Down with the kill from below, and as I mentioned, Rorik still lives.
Yeah, really easy for Dan there. I think just unaware of his presence underneath, and they lose the Blackbeard. It's going to be, we always talk about when these shields go, they also lose the Dockerby along the way as well with users. So it's just going from bad to worse for Falcons. They do manage to find one back. Nako taken out. Rorik as well. What little health he had remaining has been removed. That leaves us now in a 3v3 with Falcons fighting their way back into this one. I would say that my main concern here would be the utility that they've got left, having lost that Blackbeard and Dockerby. But honestly, guys, I think they're all right here. They've got the sledge so they can still open up the verticals. They've got Solitaire on the Grim who can really help create that space that they need to get in for an execute, and they can get any hatches that they need with Brede as well. So I don't think they're actually looking too bad.
I hear ya, but I always say that when it comes to an execute, the less attackers there are, the less angles they can cover off, the less crossfires they can guarantee, the less protection there is for a planter, for example. Even the all things being equal at a 3 versus 3, I still largely back the defenders on this one, especially when Skies has got 3 smokes in back pocket with 30 seconds to play. He can essentially smoke off a default plant spot very comfortably, or just toss the whole thing here into bottom main. That also works absolutely wonderfully. And now the Falcons are completely out of utility bar a couple of flashes. They're going to have to pull us into real special here in the execute, Tim. 20 seconds.
Yeah, time's becoming a real factor. Brede is ready to drop that hatch into Moto. Next couple of kills are going to be critical. Solitov's kind of not in no man's land, but he's not really in a position to go in and support. I'm going to take out Brede as he drops. That comes in from Pasha. They can't get around the corner. Dan is there, and Virtus Pro will lock it down. Another kill comes in for Pasha at the end there, and that is going to be 1-0. Defenders take side that we would expect them to keep a hold of. Church and Arsenal locked down, but a good start for Virtus Pro nonetheless.
Yeah, I think, again, just the fact it comes down to the clock is the most important part, right? I often speak about it becoming the 6th man for the defenders, that you see the attackers being forced to make errors that they otherwise wouldn't want to make because they simply don't have the luxury of time to drone, to set up crossfires with each other, to use utility and wait for it to play out. They can't afford to do that. It's why you've got them swinging, for example, on towards that triple church wall breach, trying to get a kill on towards on the other side, but he's sitting and waiting. He knows that you're coming. He knows that you've got no choice but to go out in full steam. It's the easiest kill, this exact one here, they'll ever get in the world. They lose a single player in that closing exchange. Virtus Pro really well played first round. Falcons are going to have to crack that egg a little bit harder next time round. They can't afford to spend so long trying to clear out the top floor and lose 2 players in doing so. They have to be a bit more decisive and show more of the Falcons that we're used to.
Yeah, I think that was the big pain point for them last round, was losing those 2 players in that top floor clearance. It just left them, as you say, even numbers-wise, just left them on the back foot. They might have had the gadgets that they maybe needed, but still, it wasn't enough. So we head into round 2. Going to be gym and bedroom. We've got CCTV walls reinforced. We're going to have a presence inside a cache, so we're going to have the full extension that we've come to expect. We've got Rorik on the Clash as well. Going to be left on the board, so they're going to take advantage of that and bring it along. Usually we would see the cache playing at the top of red stairs. That is indeed where Rorik is positioned at the minute. We've got Pasha in construction. We've got Dan in CCTV. We've got Nako in construction. Everybody apart from Skies is away from sight at the minute in this extension.
It's all well and good, but how fast can Falcons move through this? We've seen already in the last round how much time they could waste, how much of a nuisance they can be. Looking for more of the same here, and again, look, it's a little bit of a zap coming on through, really trying to pressure him. Right idea, but not quite able to punish, and instead lose a player. I like at least the Falcons. We're trying to go a bit quicker than previous, Tim, but the result is still the same. They're down a player, and we've managed to see most of Virtus Pro escape back towards site.
Perfect clash play there from Rorik, I've got to say. Just really in control of the angles that they could get onto him. Backs himself away and attracts enough attention that they're able to get a kill at the same time. Brilliant stuff, and he gets himself back safe to site. Nako manages to pick up one for himself as well. That's going to be Doom taken out on that Blackbeard again with 0 impact again. Big problem for Falcons. 1 minute 30, so still plenty of time, but they find themselves again in that 3 versus 5. So they are now seriously on the back foot, having to find the next 2 kills at least if they want a chance in this round.
I've got to say, Tim, I absolutely love watching this Virtus Pro. I have done since this new roster came together. Just the aggression that's been introduced to their gameplay. Like, when in history would you have seen Virtus Pro play the kind of plays that we've seen coming out of these last couple of rounds? The aggressive roam on the top floor when we were defending Invasive. This round here, with how aggressive they've been, he even manages to collect one off the back of that. That is wonderful. Dan starting out strong on the map overall, but It is just Virtus Pro running it here. They own the keys to Clubhouse, Tim, and Falcons, they ain't welcome.
Yeah, they've just played that perfectly at every stage
Again.
of it. That initial extension, the use of the clash, dropping away, getting the entry, taking the Blackbeard out. The shields have just been absolutely no threat and no problem whatsoever to Virtus Pro in those first 2 rounds. And that's something that Doom needs to improve upon if he's going to be bringing those operators. They have to have an impact. And yeah, like you say, Virtus Pro just ticking a lot of boxes right now and looking, you know, I know we saw them kind of struggling that last match against G2 in the regular stage. They lost that one, but then they've come back in, and in playoffs they look like they're just back up to full force now, exactly as we've seen them throughout the better part of stage 1.
And Falcons are the ones that need to figure it out. And the thing is, again, I won't knock them. I think the second round, their attempt onto the clash was good. They're the one player charging up red, 2 coming in through CC. They had the right idea, just didn't anticipate Dan walking over the kill that he did. And if they'd managed to get rid of the clash, we were having a different conversation at that point. And as you said, it was very well played by Rorik. Now, you've been enjoying quite a lot of cash yourself. Whenever we
love it.
Yourself, Rory, whenever we play a little bit of Ranky together, especially on Casino in yellow, you absolutely love playing her.
Love a bit of clash at the minute. It's just such a magnet for attention. Everybody wants to deal with the clash. And some really key principles that you need to learn.
You are a raging narcissist, Tim. You do love attention.
Get it all about me. There are a couple of key principles that you've really got to learn if you want to be a good clash. And I'm not saying I'm a great one. These guys are much better than me. But thinking about your angles and being aware of where you can be pressured from, really important with the clash. And also your distance control, because you don't want them up in your face. If people melee your shield, it gives the shield break, and more often than not, you lose your life. And so controlling that space around you and knowing when to back off and how, really, really important stuff, and Rorik showed us perfectly how to do it. So let's get into round 3 then. It is 2-0 Virtus Pro. They are controlling things at the minute. They will this time be defending CCTV. And Cash was seen the mirror window played on that external wall, as to be expected, because the mirror has been left on the board. And right now, Falcons, they're going to have to find a different way. It's not the end of the world, because they do have a line of sight into CCTV, so it creates at least a little bit of what they need. But as we can see, they're still trying to work on that wall.
Until we start seeing pressure coming in towards Garage, these players that are extended on the side of Virtus Pro have no real reason to charge back in towards site to try and defend here. Like, why bother? It's the defeat. Oh, that's unfortunate for Rorik. Saw the knee, but couldn't quite see the whole man and thought, you know what, I'll try and go for the head here, only to give a bit of a freebie over towards the Leakyfac. And that's a good start for Falcons, Tim, after they've been chewed up the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, really needed that opener. The first 2 rounds have gone the way of not just Virtus Pro, but have gone the way of Dan picking up those first kills. But Leakyfac this time gets involved, and let's see how Falcons can do with a man advantage. But looking at the time, 1 minute 10, they don't have garage control yet. They haven't really got a nice big clean breach on that CCTV wall. They haven't got bedroom control yet. They haven't actually, Des, got anybody inside of the map right now. You don't want to be challenging that angle onto garage door. I tell you what, the Blackbeard can see a real nasty angle up onto that catwalk, and Skies is well aware of that. But as the nade comes in, can't escape, taken down by Doom. Nice play from Falcons.
Done very simply as well, without a lot of effort. Normally you see teams having to invest so much in clearing out a catwalk player, but come back to what I said about a minute and a half ago. Until we had catwalk control being lost, the rest of the players could afford to play out around the map. Falcons have not only got that catwalk control, but also dealt with these players that are scattered around the map. They've done a really good job of it now, which means the ones that we've got left are now sat around site. Pasha at top red, Dan and Nako are both inside of site itself, with Dan just dancing around construction a bit to waste time. Nitro over the top doesn't quite manage to find Doom. He is low, but this one might be able to go down unless he inhales one more bit of gas, but no. Finished off, now finally put down his backside, but here comes Solotov. In towards construction he goes. Nako with it all to do, hits one. Sounds risky going at range, but he's got away with it here, maybe, Tim. The clock ain't gonna wait. Is the cross there? Oh, he hasn't got enough damage. Leakyfac surviving the shotgun blast and getting the kill. That was a little bit too close for comfort for Falcons, though.
If he has any more damage out of that shotgun at all, he wins that 1v4.
Yep.
Just has to flip over to the secondary because he's low on ammo, and then just can't do quite enough damage. Even just downing that player would have been enough. The other one's outside, about 4 seconds left. Not a chance. That was so close to getting that 1v4. But look, Falcons, they get it done. It's close. It was down to the wire, but they just need to be careful that they don't let those mistakes creep up on them.
I think it's a bit of a sigh of relief for them knowing they got 1 out of those 3 rounds, which kind of feels par the course on Clubhouse. 4-2 split, not feeling like the end of the world, but either they're very aware that that 3rd round came by not so much a stroke of luck, but very close. Look at the HP here in a second, by the way, of Leakyfack. If he fries Brede there, this could be a very different conversation, but Leakyfack, look, not dangerously low, like about 20 HP. Still close enough that you shouldn't feel too comfortable about it, and that's why we've got attack timeout. They know realistically they could be down here 0-3 very easily. They need a conversation about it.
Part of that conversation surely is going to revolve around where that next ban goes, because there's a lot of utility left on the board. I think to see the mirror, I think that slowed them down a couple of times there. So I think getting that taken away will help speed things up. But because they've gone, we've spoken about it plenty of times, Leo's spoken about it on the desk, because they've gone for that double denial ban, Kaid and Bandit to begin with, so they do bring in the mirror ban. But it's still leaving them with a lot of utility to play through. Look at the other side straight away. You've got the Azami there. You've got the Denari there, who we've seen starting to attract bans on some maps, usually coastline. But sorry, not coastline. I don't want to scare everybody. Usually Chalet, we're seeing the odd Denari ban creep in. But yeah, I just think, it's difficult for Falcons. They take away the mirror, but they're still going to have some really key utility to play into. And Virtus Pro straight away showing that, they're quite happy to take advantage of that.
Left before insertion.
Absolutely, and the bans, as you mentioned, the mirror makes total sense for a lot of it. Monty, you might look at and be very confused by, like, guys, we haven't seen Monty once. Like, why would they use that as a ban? Isn't it a waste? Why don't you ban the Blackbeard? It's in June playing the entire half. I think it's more they realise that attack timeout has come in and Falcons will change the game plan. And historically, when we see attack timeout come in from Falcons on the attacking side, in the next round, you'll see Brede jumping across into playing Monty. That is just their go-to. Let's regain control. Let's slow things down here a little bit and see if we can get around over the line, playing things the slow, old-fashioned way. I think just taking the Monty off there is more saying, well, let's take that card away from them so they can't play that one. They might well change something, but it's not going to be a change to bring along a Monty.
Doom straight away wanting to push towards Dirt Tunnel here, attacking onto Church and Arsenal. Already had a few shots fired in his direction, but no damage taken this time. However, Leakyfack is going to be taken out behind. It's not behind. It could have looked like the shots over the shoulder of Doom there were going towards him, but I think it was Brede who was with Doom. The kill comes in Garage, actually. Pasha managing to pick up the Ash of Leakyfack and then drop oil pit and start moving back. Are they aware of Solotov in blue? I think they might be, as Pasha steps out and gets a set. This is just, they're just farming him here, Des.
Well, not a lot of change on the side of Falcons, to be fair, outside of... That's a lie. They've tried to go more aggressive. They've tried to push multiple angles. They've tried to go in and win their gunfights. But the problem is you're doing so on a day where Nako, Dan, and Pasha just will not be stopped. I mean, look at the kills on the Falcon side right now. The only person who's got more than one is Leakyfack. And yes, he was a large part of the reason they've won. The only round they've got on the board right now, here was handily deleted by, and Pasha has completely owned blue side of this map. It's not been a concern at all. Can they win a 2 versus 5? You want to say yes, on paper they can. The chance of them winning that 2v5, Tim, is basically 0.
There's the Denari trip connectors having that impact that I spoke about, because the option was not there to ban away because they needed to take the mirror. So just been trying to be a little bit more careful. See how difficult it is on the steps. Like, you just can't see them until you have triggered them. They've got them covering this hatch. Each one of those would have to be disrupted with throwable utility, like you would with a laser gate, but each one individually for you to be able to drop through there. So it just makes that hatch so difficult to work with. 42 seconds left to go. Nitro needs to hold on to this for a little bit. Sends it out a bit soon. We hear it detonate in the background. 30 seconds left to go. It's a rethink from Falcons.
Okay.
I can't see it being a successful rethink at this point with users down.
It's going to be a successful flawless round at this point, Tim. I think if this carries on, like Virtus Pro have just absolutely deleted them. Useless has gone down in the hatch. It really sums up the round. It's been very, very disparate from the side of Falcons, almost in a way getting a bit too... I don't want to say too big for their boots, Tim, but a little bit too confident they can go and win their ones around the map when pushing into different angles, and they have been punished for it categorically. A very comfortable round for Virtus Pro. And they're thinking this could be a 5-1. If we don't find ourselves tripping over on Cash CC again, this is ours for the taking.
You certainly got to be thinking that way at the minute, because Falcons, they just, it's not just about, you know, what utility they're playing into. Obviously, I've picked up on that with the Fade and Bandit bans, and they've got a lot of those difficult operators to try and work their way through. We're seeing them try and do things quite late in the round quite often, which, you know, lines up with having to deal with Castle, deal with Azame, deal with these difficult operators. You got Clash back on the board now. Rorik did brilliantly well. They had no answer to that last time around either. But I just look at it and I think, you know, there's other elements there. Falcons, they don't really look too sharp today. They're not winning a lot of those gunfights. Breede, Doom, Users, Solotov, all on 1 kill each after 4 rounds. That's like madness for those guys. So, yeah, I'll just look at it. I think Falcons, they're a little bit off the pace here on Clubhouse. It's not just a strategy thing. It's about getting involved, winning those fights. They could do with some more entry. They've only had 1 out of 4 so far on the entry. They're kind of losing in all departments right now.
I just think they're really... Honestly, I want to give a shout out to Dark for this as well. For those who don't know, it's a Brazilian coach behind Virtus Pro. Bearing in mind, again, this is a best of 3, and this is Falcons map pick. They were 7-1 on this map coming into this series. And I think you look at it and say, okay, Virtus Pro at 2-2, beatable. But I think Virtus Pro have kind of lulled them into a false sense of security here, and Dark has done a brilliant job counter-prepping the way the Falcons have approached this map historically, because everything they've tried so far has met a brick wall. They have really, really struggled, and I think a lot of it has been built around those 3 key operators that we spoke about a lot: the Clash, the Mirror, and the Azami of Nako, and sometimes Pasha as well throughout the half. Between those 3 operators, they have just constantly caused problems to Falcons, and as of yet, they can't find a way through. Yes, they've won a single round. I'd wager on paper, they probably should have lost it.
Let's have a look.
Let's see if they can win another one. It's going to be the big question. They've got 2 more opportunities to try and get something going. They've brought along this time the Deimos. See if that can make any difference. Skies is being tracked out. I think the Deimos is a direct response to the Solis. Just going to take out some utility on those stairs. I don't think that was aimed. I don't think he did. I think it was aimed at the barbed wire, and then he knew with clearing the barbed wire to back up, but it gives a route for later in the round. That's like kind of, you know, pathfinding. But I don't think he was aware of Rorik on that lower platform. So going to see that wall has been open now, but Rorik just going to hold them at bay with the Clash, no problem.
I'm just so worried the Falcons have got 3-4 players all focused on main breach, and there's 3 separate players watching it. Dan being removed did get a shot in response, so it's not the end of the world for him. But again, this Clash is just going to prove to be a little bit of a nightmare. Nako dropping himself away here. That's quite an interesting choice. Breede down towards Skies. Might be around then, get over the line here, Tim. They're into a 5 versus 2. Rorik in a bit of spot bother as a nade rolls on in front of his feet, but it's 1 to fall. Nako getting a kill from elsewhere. Doom onto Rorik. Nako's got to get an ace. Tim, it ain't going to happen, I'm afraid. A very good round by Falcons. When they turn the heat on, they turn the heat on. They get their second round of the half.
Much better from them, much better. And as we've always said with the Clash, as your teammates fall around you, that Clash becomes less and less powerful because the pressure mounts for you to put that shield on your back, get your weapon out, and start to have an impact in the round. So the inability of Virtus Pro to keep themselves alive around the Clash was definitely a bit of a difficulty for them there. They never really had control of Leakafak on the Deimos, which was a shame for them. Obviously, we saw Skies get tracked out, so he's getting that location in return as well. He knows that he's, you know, at that kind of stock door area. There didn't seem to be too much of a comm of like, look, you know, Leakafak's over by that. He's not a million miles away from just heading round to Cash instead. So he does that and heads towards CC and picks himself up an absolute freebie behind the server stacks inside of CC. But, you know, I think just Virtus Pro giving themselves away a little bit easily a couple of times there. And like you say, getting very magnetized towards that Jacuzzi breach and maybe not focusing properly on everything that was happening elsewhere. So we go into round 6. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. This one we saw Falcons win last time, and I look at this and I think, you know what? A 3-3 is not really indicative of what we've seen. If it happens,
No.
you know, Falcons will have done an amazing job if they can come away with this 3-3. Like I said, coming into that last round, coming into round 5, we had 4 players on 1 kill each. That's to come away from that situation with a 3-3 half is pretty impressive if they manage it.
I agree, and I imagine Virtus Pro will feel slightly robbed. Again, it feels like the work that has gone into the game and the counter prep against Falcons and the way that they play this map, it's been very, very evident in terms of the operators they've brought along, how they've chosen to play. But in that last round, I think Falcons kept it very simple. Didn't try and control large parts of the map where they've been chewed up and spat out by players like Dan throughout the game. Instead, let's try and go direct towards site. Let's not overcomplicate it. Let's not go roamer hunting. Let's focus on playing the game. They left Leak of Fact to deal with the player out in towards Cash DC. Everyone else focused very much immediately on site, and they flooded once they felt they had a lick of an advantage. It was very, very good and responsive from them to show that they can deal with what it is Virtus Pro is throwing at them. VP, they will really want to hold on for this round. The Glass of Tune starting to crouch his way around here to try and get at least a bit of line of sight onto what's going on up and towards Catwalk. I believe it's Skies that he's got to face off against, but he is on the short angle instead, watching in towards the walls below. It's not with too much of a concern yet against Tune, but once that second smoke comes out, could be a different conversation. Sees his man, but immediately out comes one of those Otos, just slow them down if they do try and push their way in.
I think Falcons have got some decisions to make in this round with where the utility is going. So we've got Neko on the Clash. They've got a Capitao and they've got a Nomad, both of whom can deal with that operator, but they also want to deal with Catwalk. And we see one of those fire arrows come in. So now that's a bit of utility. You don't have to deal with the Clash anymore. They've no nades on side, so they could well find themselves in a position. Nitro goes out, will be shot out. He's on the stairs, doesn't see him. Solotov manages to get it. Now, there's still one air jab left, no fire arrows, but that could be an option to deal with this Clash later in the round.
Not quite sure what he was going for with that C4. He tossed it straight into his own Zoto, so it was frozen. All it did was give away his position towards Solotov, who was working his way underneath in through the softball. I'm not really sure what the game plan was from Skies. Either way, they've lost that control as we come down to the last 14. 5 versus 4. This one looking very, very dual what they've got on side of concern. They've only got the one smoke canister left. Well, smoke bolt left to be able to support the Glass. If they do go for an execute on the other side, though, they've still got 2 smoke canisters themselves to play with. Oh, this could get a little bit ropey, Tim.
I think it's going to be very difficult for Virtus Pro from here. You've lost your Clash. You've got 3 of them playing basically hand in hand at this point. They're right on top of each other. Falcons can just start stepping in and picking them off one at a time. Freebie for Rorik on those red stairs, but I don't know how much he's going to be able to do from below. We're going to have Pasha picking up June. 3 versus 2. Plank goes down.
Ooh.
Rorik could not get there in time, so the fight back is on, and this is a tough one to fight back into. However, they are now 2v1. It's all up to Brede on the rappel.
Can they stop him as the air jab goes off as well? Oh, I could have had a golden chance there as well, a matter of pixels, but patience being shown. Rorik really fancying himself a run out here. Will he get away with it, though? Knows that he's going wide, yes or no? No, he doesn't! It's a freebie, and Pasha has now got no choice but to try and take a fight on towards Brede. Either that, or stick it and pray that he can't get the angle. Oh, and he hits it! No way! I tell you what! If you're playing against this guy in ranked, you'd be saying, where are their red boxes? He just knew. Absolutely magic from Pasha to give them the 4-2.
That shot on an SMG is wild. Jesus. Quite simply, I'm not sure anybody else or many other people in EML would hit that shot.
Nope. That was incredible. Let's go to the desk and hear what they think about that half. Wow.
Guys, I'm baffled. What a way to close it and go in halftime, honestly. I mean, we've discussed about what makes VP strong. We've discussed about the cohesion. We've discussed about the strategy, but also the individuals on this. And we mentioned Pasha before. He's so good right now. But let's focus back a little bit on the team play here. And on especially something that the guys have been talking about quite a lot, the bans, right? So Falcons choose to remove wall denial. They get rid of Candidate. They get rid of Bandit. And so what's the follow-up on this is, what is VP going to play? And as you pay attention, you see the Clash, they've played it quite a lot. You see the Wamai as well, utility. You see the Azami, you see the Mira. Anyway, a lot of utility. And so they play behind it really well. In this round 2, they're trying to problem solve the extension into Cash. And as you can see, Hibana is trying to open up the walls. Solid Snake is ready to go up the red stairs. He's facing a Clash, he's facing 2 barbed wires. All of this attention. Look at this. Look at how many Falcons players, 3 Falcons players, are trying to push towards Rorik. He's basically grabbing all of their attention. They're missing one key thing here. Look at Dan, who can take basically an individual gunfight onto Solotov. 3 players are focusing on the Clash. And so what Dan does, he goes aggressive towards server, gets rid of Solotov. Neko then sends a Kiba barrier on his construction window so he cannot get traded. Then Dan basically shoots the extinguisher here, so there's some smoke, and then once again, the Azami comes into place and sends another Kiba on the cash door. That was really well played to help them fall back to that second position. If you look at this, they've burned 1 minute and 10 seconds. It's beautiful. They've got the opening kill, perfect. They fall back to their second position. Second thing that they do well, look at Neko. Look at him hiding here behind that gym bomb. And what is he looking at? He's looking all the way at master window. And so if someone comes back from server onto master window, he can make sure he wins that gunfight. And so it's strategy, it's right utility, it's right positioning. That's what makes VP really strong right now, Jack.
Yeah, it's so good, and you're going to see Dan clean up a couple of these kills right at the end here. And I'll say it often, they put the right people in the right places. You'll never catch this team doing anything just for the hell of it, or taking unnecessary risks. They do everything because it's in the script, because it's in their mind, conducive to the win condition of the round. And I just wanted to highlight Dan, actually. Dan was a big star in that round, but actually the reason I wanted to highlight him is look at that most played defender, Castle. Yeah. This speaks to the game plan that VP had. They wanted to basically make Falcons play through so much utility. They were playing the Castle, the Mirror, as you just showed. They were getting banned out. The Azami, the Clash, the Wham, like everything. Even the very final round that they won, we're seeing Skies on the rafters throwing 2 barrel canisters at the garage door to circumvent, to counter the fact that there would be a glass at the garage door. Everything is for a very specific reason that they do, and that's a big reason that they're 4-2 up at this halftime.
Yeah, this feels very Virtus Pro centric, of course. You know, they got 4 rounds on the board already. I feel like it's my job right now to at least help the Falcons fan get a little bit of hope for this game here. I was listening to their comms, and despite things maybe not going so well, you know, on the basement attacks, they were walking back and forth through the narrow chips, and they were just laughing. They were having a good time. So, regardless of the scoreline, the vibes seem to be up for Falcons. Now, let's see how the second half turns out.
Thank you very much, guys. Lovely breakdown from Leo. Thank you very much. And I think it's fair to say, Tim, we often say this, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. If you are a Falcons fan and was trying to help you out, but we can help you out too, don't count them out yet. Again, there is a reason why they are 7-1 on this map. Virtus Pro are going to have to show some really creative attacks. I hope Dark, of course, didn't stop at just prepping the defensive side, Tim. He's got to show something on the attacking side here. If Virtus Pro are going to get away with this and go into Consulate 1-0.
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Tim? Are you sat on mute again, Tim?
Nah, definitely not.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Good job.
Round 7, we'll see them go to Church and Arsenal again. And it's basically putting them straight in at the deep end on the attack. It doesn't get much tougher than this inside of Siege. Just having a look at the positions of the Falcons players. We've got 3 of them up there on the top floor. So this is a heavy whole map hold from Falcons, and Virtus Pro need to get in there and win a few of these first gunfights. They kind of know that they've got one trapped there. It's going to be an opportunity for Solotov to escape here now that the angle's just been left by Skies, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to take that chance, just preventing that further peek coming out whilst his man gets there. I love that teamwork from Virtus Pro, just continually challenging on that window there, Skies, to keep Solotov on the line, to keep him hooked, to keep him interested, whilst Rorik gets into position and picks up that entry. Really good stuff. 5 versus 4.
Just dangling a carrot in front of him saying, come on, you know you want this one. It's just far too easy. Maybe even very early on answering that question of, have they got some ideas, some prep work and some plans? The answer so far would appear to be yes. Now, again, this has been the focus on the top floor, which they're starting to get a bit of a pinch coming in towards Cash TC. This could get very, very ugly. Beast, of course, can just teleport out whenever he feels, but has to do so in good time. Actually, now that Amonti's bearing down, only Leakback gets him towards 1 more. The Monty now looking in a very, very precarious position, but Naquo standing firm, at least for now. Pressure still coming on through. Where's that shot coming in from the back? He can't really get the support that he needs until he steps across just in the nick of time to get the support that's required, and they get away with 2 kills. Tim Dan was really hoping to punish Leaky Fat, but will not be given the chance.
Yeah, Falcons have played that really well. Naquo, I think, just slightly aggressive on that one. Put himself in a really bad spot on the Monty and knew that he needed to try and make a play happen. I think he was kind of banking on his teammate getting Leaker fight, but it didn't happen. However, Doom and Users do get taken out in quick succession, leaving us now 3v2. After Falcons have done all that good work, I don't know how they found themselves in a serious man disadvantage here. The diffuser is down, out of their control at the minute, so that's something Virtus Pro need to deal with. 35 seconds left on the clock is another issue for them as well.
It's exactly the same issue as what I was talking about back in the first half. It does start to become a bit of a problem, and that would have been a golden kill to find too. Maybe we'll have sealed the deal for Virtus Pro Team, but now they've really got to figure something out with very little time with which to do it. could well find themselves being shot in the back as they run through a corridor or anything at this point. Even opening that hatch feels like a massive risk. No shield to play behind as well. And the impact tracking coming out too. They've still got one more to go. Do they know? No, they don't. Breeday's got one more ready and waiting. He'll take it away too. Kitchen will stay close. Instead of being shot in the back, Tim, there's one at the very least. But the diffuser is going down. Pasha has already hit one god shot. He's got to try and find one more. Will it complete? He'll see him a bit too late, unfortunately. Plant is down, but do they know that he's on main stairs? Long angle is there. Pasha ready and waiting. Liquefact with the right idea. A couple of shots coming in. Make it a third and a fourth. It's enough to push him back, but not yet enough to finish him off. 20 seconds or so with yet to work. Liquefact needs to isolate these 1v1s, but he won't be giving it to him. He collects one, and Pasha goes off. 5-2 to Virtus Pro.
Look at what it means to Virtus Pro there. I mean, it would do. What kind of attack was that? 20 seconds Hail Mary, wasn't it? Straight in. Through Ash Rush spot, just dash in, try and get the diffuser down. That was crazy stuff from VP to be able to pull off. It was beautiful at the end. Dan just managing to scurry away after he'd got that plant confirmed. I think that was the point where Virtus Pro really won that round. I think if he gets picked up by Liquefact on the plant spot, even after the diffuser's down, it's very winnable for Falcons then. But as soon as he can escape up towards the tunnel, then they're in real trouble because they've got the crossfire established.
And look at the difference compared to, say, back in that first half as well. When we had a similar spot we were in, obviously Falcons couldn't quite get it over the line then. Crucially here, they had a massive advantage given all the work they've done upstairs, and it was like a blink and suddenly they've lost 2 players. Like, can't be letting that happen. I really thought they'd had Virtus Pro figured out in that round, but the bear, it rules, Tim. And it gets a 3-round lead here. 2 more, and they could be away with this in rapid fashion on Clubhouse and straight into Consulate, which, not forget, is their map pick. It is their favorite map. They are 3-0 on it. They are undefeated on it in 2026. I'd be very, very nervous if I was Falcons going into map 2 down 0-1. It could be Virtus Pro cruising on in towards that final, and then they wait to see who will join them tomorrow.
And as a reminder for everybody of why that is important, you might look at this and well, you know, both of these teams are already at EWC. It's not just about that anymore, and it's now become about SI points. There are a couple of 100 extras on the line for winning these playoffs, and we've seen, you know, every point makes its difference for SI qualification. It can be as little as 5 points. BDS will tell you from past failures to get to SI. So it really is valuable to be winning these matches. And right now, that is all about Virtus Pro. They've lost the Capitao. That is not adaptable. They've already got Catwalk. It might not matter too much. They're not attacking into CCTV and Cash. They are attacking into Gym and Bedroom, but still taking that area. Very, very difficult. They've been able to do it with the Monty, so they can now start pushing through the rest of the map.
It's good when they got the entry, but it's the same as what we heard, you know, Leo speaking about. It's almost like an identical situation with making use of the Azami to cover their retreat path back off here. Of course, some environmentals to make use of too, so desire, but not being popped at this point. We'll have to shoot it off because if you step inside that as a shield and you get guard broken straight away, you can die. We also saw it used at this level previously on we see it quite a lot on Nighthaven Labs, it's worth noting, on the push up through Catwalk for a very, very similar reason. You have to shoot it out if you are the attacker, or it's only going to end up working against you. Either way, they would already see them long back away at that point. But down to this 4 versus 4 with about 75 to play, so not bad progress at Virtus Pro at all. It's going to come down to a straight up shootout on the site itself here to see who comes away the winner.
Just wanted to take the peek along those windows, see if anybody's playing on the rotation. They are not, but Doom does manage to find Skies. That's the Grim taken off the board, and Bees go with him. So much utility being lost along the way here for Virtus Pro. Now find themselves with a Monty having to fight with the pistol. Nako taken down. Solotov finds that kill. 4 versus 1. They're holding on from Bedroom. Rorik does manage to take his man down. Solotov off the board, but the Nitro over the top of the Kiba barricade, past the bed, into construction, does the job. That's going to be the final kill. Falcons get themselves a successful defense, and it is now 3-5.
Worth mentioning again, we had that conversation a couple of weeks ago about who had the most explosive kills around the world. Top 4 were players over in APL, but the player that was top in the West was none other than Breeday himself, and secures one at the very end there to see them over the line. Really turn that bottleneck of construction doorway in towards site into a bit of a death valley in a really. As soon as they tried to step through that doorway while Solotov was there ready and waiting. The Guardian to site itself does bring the scoring within 2-round striking distance. We go again, though, into one of those really crucial rounds that we always speak about, though, Tim. This one gets won by Virtus Pro, 6-3. A 3-round difference starts to feel a little bit too significant. If Falcons can win it, well, they're back within 1 round after winning 2 in a row. It's not without reason that they couldn't go on and potentially win it, or at the very, very least take us into overtime. This is a crucial one. I feel Falcons have to come out on top here.
I'd agree. Not quite decisive necessarily. As you say, they're still in the game no matter what happens, but certainly what we call one of those swing rounds where the momentum can shift significantly. But it's going to be CCTV and Cash, just looking at those defenders. Always looking at the Thorn at the minute. It's an operator that I love playing, love watching. I think a lot of value in bringing Thorn along at the minute for area denial, for plant denial. We'll see quite often sort of keeping 2 in pocket. Maybe, you know, it keeps it flexible. If a shield starts approaching, they don't know that there isn't one there yet. So a shield starts approaching, you can put a Razor Bloom out on their path. Prevent them pushing you like that. If you keep 1 in pocket, which is the case now for Solid Stop, if a plant starts going down, it can be sent in much like you would do a smoke canister and it'll detonate in time. So lots of options there for the Thorn.
Great charge!
Last time around, he was deleted very, very handily on the entry by the players of Virtus Pro. In the previous round of the My Way, really has shone his brightest so far. I'm already expecting to see a little bit of challenge coming on through. I mean, both teams have played, I've got to say, so aggressive on their own. Doesn't matter if playing downstairs or up on the top floor. We've seen extensions galore, whereas typically you might see a little bit of roaming up on the first floor defending downstairs, or if you find yourself inside Cash CC, you'd extend it towards a catwalk, but a full extension out towards the other side of the map, I'd say that's quite rare, but both teams have done it very consistently on this map so far. It's one of the more defensively aggressive clubhouses that I've seen in a long time, Tim.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like you say, not too much attention actually being paid to the sites through large portions of these rounds. Leakafak proving your point. He's going to be waddling his way up those central stairs. Are they aware of it? They've absolutely no idea of his position. A complete free before he manages to take down Dan. Dan almost reacted. Rorik definitely did react. Takes down Leakafak in a trade, and it's going to be 3 versus 3 as Pride manages to put that shotgun to work right in the face of Nako. 3 versus 2 as June gets in on the action, and that is a lost opportunity for Virtus Pro. But the fight back's on. Hang on a minute. Skies with a huge double.
He needs to try and save. Oh, Eustace has got a real game to play here now. Does he want to try and play this dance? Will he swing? Yes, but it's inside the sight. No, Eustace has won it. Oh, Skies. All you had to do, buddy, was keep him out. Anything. It would have been great. But it's won by none other than Eustace himself. Both teams showing up with some big clutches in this game so far, Tim.
I have no idea how Eustace has managed to win that. The utility goes onto the doorway. And Skies even knows that Eustace has stepped in at that point. His shots are just low. That's the top and bottom of it. His crosshair is too low. If he's aiming higher, if he's up at head height, he gets the kill. It's simple as that. But Eustace, you know, shows the difference in reverse and picks it up. So great stuff from Falcons. They take round 9, bring it back to 5-4. We're going to see the clash banned out by Virtus Pro. Not something that's been played as of yet by Falcons, but obviously, you know, just determining that they don't want that to be the case quite often.
Man.
This is, just look at the crosshair placement.
He's
So low, he's like aiming at his legs.
It's like a crime scene, man. He's drawing white lines all around him, but not actually hitting the body itself. Unfortunate for Skies. That one will sting a little bit because, as we mentioned, that was a crucial round, and Falcons are now back within 1. It did require a 1v2 being won out. However, we've also seen Virtus Pro win out 2 clutches themselves in this game. It's kind of mad to think the Falcons are as close as they are, but they are within striking distance. They can get this one done, especially going down onto the bottom floor, one of our most defender-sided sites in the game.
The mirror will still be present, however. Flash has been taken away, but it does mean, as we've said, it's always kind of pick your poison now. Which utility do you want to play up against? And they will be against those Black Mirrors, so we will see what's going to be the plan to deal with them. They do have Dan on the Ash, that's one option. You've got the Hibana, that's another option. You've got smoking it off with the Capitao, a third option. Get in there and smash it. So plenty of chances, plenty of ways that they can deal with that utility, but deal with it they still must. 5-4 now on the scoreboard as we head into round 10. Church and Arsenal will be the target for Virtus.pro. They were able to win it out last time. Let's not forget, it came down to a real Hail Mary play with Dan and Pasha ultimately holding on as they managed to just dash into that plant spot and secure it. Leakefak was 1v2, and I think, honestly, you know, if you played that round a few more times in exactly the same way, Leakefak could come away with a few wins. So I think Virtus.pro were a little bit lucky, and I'm not sure the luck will continue carrying through to this point.
Maybe not. So, oh, come on, man. Watch him get a 3K off the back of this now. I swear to God.
No chance.
I was about to say, don't even bother. Just get out. And sure enough, get out he will. Be able to move the shell at the very least, but he's lucky to be alive there. 4 shots he took during that period.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how Jim's got away with that. We're also showing one of the other powers, one of the other Ooh, they're getting a little bit sloppy down here, Falcons at the minute. They're giving up damage quite often. Just showing one of the other real benefits of playing Scorpos. Jim's back up to full health. So if you see that, don't think it's a glitch or anything. It's because he's got 2 shells. They both have 100 HP. So he takes a bunch of damage on one, transfers back to the other. He's back to the full health of that other shell. So a good little strength of Scorpos.
And now able to support. So he might go on to get a 3K off the back of it, or yet to be seen. On the side of Virtus.pro, though, we're down to our last 60 here. They've got what they need in terms of the hatch control. They've, of course, had that hammer swinging away from Rorik, making sure they've got control inside of the hallway at the same time. Just trying to restrict movement the defenders. Stopping up what might be a plant spot here. A drop inside for Nako, for example, will make a lot of sense into that kitchen hatch. But also have that main stairs option, which is exactly where I think he's now looking to go. But again, they've got choices, the crucial part. My only worry is they haven't got a single kill. They haven't forced these Falcons players completely away. You can just see 2 or 3 of them already. I tell you what, that's horrible. That is vile. Dan didn't even get a chance to see him, and Solitar's taking his head clean off. Zoom into another. Starts at that potential 3K that I mentioned with 1 for himself. Looking a bit rough here for Virtus.pro team. I'm starting to wonder, are they running out of ideas?
Yeah, the same angle that we saw Shepard punished on so long ago back at the Mexico Major. Through the pots and pans, Brede does manage to find Sky Solotov. It was running away from Falcons for a little bit. They've been able to fight their way back into it. The shotgun does the job on Taneko, and just like that, Falcons have got themselves leveled up, and they are showing why they've got such a strong record on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Solotov especially is like unleashed in the second half. He came into it not having the best time, but has really woke himself up now. I think he's close to breaking even as well. Just looking absolutely phenomenal. And Virtus.pro are realizing it. Right, we've lost our advantage. It's now down to 5 apiece. We should have had this one sewn up, it feels like, when we were up 5-2. But to give 3 rounds in a row over to Falcons, that's going to stink. And they've got to find a way back into the game.
Ripping the brakes, as it were, by going for the tactical timeout. Just going to, as you say, have that discussion. Seeing that in this second half, interestingly, the entry is being overturned quite a lot as well when we look at just round 6 onwards. So for the first half, where we had Virtus.pro on the defense, the round went with the entry. The entry kill was converted every single time for the first 6 rounds. Since then, it's only actually been converted twice out of 5. So, you know, a very different kind of ball game at the minute coming in with, you know, teams really being able to fight back, as it were, you know, really being able to push back against that man disadvantage. And we've seen that quite a few times where, you know, it may be kind of 4 versus 3 and then it'll just get flipped on its head like this. 3 versus 2, you know, and they end up losing the round, and it's a Falcons win. So certainly not proving to be too much of a factor in this second half, at least. 3 rounds in a row for Falcons now, and they're going to be looking to continue that momentum up in gym and bedroom, which they played in round 8. They won. Virtus.pro just, I think, a little bit slow for me, a little bit ineffective at clearing key areas.
Yeah, and again, you're going to see the exact same thing, the extension out towards Cash and CC, and both teams have really struggled with breaking this open when there have been these double architect operators on side. And if you've heard me say the word architect there, you're like, what the hell do you mean by architect operators, Des? 2 years ago, we had Ubisoft speaking about this, you know, Mira, Azami, Clash, I'd say, almost somewhat falls inside there as well. Castle, no doubt, a big part of it too. Just all 4 really let you change massively how you play a side through their gadgetry. And so I think across those 4, like, it makes it so hard to break down this side of the map overall. Yes, there's only 2 that are coming along here, but 2 is enough, I think, to waste a hell of a lot of time. Virtus Pro are really sending a Hail Mary in behind this Monty as well. 4 out of the 5 rounds they've run it so far. They managed to win, of course, the first one back in round 7, thanks to a down 1v1, admittedly overturning a leak of back 4K. But they're yet to find success with it outside of that first round. I'm probably a little bit nervous here, Tim, that they won't be able to find success in general. Feels like Falcons have just got their number at this point.
June peppering shots out towards Garage there, unable to pick up any damage onto Nako. So we see Falcons not quite being forced back yet, but at least kind of manoeuvred back a little bit out of top red stairs. They're now inside cash. As that pressure mounts, we would expect them to move back through construction, but they are not going to go anywhere soon, I don't think. They're going to try to hold on to this for as long as possible. Keeper barricade will allow a little bit of an out for June there, so he can get himself back towards site. Solotov now finds himself in construction. And it is going to be Virtus Pro just starting to tighten the net a little bit halfway through the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's enough, right? Like, you can waste a little bit of time even on the roam. It's one thing you got to remember about roaming, and most people don't always like appreciate this. You don't have to get kills. If you can chew through drones, if you can chew through utility, if you can even just chew through time, it's enough. And if you get away with a kill during that time period, great. That's resource being taken away from the attackers. You are weakening them. But it isn't essential for you to get a kill for a roam to be successful. Just being out there and wasting time and falling back when you know drones are likely to follow can be enough. Now, Dan's going to start out with the entry. Solotov, who, as I mentioned, has been having a really good half so far, is taken offline. Leaker back into 2 for himself, though. A C4 kill coming out as well. Starting to fall apart once again. The Virtus Pro team, they've got to make it work. And UCC ain't going to let that happen. A 4v2 Falcons might be about to go up to that point.
Virtus Pro have just lost so much steam in this second half. I'd say the same for them as I said about Falcons to begin with. My criticism of Falcons was that the rounds being lost in the first half weren't necessarily down to the strategy, weren't necessarily down to, you know, they just weren't competitive in a lot of areas. They weren't really winning gunfights. They didn't have man advantage. In the first 4 rounds, 4 of them only got 1 kill each on the side of Falcons. They really weren't in the game, but they've come back. They're the ones who found the footing. They've dug deep. They've showed some good resilience, and they're into this now. And Virtus Pro, they're rattled. There's no 2 ways about it. They're struggling to find the kills now. They're not in, you know, in the same way. They're not competitive in these gunfights. Falcons are just picking them up for fun. They're hitting them with nitros. They're hitting them with utility. They're burning their time. They're just making everything difficult for them. And this is much more the Falcons that we expect to see on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it was that big question at the halfway mark was, you know, have they sat down Virtus Pro and done their homework on the other side of things? Their defenses were great. They had Falcons figured out to a T. Beautiful stuff. If Virtus Pro can get a single round on the line, and truthfully, Cash CC, in my opinion, is the site to do it. It's the one where the extensions aren't as brutal. It's one where you go direct access towards site by opening up a single wall. You haven't got as much map to worry about clearing. If they're going to find a way through, Tim, it's going to be here and now. They're running the Capital, they're running the Monty. I know they've run those things an awful lot already, but for this side in particular, it should make clearing Catwalk that much easier. On the other side, there's only the ADSs. There's no one my own side, for example. So clearly they feel that they've got what they need here to crack this egg wide open.
I think Virtus Pro need to get more value out of the entry kills as well. So I mentioned it, and the reason I bring it up again is after mentioning it, saying, you know, a lot of these entry kills in the second half with Virtus Pro on the attack and not resulting in round wins. It happened again. Dan got the entry, Falcons won the round. So Virtus Pro have actually had 4 of the entry kills in the last 6 rounds. And they've only won 1 of them. They've only won 25% of the rounds that they've had the entry kill for in the last 6. And that is a big problem because they're doing great work. They're getting those early kills, but Falcons are, you know, bringing themselves back into it every single time. So I'm going to watch very closely here. If Virtus Pro get that kill, is it traded? And if not, how do they use that man advantage? Where are they then sending that extra player to put some pressure on Falcons?
Nice touch away from Nako. Just watch out for that fire to your left, good sir. Sure that one isn't chewing you alive. In a spot now where, of course, he's a little bit more at risk here. June with that Gorkast taken away. Takes a really high-risk move here and drops the way down. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he was going for there, knowing that the wall blown was soft. Like, I get maybe he was trying to surprise them. Maybe it was a mispress of the keyboard. I don't know. That was a weird one.
So, entry kill goes to Virtus Pro again. Can they lock it down this time? So, big difference here. They've managed to, first of all, my first step after getting an entry kill that I want to see is keep yourselves alive. Don't give a trade up. Don't give that man advantage. We're now outside of that window. They've got themselves the 5v4. They've cemented that. They've secured it. They've taken it over Catwalk. They've got the breach onto CCTV. They've got a lot of what they need here. Somebody needs to control Lounge, but other than that, they are in a position to be able to think about putting a plant down. There is 2 nitros left on the side of Falcons. That is a factor that they need to consider as well, but there is no smoke, so they should have access to that bomb site. Solotov picks up a beauty onto Dan though. 4 versus 4. Could this be another round that crumbles for Virtus Pro despite having the entry kill? Solotov gets a beautiful nitro onto the Catwalk.
The plant's going down, even with Rorik nowhere nearby. Another seat, like, come on, boys. You've seen them come over all day long. But it's still just not going to be enough. 5 rounds in a row for Falcons. Sees them taking their map pick. 7-5.
Yeah, not concerned at all about playing from a man disadvantage. Using that utility to its maximum value, not just in the last round, but through the game as well. Beautiful stuff from Falcons, and they take the first map. It's 1-0.
Thoroughly entertaining first map, Tim. I can't wait to see how the second goes. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the go, breaking it right to the door. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Falcons improve a lot in the second half. They take map 1, and it all kicks off with the playstyle that they're allowed to play because of the bans that they do.
Yeah, I thought it was really smart. We've mentioned a lot how basic, how default would be to have hard reacher bans and wall denial bans. Gate Bandit on one side, Thermite Ace on the other. However, one thing that was quite clear ever since the beginning of the defense on Falcon's side was as soon as Thermite and Ace were banned, they were forced on the side of VP to bring hard reacher tools and Hibana. And so what does that enable on the other side? If you impact trick, which what they've done quite a lot, as you can see, Solis had impact here, you had Scopus as well who had impact, and they brought that not only for basement, by the way, they had impact, a range of impacts on every single bomb site. The goal was to impact trick the Hibana bridges, maybe even you know, try to have the impact in case they wanted to run out. And I thought that was such a smart strategy because that meant that VP was forced into facing or trying to go into small doorways or small entry points.
Yeah.
And if we focus about it, there was an enormous amount of C4 kills on the side of Falcon starting the defense side.
Yeah, there really was. And it was a big thing around the whole defense. Like you say, you see the C4 kill there through the hard breach, catch it, and that ultimately was in the round winning round as well. And I think actually the game plan worked really well because they had a idea about the breaches. They deliberately, against VP, which not a lot of teams do, they left every shield open. But they had a plan.
Open, glass open.
Yeah, exactly. They left it all open for NACO to play, but they had a plan of being together, being in close proximity, playing for the breaches, and just making the space really hard for VP to take. And in fact, yes, Leaky Fact was top of the score, but the one player that I want to focus on was Solotov, the one that was below him, because actually Solotov was kind of the epiphany of great defense versus a pretty okay attack, I would say. And this was very similar with Falcons. They had a pretty okay attack. It was a 2-4 split. Could have been a 3-3, but for the final round. And then in defense, they really kicked on. This man was an absolute monster. You know, he was out there. He was playing on the 2-bro. He got, I think, 3 of those kills in the defense with C4. And that KD just went through the roof. And he was a big reason why Falcons had that turnaround.
They really showed it in the second half here, that this was, of course, their map pick, right, going into the series, and that it also belongs to them, right? That's step 1 done in the upper bracket final. We'll be moving on to the second map in the series, which is Virtus Pro's map pick. Going on to Consulate. How are we feeling about this map? I mean, that should allow Falcons to start on defense again.
Yeah. That's a big point for us, right? Because
it's quite funny, yeah.
Because if we think about it, Falcons, they struggled quite a lot in defense. You know, they had a 50% defense win rate. Their attacks were better. Like, it's weird. It's not something that we very often see from top teams.
Yeah, exactly. Falcons actually coming into this playday were the only team that had a better attack win rate than defense win rate out of every team inside of EML. Which actually means they should be comfortable attacking. As we know, both of these two teams are comfortable attacking on Consulate. They both have a positive attack win rate. But I think the scary thing for me is actually if Falcons, you know, were kind of flip-flopping during the group stage, if they were not looking at 100%, a big reason to do that was their defenses. They've come out the blocks today, and we've seen the defenses from Falcons that are tight-knit. They're playing together. They're playing for win conditions. The energy and the communication is really good. Obviously, the viewers at home don't quite get to see or hear that, but we've got the privilege of being able to do that. And we can confirm that everything for Falcons, it looks like a massively improved defense. So the fact that they're already 1 map up, the fact that they're starting defense on Consulate is a good sign for them. That's not to say VP are slouches at this, attacking this map, far from it. They wouldn't have picked it if so. But for Falcons, that's where they're going to want to be right now.
And going back to what you said, Anne, which was really true at halftime, was how lighthearted Falcons was, how they didn't take everything too seriously. And even after the round, I think round 7, I think when they go down 2-5, they were still laughing. And that was the round where they were in a 4v2 and they lost it. And so even then, instead of being pissed, they were actually quite, you know, still joking around. And I think that there's 2 things here. I think on one part, the momentum. They were always composed, they were always having fun, despite being down 2-5, and that's a huge plus for Falcons because we've heard their comms before, and throughout the season, it was not always that clean. And then there is the second thing that Jack touched upon was how good their defense are and how they've reworked them. And the main ingredient in that is how good they are at finding mid-round what's going to be the win condition. And it was really good because Liquefact always asked, can we do this? Are we going to retake downstairs? Are we going to play for the C4s here? Everyone aligns in a spans of 5 or 10 seconds, and the rest of the team can follow up on that plan. If they can start in defense here, that's going to be really strong for them.
Then the main question is, what do Virtus Pro need to show us to really get... I mean, these attack rounds on the road, you already mentioned it, Jack. There are no slouches on attack in this map. What is it that they can bring to the table here?
I think the thing where they went wrong in Clubhouse is they got a good defense split to them, but their attacks let them down a little bit. I think, you know, the man on your screen there, Nako, clearly he's going up against a team that's prepared for him, that's prepared for how he's going to play, whether that be the Shields, whether that be the Glass, whether that be the Ying, the little plays. He's coming up against a very familiar opponent here who, like Leo's just said, has the mid-round adaptations. So I think this is maybe his first test or one of the early tests for him as an IGL in a high-pressure, relatively, scenario of being in the playoffs that you want to win inside of EML. How can he navigate his team in the mid-round? We've seen VP be very, very good at executing the plays that they know that they're good at, you know? Think back to the clip that you showed right at the start of this game.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen VP attacking Lure and they do that same process over and over again? They look really good. Now they're getting tested in the mid-rounds. The dynamics changing inside the round, and that's where they need their experience to step up, but that's also where they need their IGL to step up to counter that mid-round. It needs to be a game of chess within the round, and that's where the IGL start coming into it.
They've showed this map so much. They've showed Consulate quite a lot. They're on a triple win streak on it, if I'm not mistaken. They had showed Clubhouse quite a lot before. Everyone starts to figure out their very unique playstyle, the abuse of the shield, and if not, the abuse of Ying and Glass combo, which is basically a little bit of a crutch in my opinion. And so if they fall back to a more default playstyle, which they ended up doing on Clubhouse, Falcons had the answer as well. So like I said, I think it's more so a test on Nako's side, to try and find some new things. And also, I think breaking apart these tight-knit defenses on the side of Falcons, abusing just that, the utility-based operators.
And that's not to say that, like, either of these teams, it's not to say that VP played bad. That was a very excellent Clubhouse that we're going into. These are currently the best two teams inside of EML, playing out the highest quality maps in both of their respective map pools as well. So it really, really does come down to seriously fine margins as to who wins or who loses.
I feel like that's the most important thing, right? We are watching the upper bracket final, of course. The top two teams as of right now in EML, and the second map is up for Virtus Pro to show what they can do.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, it is. And it's one that, as we've already said, they have a lot of success on, Tim. 3-0 throughout 2026, undefeated. Does it mean the Falcons can't play them up? No, of course they can. And maybe, Tim, just maybe, they could be the ones walking away with a 2-0 instead, despite what we thought at the end of that first half on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Falcons' record is decent as well, definitely 4-2. So, you know, maybe not quite at Virtus Pro's level, but not very far off at all. And just the way that the back end of Clubhouse went, Falcons are going to be carrying a lot of confidence. It was something I mentioned in the half-time of Clubhouse. You know, how the spirits were up, they'd heard the team comms, they were, you know, sort of bouncing along through the game and playing happy, if you will. So, yeah, I think they could be difficult to overcome at this point. Virtus Pro are going to ban away the clash straight away, and in response, Falcons are going to be taking the Blackbeard out of things. So it's going to be a big hit on the shields in the banning phase for Consul.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a big surprise. It was a bit of a frustration point for both teams at points. The Shank coming away, I think quite popular on this map, you know, targeting towards Brede as well above all else. I think makes a lot of sense. And the Grim on the other side, typically the sort of thing I'd expect to be directed towards Falcons. Maybe we will see that come out as a thing in the second half, but here also being taken away from Virtus Pro. Both teams with a couple of target bans on there, more specific to the map itself. Otherwise, I'd say bans that are just pretty damn strong otherwise.
We're going to get on into this one then, and as we've said, it's going to be Falcons kicking things off on the defense, and straight away, just looking at that lineup, we've seen the bandit bans go up and up. We've spoken about them at length. It's not going to be the case this time, so we're going to see that bandit brought along straight away. I would expect to see Liquefact using at least one of those batteries on that kind of closet wall, the external wall in towards site, and keep that closed for as long as possible. Exactly that one, thank you very much. And I think looking at the side of Virtus Pro, I'm interested to see the Sens brought on side. It's always an operator I like to see brought by attackers because there's a plan, there's an execute that's very much going to be focused around that, whether it's going to be used for taking space. We often see it, bit of a peek, it's 2E. It should have been too easy. June, what is going on? Pasha with a big response takes him down. That's going to be advantage Virtus Pro.
He's just so good, isn't he?
It's just
He's just so bloody brilliant, Pasha. It astounds me every single time. Shouldn't be winning that. Shouldn't be hitting the SMG that he hit during the post plant. Back on Clubhouse, he just finds a way to get it done. And Doom equally, he'll be kicking himself because he knows that he should have had him dead to rights there. I almost laughed. I thought, if that's Rorik that's running in towards Doom, I was just like, surely not. Surely we don't big up this Sens here. Because I'm with you, Tim. You see a Sens on side, there's pretty much always a game plan. For it to get domed early on during like a run out or some kind of aggressive peak would just be classic. True irony, but classic.
just looking at Pasha as well. Look how little damage he's taken. Like, he wasn't ready for that run out. His was, you know, purely reactionary with his shots. You know, and Doom was there, prepared. That's exactly where he was looking. So big loss of Falcons. But anyway, we move on. We're going to see the electrification just stopping that wall being breached from admin for the time being. They're going to breach this side wall instead. We're going to see the Selma Charger's second detonation. Gives an angle straight through. So Falcons need to be cautious around that corridor now. Rorik being inside of admin suggests that we're maybe going to see those sense gadgets used to create a little bit of a safe corridor in towards site. We see that quite often. If you think of maybe cafe, basement, not basement really, but bottom floor cafe in the kitchen, we see it used to block off the line of sight from VIP, for example. I think we're maybe going to use some of those light screens in that kind of capacity to prevent. So there's so many places down the bottom of here that you can be peaked when you're trying to work through that corridor.
Absolutely. Well, once again, VP really leaning in hard in towards Nako on this Monty. Poor man might get to play nothing else on every single attacking round throughout this entire series. This ends up being a 2-0. And as always, Falcons just always have one more speed forward to play with. Both tossed out towards Nako. The second one getting the deal done. The 3 versus 4 now for the side of Virtus Pro. And not a lot of time with which to work. Falcons so far defending brilliantly.
Yeah, they are just holding a skinny angle here. Solotov, he's not going to get any more aggressive than that because he knows that he can't. He's so low health. You can see those light screens just in and around, trying to create that area of safety. That can then pop up, and you've got that little bit of space to get in and put the diffuser down. So it is going to be used towards a direct plant, but they're not aware of the player underneath. And Rorik's going to be taken down. Pasha looking for an opportunity to put the diffuser down, manages to get his man. He's going to have to stick this, and the cover's there. I tell you what, that round went back and forward so many times. I'm thinking, right, VP have got a good advantage. They've got that opening kill onto Doom, and then they start getting taken down. You know, they can't get into sight. The smokes are hitting them. They lose Nako on the shield. I think, right, Falcons looking solid here. And then Virtus Pro just come back almost out of nowhere to take it down. A good win from them, a good round for them, and just showing how difficult it is going to be to beat Virtus Pro here on Consulate. And I'd have been interested to see them actually stay underneath Leak Effect there when he gets that first kill. The diffuser's there, you know you've dropped the case. Maybe try and stick it, but you know, it's always going to be difficult to challenge for the defenders from below. So he chooses to go back upstairs. Doesn't work out, and Virtus Pro take the first round. It's 1-0.
To be clear, the craziest part about that, it was 4 versus 2, of course, and Pasha and Dan have each got 2 kills in the space of 7 seconds.
Yep.
Like, that is a miraculous way to pull off and save a round. Like, they had 2 clutches, 1 each, back on Clubhouse. Still couldn't quite get the job done then. That's certainly a statement coming into round 1 that they are not mucking about. They do not want to see this over and done in just 2 maps. They want to be the team that make it guaranteed into that final, which will get played tomorrow as our last game at the stage.
Heading down to basement for the second defensive round then. Falcons choosing to move on rather than try that site again. Looking at the lineup, plenty of explosions expected in this one. We've got the Thermite and the Hibana, so there's going to be lots of destruction possible. And we're going to have Nako just watching that window for the time being. I'm putting a little bit of a question mark on Nako's shield play over well, the last kind of 6 or 7 rounds, really. I just think he's been a little bit aggressive at times. We saw it in construction where he dashed on in, didn't have the support. Leak Effect was still top red, and he put himself in a really bad spot. And I think he did that again in that last round there. He charges in towards long desk, and he just starts getting hit with the smokes. He gets hit with a nitro. His health just gets chipped away. There's nothing wrong with an aggressive Monty. You just can't be too aggressive. You can't put yourself in bad spots because you can't defend yourself. And if you're too far ahead of your team, you're going to be punished for it. We keep seeing the shield taken off the board without really gaining too much from it.
For sure. Well, let's see what Falcons can do this time around in the early round. They've been really good with the C4s, I've got to give it to them throughout the series multiple times. You know, Brede stepping up with kills, his son Leak Effect netting a couple back on the previous map as well. They've done brilliant work with it. Here they come armed with 3. They've got the Ella to help deal with Naqo. It's almost like they've acknowledged that they're going to see a lot of the Monty coming out. They've said, okay, with these 2 bands are making away, we know that the Monty is going to be the go-to thing for them. And that's why they're bringing along this lineup that helps deal with it, that helps slow down the side of Virtus Pro. And maybe Falcons are looking at it and thinking, you know what, by playing the time, playing the clock here, that's how we're going to find ourselves with our win. Immediately they managed to let Leak Effect just sprint away there for a quick second towards bottom spiral. Naqo's certainly not going to go chasing anyone anytime soon.
No, this is what I wanted to see a little bit more. They're getting more value out of that Monty here. You look how they've shifted those players. They're not aware. Rorik's going to be coming round, is he? Yeah, there you go. He's watching into. That's what I was concerned that, again, Naqo was maybe just extending a little bit too far. But no, the support is there this time. And Rorik manages to get that kill. This is way better use of that shield. They've been able to... Oh, what a shot through the smoke as well. Brede manages to get one. Scars is there with one of his own. Brede taken down in a late trade. And it's going to be Rorik. 3 in the round to finish it off. Better shield use as I've tried. They kept getting kills. So rude of them. As I was saying, the Monty, just much better use, just a little bit more reserved, still quite aggressive, still got in there, forced those players away, forces the Soulless out of position, creates that space, creates the opportunity for Rorik coming down because he's then a bit of a magnet, and Rorik picks up a couple of kills on the back of it. So yeah, much better from Naqo in that round in my mind.
It was more the pressure as a team. Like, he, of course, is once again, just like the Clash when you were speaking about it back on Club, he's the attention soak. You see that shield walking at you, you can't well ignore it. Like, yeah, it's a pistol on the other side, okay. It's still pretty damn lethal, and it's why you have to be so mindful of it in the first place. But it's just how they managed to very casually and slowly and gently take ground there that I thought for a time, I was like, well, Falcons are going to find themselves happily running this clock down with 3 C4s at the ready. They'll just play behind C4s. What I like from Virtus Pro is they didn't give them time to sit and start deploying all of that. Instead, they had the chance to be able to charge their way forward aggressively, punish them before any utility could be deployed, and Falcons were simply overrun. You don't tend to expect that when there is a Monty on side, so that tempo switch up from Virtus Pro in the mid round, that's what really helped them get that one over the line. A great second round. They're up 2-0 on the attack, Tim. I wouldn't be complaining if I were in their shoes.
Okay then. Let's see if Falcons can get themselves... It was much the same as Clubhouse, really. They lost the first couple of rounds and then they were able to kind of scratch a couple out, as it were. So this time it's going to be Piano that they're trying to hold on to. So there's, I would imagine, going to be a battle over top floor. And as Rorik dives straight onto the rappel, I would suggest that I am likely to be correct. On the Raura, we don't see too much of the Raura being brought along, but another operator that I really do enjoy watching. We've seen those changes recently, which really slows down the speed at which her barriers rise once a defender shoots them. For the attackers, it's still nice and quick, but for a defender, I think it's about 6 seconds.
Oh, mate, I'm going to
really
make a while that shit takes that time to go up and down. It's straight
so
at the wall.
And there's just a nice pair of legs usually that appear at the bottom of it, and you can just shoot them. It's really easy. So I really like the Raura. DMR available as well, not actually brought along by Rorik, but that is a choice. And so yeah, it's another sense. It's another one where, right, we're going to block this doorway, we're going to block this doorway, that's going to give us the space, and that's what it's all about. So yeah, I like that from them.
Oh, Tim, look, it's 3 C4s again. And they've got smokes. They'll do anything to try and stop Naqo. And this time around, they're ready with C4s in hand, which I like the small little change up. Good chunk of health taken away. Of course, not going to kill anyone, but respectable. And shoot, almost being taken out from downstairs there. Skies is the one ready and waiting, but now Pasha's going to fall very critically, Tim. Those are the Candelas that are gone.
Big loss for Virtus Pro, but Rorik does manage to get in there with the Raura, put it to use, and get the kill onto Solotov. 4 versus 4. Naquo low health, so again, can't be going too aggressive. Takes more damage from that smoke canister. Just trying to bully his way into top yellow. There are no more toxic babes available for Falcons, though, so once that clears, he will be able to start moving forward. There's no nitros on side, but keep your eye on Leakifag with that impact nade in pocket. That would be enough to take Naquo down. Doom manages to pick up Dan. That's the Nomad gone. I would imagine air jabs should have been deployed by now. Utility-wise, it shouldn't be a problem, but manpower will be. 45 seconds left to go. We see another Raura barricade being sent in there to prevent access into bathroom, but I tell you what, you can just peek around the corners, guys. Does take users, though.
They can recover him as well, like, because of that Raura that's down on the doorway. No one can swing in and be aggressive here. So sure enough, Rorik gets recovered. We're back into a 3 versus 3. They still need top floor control. They do not have enough. And they've got the right idea because there is still one player, Bride, sat just across from them. Oh, they're giving him the respect that he needs, though. It's going to drop in instead. Bride being so patient about this. When he strikes, though, if they don't manage to hold to this top floor, they are screwed.
They really are. They're now going to see Naquo dropping in. Yeah, it's over. Naquo's got no option but to try and put that diffuser down. He is surrounded, as expected. And just like on Clubhouse, Falcons lose the first 2 rounds, come back with the third, and we found ourselves sat at 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, well handled by Falcons too. Like, I like the things that changed up compared to round 2. In round 2, I said they had all this utility with which to throw at the shield once they started getting near looking for a plant. Virtus Pro read into that and said, cool, let's just go really slow to start with, make them think it's okay to wait to use utility, and then we flood. And they just couldn't do anything about it. Round 3, they're using C4s off the rip. They're not even looking for gunfights to start, Tim. They're literally yeeting C4s at that shield, hoping to catch someone else. That was a real cool idea to start things out. But then later in the round, once they've used those C4s and damaged them onto you and got them really focused on the plant because time has been wasted so aggressively, they just sit and play very passively. They wait for the drop to come on through. Once they got rid of Pasha and the Candelas were gone, they knew really that they were in dreamland then, and all they had to do was play things slow and patient. So both teams showing really good adaptation to the tempo demands of a round itself. Doesn't mean that Falcons are super happy with that first quarter, though. Dropping 2 rounds. Only winning the 1 defense is not a good spot to be in. So hopefully after that attack timeout, we see some change. And speaking of, Tim, more change to come. Operator bans to follow through now.
I've just got a little bit of information that I believe that timeout did not count because of the time. I think it was because of the time it was cold. It was too late, so it wasn't effectively a timeout. It wasn't an opportunity for the coach to speak to them. So I think that'll still be available on the cards. So 2-1, we are Virtus Pro. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong in that as well. 2-1 for Virtus Pro after that first quarter, and I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. It gives them a good opportunity, especially on the attack. Consular, you know, they're looking at a 4-2 half here before they get on the defense of their own map. I think they're going to be fairly satisfied with that if you can come away with the 4-2. Last time, of course, Falcons were able to, you know, really make it difficult for them. It was nearly a 3-3 half, so we'll see whether they can do that again, keep them under pressure. But we're going to have those additional bans coming through. It's going to be a Glaz and the Warden that are taken away, so pretty complementary bans coming out. So you're not going to have to worry about the Glaz looking through a smoke, but nor will you have to worry about the Warden doing the same. Not having the Sens brought along this time. If you remember last time for this attack, Rorik was on the Sens, and it was all about getting those light screens down to just block those lines of sight and create a little opportunity to get the plant down. Didn't really work out for them, to be honest. We saw the light screens deployed, we didn't really see them in action, so this time they've just gone for the pure disruption of the Deimos.
I was like seeing a similar thing with the Thatcher we spoke about earlier when you see certain operators get brought along and you know something's happening. Thatcher feels like a very easy one to kind of point at and go, oh, it means they're trying to disable something. It's like, yeah, but what is it they're trying to disable? They're trying to make something that little bit easy for themselves. Otherwise, you just bring along micro EMPs if it's to do with opening a wall, for example. So I think maybe here there's going to be something they've got in mind that might make things a little bit easier. For example, being able to use it to disable any razor balloons that are on the other side of windows if you're trying to go in for a rappel while Pasha's yeeting in a bunch of those Candelas. Equally, if C4s are then going to start following over not long after, that could also be another really good option for you. So I think here it's definitely a game plan that Dan and the team have got in mind. Or to see if they can capitalise off the back of it. That's it. Well, 1 or 2 C4s at the ready. No shields, of course, in the round itself, but still a changing game plan from Virtus Pro overall. They know The Monty's really helped them so far. They've got to have something else up their sleeve to make this work. And here we go, starting to get themselves lined up for a default hit.
I think the Candela heading towards the Bandit, if you're wondering why, I think it was a little bit of a bait to try and get the Nitro out of him. They watch him for the Nitro being thrown here, as you suggested. They do take out one bit of utility, but there comes the Knight. They've completely messed that up. Users manages to find the kill. Yeah, they've completely messed it. We'll go back to that. Skies tries to put it down.
One.
There's the Knight. They tried to bait. This has all gone wrong for Virtus Pro. We'll break this down afterwards as we focus on the action, but the Skies is going to get a little bit of space here.
Oh, God,
manages to find the kill onto June, but yeah, it's done now. Skies gets taken out.
So this is a tutorial of how not to pull off this execute,
basically
by the way.
don't do this.
This has been an absolute car crash. Wow.
Yep.
I mean,
first thing,
I'd like to say nice try, but not really.
No, it wasn't. So first things first, Pasha sends that Candela in, and I kind of half explain. He sends that Candela in, and I'm often quite critical of utility like that being sent in, and you don't follow it in. There's no pressure around. You know, I often talk about what are you buying for your utility? What value are you getting out of it? What are you selling it for? And I think the Candela going in was to try and bait the Nitro out of the Bandit. They're hoping that by that coming in, he thinks, right, they're getting into the... Send it over now. Leakevac doesn't bite on that, for starters. So that's the first thing, because Leakevac then gets a Nitro kill later in the round. So he doesn't bite on that. Doesn't give up his position. Pasha doesn't take any ground off it. So it's a really good start from Falcons. Later in the round, you've then got... If the intention was to, I can only imagine it was, if the intention was to disable the Nitro, that's one of the worst attempts that I've seen from a Thatcher at doing that. So he hits something to begin with, which I'm pretty sure was a Wamai Magnet. There's then a second blast goes off. I don't know what. Because there's nothing on the little device screen for the Thatcher. And then when he can't blast the game because he's on cooldown, you literally watch the Nitro come across his readout, and he must just be saying, oh, God. You know, because it's like an IQ scanner almost. It gives you that opportunity to see the electronics. And had he just waited for that, he gets the disable on it. Really, really poor overall from Virtus Pro on the attack there.
I'm surprised he doesn't get pulled out like a Hey Jume today at some point, you know? He needs one of them moments, doesn't he? He needs a Jume Bellingham moment. That's what we're all waiting for. Maybe it is yet to come. Of course, didn't have the greatest one against Pasha early on in the attempted spawn peak. Was looking for something here just a second ago, but given absolutely nothing by Virtus Pro, unfortunately. Dan, being chased around now, ring around the roses. Here we go. We'll play this dance all day long. Oh, and he finds you first, I'm afraid. That's unlucky.
Bad damage to Breedy. Leakevac manages to take him down. That's going to be the switch off the board. No more worrying about those pesky shock drones. A little bit of damage done to Pasha as well. And Virtus Pro, again, Des just seems to be crumbling a little bit. They've just really gone off the boil. That last round seems to have shaken them. No surprises, because there was a lot of mistakes in it. But you got to be able to just give your head a wobble and move on. You know, get on with it. Get it out of your mind. But right now, it seems to still be impacting on them. Dan just running out from behind cover with no idea what was in front of him. You can see the EMP will come in there, but they're unaware of the player above, who just shoots all the pellets off. Big mistakes continue for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, dare I say, across these last couple of rounds, they've just looked wholly unprepared for what's coming their way. Falcons having the full run of the map, and I said earlier on, you know, Derry point towards a 2-0 for Falcons. Wouldn't have thought that back on club. When it was 2-1 to Virtus Pro, I was like, nah, it'd be completely fine. But it's more the nature by which these last two rounds have gone that I start to feel a little bit nervous of VP here. They're just getting bullied out of the map here, not even on gun skill alone. There's a kill for June onto Nako at the very least, who leaves a bit of too much himself on show. Pasha gets one back, but how long can we rely on heroics from one player, Tim? I don't know, there's a lot to ask.
Not very long against a team like Falcons, realistically, because that's what's going to happen. Breedy picks up Pasha, and there's your hero gone. Rorik just moving back. They didn't even get the hatch open. I think they lost at least, it was at least 6x Kairos pellets on that hatch. Might have been 8. Solotov picks up the man, so that's the Hibana gone as well. Easy round for Falcons, 2 in a row. That makes it 3-2 now, and Virtus Pro are in a little bit of trouble on the attack. I think, you know, the one thing that's going to be in their mind is, at least we've got our 2 attacks. We can look at going on to the defense. They're going to be confident that they can get 3 or 4 rounds, but no surprise to see that tactical timeout coming out. The only surprise is that they've only got 1 attack left, so you're not going to have too much of an impact with this timeout.
No, but I imagine on their side, they're thinking, we need more out of this half than what we're currently getting. We need to be coming out of this with 3, if not 4 rounds. We can have a good second half. And that's probably why on this side, they feel this is the best time to make use of it. And I don't blame them. Most teams will take their attack timeouts, I'd say, when they're getting absolutely battered like 3-0 in either half, but more likely on their attacking side, because that is when things can tend to be going wrong. I often say that, defense is easier, air quotes, to play, because you lean towards saying, right, here's the strat, here's the positions you play, here are the things that we might do at certain points. The attacking side requires a lot more problem solving, a lot more dynamism to your gameplay itself to be able to pincer onto certain players, to pull off a great execute, to communicate and count down well. So I think Virtus Pro realise this is the harder half for them, and they'd rather walk away with another round or 2 here than not take the attack time out and potentially maybe get 1 more round, if that, in the second half. So don't blame them for it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Don't blame them for it, but the impact is possibly limited as well to 1 round. So let's see. If there's a point in the second half, I always look at it. I think there's a point in the second half now where you've kind of, if you do win this round and you've bought your round with your tactical timeout, and then there's a point in the second half where you're really up against it and you think they could do with a tactical that you're then going to start looking back to this. So let's see how they do. It's going to be piano for our final site for Falcons on the defense, and they've got the Valkyrie. I love that pick. Not going to see the IQ brought along to counter it. So it's going to be the job of all the players to make sure that they are aware of those black eye camera positions, because you can get them up above, you can hit with nitros from below. They've got Solotov and users both with that utility in pocket. We've seen Falcons having, showing serious capability with the nitros in this game, in the entire stage, and they're going to look to continue to do that. So definitely something the Virtus Pro need to be aware of.
Sure. Well, for that, they also had a little chat, and they thought, you know what? It feels like a good time to get back on the Monty. Why not? How can things possibly go any worse? Because they had themselves in a good spot where they, of course, got the 2 round wins in that first quarter playing the Monty exclusively. I don't blame them at all for leaning back in towards it. On the other side, though, they've gone towards even more denial. Still got a couple of C4s to play behind. Now they've got the Goyo and the smoke to stack up behind. That is a lot of delay that they can put on towards the Monty. So again, we go back towards trying to slow a round down here and punish Virtus Pro early on.
Nitro comes out. It's going to do a little bit of damage. This is something they've done really well. I've commented, partly on Naquo's positioning, that he's been a little bit advanced of his team, a little bit aggressive sometimes, I feel, on that Monty. He's put himself in bad spots. The last couple of times we've seen him play it, he's actually not done that. He's been a little bit more reserved. He's got more value out of the shield, but he does just constantly take this chip damage. It's something that Falcons do really well. A Nitro here, a Toxic Babe there, and all of a sudden he's half health and in a little bit of trouble. Second Nitro goes out, and it's again that chip damage done. Pasha manages to find the kill onto Duke, but Useless is there with 1 onto Skies, and now they're just starting to bully the Monty. They've got to be able to find the kill. I think he's just screaming for a bit of help from Solotov there. It does come. Solotov had to wait for his moment. Users finishes him off. They know there's one outside a bathroom as well.
I think Rorik's trolled a little bit there. Not gonna lie. He's been very merrily marching his way on 4s while his monster's been getting absolutely bullied. Naquo must have been screaming there. 2 players pushing in towards him, and yet no support coming in from his team. Has been sold at the river a little bit. And I was going to say at least they managed to get things into a 3 versus 2, but now thanks to Solotov, we're into a 2 versus 2. Dan dropping it down to 1. Brede, time to clutch up big, my friend. Probably time to get that shotgun out and look to cause spot of damage here. Diffuser upstairs, likely going to be recovered in just a second. Which now means there is 30 seconds and Brede on the clock to make this happen.
I think Solotov just overstays his welcome a little bit there. He gets 1 kill, doesn't drop the hatch that's right next to him, and so he just gets pre-fired off the round really, and then leaves his man Brede in a 1v2. Can't finish it off, and so we have a 3-3, and that might actually, as you said before, Des, just be a really important round for VP.
Could, and I was honestly never sure why it wouldn't be, but a 3-3 half feels pretty balanced. Guys over on the desk, what do you make of it?
Thank you so much. Yeah, 3-3 I'd say is very good for Virtus Pro given they were on the attack here. But for Falcons, especially in that middle part here of the first half, we saw some incredible defenses.
Yeah, I think you could actually argue, Leo, I don't know if you'd argue this, but through control, I think Falcons have probably controlled at least 5 of the rounds and will be disappointed that it's not a 5-1 split. I think during the first couple of rounds, realistically, they went 2-0 down, but they could have won at least one of them, Leo.
That one is one of them. Like the first round, realistically, Bandit is downstairs. He can deny the plant. If his teammates are not pushing towards VP and they just play for denial here, it's a Falcons win. And then obviously, like countering the CEO window was quite easy for these guys.
Yeah.
One clear pattern I've seen on the side of Falcons. Remember how they won their defenses on the side of Clubhouse of using utility, Azami, Mira, Clash. What they've done here is a mix of A, spawn kills. They've done 2 already. The first one in the first round and this one with Solis. B, intel game. They brought Solis, they brought Mosey, they brought Valkyrie, as much intel as possible.
Yeah.
And then the last thing is a lot of utility to win in the last round, in the end of the round, sorry, in the late round, because overall, VP is one of the slowest team in the league.
And what do Solis, Mozzie and Valkyrie bring? Impact, C4s, and they've been playing a lot of smoke as well. I feel for poor Nacro. I think he got C4'd about 9 times during that half. You know, there was not a smoke canister thrown at him. There was a C4, then there was another C4, and then there was 2 players running at him. I think Falcons did a very, very good job of trying to mitigate that threat. I think that was probably the biggest threat that VP presented. We know how they like to play. They like to play behind the shields. They like to play the cheesy stuff, and I think Falcons did a good job. Where I think they maybe failed, actually, was in the late round, was in the composure of... The one thing they did well in Clubhouse was talking about the late round. Who's the win condition?
Yeah.
How do they get there? It seemed a little bit petulant on Consulate. It seemed like they weren't really doing that. They were maybe shouting over each other a little bit more. That's why you see that very first round, the Bandit not holding, you know, and his teammates pushing. That's why you see in the very last round, Solotov staying up, wanting to fight, whilst Breeday's hiding and playing for the late round. And that's ultimately the difference between them taking a 5-1 split on their opponent's map pick and a 3-3 split. Now they get to attack Consulate, which they are decent at themselves. You know, it's not impenetrable, but they could have been in such a better position.
Yeah, I felt like this should have been a 5-1. Exactly like you said, I think round 1 and round 6 as the perfect examples as the late round condition, the win condition in the late round that they were so good at defining here was not clear in these 2 rounds.
We don't see an Ella bend too often. That's a curious one.
Yeah, Ella's seriously strong against the shields right now. Obviously brings barbed wire, free speed, and the free Gersmots as well. If you go solo up against a shield, Ella's perfect because you can throw it, knocks the shield away, and you can kill the shield. It happens quite a lot. You can also, in theory, use it for a little bit of plant denial as well, or you know, if somebody's trying to quick plant somewhere. So if you're banning away an Ella, and you may be supplementing that with a Denari ban or maybe a Form ban, that might be the route that's going on. You want to play shields, you want to play preset stuff, you want to play fast.
Yeah, trying to get rid of as much utility as possible, especially because Denari is a huge crutch for VP. They play it on almost every bomb site. Top floor, they have this huge Denari setup, controlling the admin side, and the shield facing towards top spiral, facing long death. And they've had it also on the piano bomb site. So not surprised to see it removed.
Think about Consulate. We're seeing it from a top-down perspective right now. Look at how thin and claustrophobic and small a lot of these places are. Elements, Denari lasers, like shields, all of that comes so strong. Even barbed wire, like 2 operators gotten rid of, will give the attack so much more breathing room, or it'll feel like it at least.
Yeah, let's be honest, though, Virtus Pro got quite some rounds on attack on the board. Now for them to finish off on the better side on their map pick.
Thank you very much, Anne. Of course, the worry is always 2 halves to a game of Siege to maybe Falcons come out and have an absolute blind-driven attack in half here. Take the series 2-0. I do want to see it go to map 3. I would love to see these 2 teams throw down on Lair. Both very, very good on that map. And truthfully, I think that's probably the way that we're going. As much as I think, you know, Falcons have got it in the tank to be able to go and pull out 4 attacks here and see it done, or even 3 and get us to overtime. I think with it being Virtus Pro's favourite map, they certainly aren't about to roll over and just let them win it.
Yeah, if we look at Falcons and their attacking win rate, historically, they're at 50%, and that's across 26 rounds. So it's a really decent number of rounds. They've just been hit straight off the rip with a Nitro. That's your hard breach gone as well. That's the Selma charges. You've basically got no other hard breach on side. So things like the closet wall are going to stay closed. Big problems for Falcons.
The question now really is the Virtus Pro realise who they've killed, because if they have, then like you say, you can start playing in that spot far more comfortably than you did before. June just making sure there'll be no crazy reinforcements coming out onto that soft wall as well. Charge, just sprint down there and make sure yellow stays closed. It will be absolute car crash territory. But for now, they've got themselves at least inside where they need to. Now I want to try and force anyone out who's inside a bathroom, which there is currently no one, but of course we'll chew through utility at the same time. You've seen the first of those 20 Shumakers in Nako's back pocket come firing out towards top yellow.
Moss going to be working underneath, just waiting for the scan to be activated. We see a couple of people getting pinged out by those Grim Bees as well, so absolute ton of utility being used by Falcons at the minute to gather that intel. Virtus.pro just having to soak this up, but I like the timing of that Toxic Babe canister. Goes out, recognises, look, we've got Grim Bees in here, we've got Deimos track coming in. This could be a point where they try to push forward, so out go the Toxic Babe canisters just to try and slow that down. They're completely unaware of Rorik in his rat spot, and he manages to get one. Pasha on another. Breeder does some damage, but it's probably all over for Falcons now. Users left in a 1v4. Diffuser down, 58 seconds on the clock. Drops. It's going to be challenged immediately on this corner. Can't find the kill. Skies gets his man, and that's going to be Virtus.pro taking their first defense, and that is not what Falcons wanted to see. It's 4-3.
Right, really abusing the fact that chewed through so many of the drones in that round as well. Really good stuff. And I think we're having a quick rehost here as well, just to get some observers back into the game, so we of course can give you guys all the wonderful scenic camera views that we sometimes get throughout these games as well. And it gives the boys a little bit of time just to sit and sweat there over the thought of, wow, we've been absolutely battered on that first attack. Like, how do we turn this one around then? Because it was really good from Virtus.pro, really good solid start. And as I said, with this being their map pick, you probably would favour them to be able to run away and get this one done and take us into map 3 over to Lair. Lair.
I think at this point
Lair.
everybody wants to see a bit of Lair. You just know.
I can only imagine how much overwork your mouth must have to do then to say it that way.
Be very, very careful saying that. Just looking through this one on console as well, the entry was something I focused on Clubhouse, and we were seeing a lot of failure to back up the entry kill with the round. It's actually been 100% this time, so big difference there. Teams, once they get that opening kill, are taking full advantage of it. So far, 7 entries have been converted. It's 4 in favour of Virtus.pro, obviously, because the score is 4-3, and 3 going over to Falcons. But overall, you know, it's something Virtus.pro have done very well on so far today, is the entry. And I think getting the next couple, if they can, you know, pick up 8 and 9, give themselves that advantage, really make Falcons feel like they're under pressure at that point, that they're constantly fighting from behind. I think that is how we find ourselves on that third map.
I do want to touch on a stat that's actually really interesting from today as well, because it has just been a shooting gallery, quite literally. The star power on both these teams. Normally we talk about star power and we'll think about a team like G2, but in this game alone, from a quick count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We've had 14 multi-kills in a map and a half. A multi-kill being a 3K or better. It has just been ludicrous. In fact, in the second half of Clubhouse alone, we had 7. You might hear that and go, Des, there's 6 rounds to a half. How have we had 7? And that's because Dan had a 3K and Leaky Crack had a 4K in exactly the same round. Which again just goes to show the star power has been absolutely unbelievable from both teams today. Every player getting involved. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's what you want out of a matchup like this, is it? You know, sometimes you'll get a big matchup and one of the teams maybe doesn't show up, doesn't play their best, a couple of players on an off day, but certainly not been the case between these two. It's been absolutely huge on both sides, the teams being led by those leaders as well. Pasha, Leaker Fight, they're top in terms of kills for both teams respectively, and everybody's really putting a shift in here and really enjoying watching it. I think everybody is at this point. It's just been absolutely beautiful. It's one of them where you kind of wishing for overtime on console, you're wishing for layer, you're wishing for overtime. You know, let's just get every round of this that we can, because right now it is pure siege entertainment.
Plenty more to come, I'm sure, as well. As we say, Lair probably is going to be on the way if things carry on the way that they are. Very shocked if we don't find ourselves going there. You know what I'm quite sad about this week, Tim, is that EML is coming to an end for this stage. And people might hear it and go, what you said about EML ending? And I'm like, well, not particularly. I'm more sad that it's over before we get a chance to play France in the World Cup final on Sunday night. I want to be there on Monday talking absolute shit to Leo when we slap France 3-1.
I mean, it's a bold strategy, Des. You know, it's a bold call. It's a bold wish. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see it. But I don't think there's going to be many people backing the likelihood of that, if I'm honest. You know, England have been doing pretty well. I think we've got a final in us. I don't know if anybody have got beating France in them at this tournament. They've been very, very good. But 3-1 against France in the final.
Non-believer, man.
It would be lovely. Don't get me wrong. I swear
you were all negative Nelly about our last 2 games as well. You didn't think we beat Mexico. You didn't think we managed to beat Norway. Yeah, here we are.
I did
and
say
you're
we'd
still
beat
like,
Norway.
oh, we can't beat them.
I was confident. I was confident for Norway. I did say we'd beat them.
I don't know about that.
Mexico was always going to be a tough one, but we played fine. If we can play like that, then I think we can probably beat anybody. But the point is that performance stood out because it was different from what we've seen from England so far.
The number of times I've had to tell people to lock in and just believe that it's coming down.
Oh, I'm locked.
It's ridiculous.
I'm locked. Don't you worry about it. I'm there, ready. I've always said.
It definitely was you. It definitely was you. Because she was like, oh, I'm just being realistic. I'm like, no, Tim, you're being negative Nelly. Lock in. Back
You
the
always
boys.
tell me that. But no, I did genuinely think for Norway, I thought, this is one that we should be winning, really. And it was a good game. It was a tough game. But yeah, overall, I've always said if I can just see England win one international tournament, Euros or World Cup, if I can just have that experience of winning a final and seeing them lift a trophy, then I'll be happy for life. That'll do me.
Yeah, fair. You probably see
amongst other things. I'm talking
now, so.
in sporting terms, in sporting terms. But.
Yeah. We're playing golf.
Well, I've seen that. I wanted to see.
The Ryder Cup. You see us win that a few times.
I've seen us win the Ryder Cup. I wanted to see Rory McIlroy complete the Grand Slam, get all 4 major wins, which obviously he did at the Masters, not last year, the year before. He won it. Well, Masters this year, he won for the second time. He won it last year for the Grand Slam. So yeah, that was another big one. I'm a big golf fan, so I was actually at the practice day yesterday for the Open. But yeah, it was. Yeah, that was another big sporting moment that I enjoyed.
Absolutely. All right, let's see how things go now. We're back into things. Thanks for sticking with us and waffle about football as per usual. Always good to have a little bit of talk. I don't want to speak about Villa today. It's been a horrible day, so we'll leave that one for now. The CMVP, I just think about Villa Park, and that makes me sad all over
10
again.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, that's the thing. Basement is going to beat him. Let's see how we lock in for this defence while I go and wipe away my tears.
They don't need to have any tears yet, Des. Let's see if there's going to be any tears in this game, though, because that is going to get decided a lot sooner. So, 4-3 it stands. Virtus Pro are on the better end of that. They will be defending down in the basement of console at this time. Around, ooh, early damage done to Dan, trying to get aggressive into yellow there. June takes some licks in return as well, as he just finds a few shots from outside of the yellow. I tell you what, the infinite range on Twitch now makes it really tough to defend mirrors, doesn't it? If you can get a nice long angle there, shooting all the way through from that back corridor, straight through to the front of cafeteria, very difficult to prevent that. You really need somebody kind of body blocking it to force that Twitch drone to get in a little bit closer, but that's actually a big loss of utility for Virtus Pro.
I've really enjoyed the changes that she's gone through over the years, from firing these pilly little like string bullets at people, not being able to aim above a certain level. You couldn't shoot default cams, you can't be able to jump. She's come on a long way. She's really got some power packed into them drones now. They can both jump, they can fire infinite lasers. She's got a little like, nuclear reactor inside them bad boys is what I will say. But either way, last time around we saw her being picked up earlier on in this game, it was very much a bait, if you remember. Killed the shot drone, comes off it, and then Dan just gets domed by leaking back immediately after. It was horrible. So still very much under threat and a very much easy one to bait away if you're not too careful. Either way, we've got Leakervac inside here. He's got himself now shot out on that shock drone. That's not super ideal, but they are getting the feel of what's going on downstairs. A lot of utility to worry about in the form of the jammers, in the form of the Kai Electro Claws, the mirrors. Lots of things that Falcons have got to worry about.
I'm not sure. I could be wrong in saying this because I'm not like a big lore expert for Siege. I know a decent amount, but I'm not like completely mad into it. But I'm sure, is it not Mirror that actually improved and did like the engineering on the Twitch drones? Like, Mirror, what are you doing to yourself? Like, why have you done that? You've just given them the answers.
You know what, just a real team player. Doesn't mind losing as long as someone else gets to have a good time.
That's why I've always liked Mirror. That's why I've always liked Mirror. So
do you feel a bit in Mirror inside, do you, Tim?
It's just a kindred spirit. Kill comes in. It's going to be Twitch. It's Leakervac picking up Mirror. What are the chances? Rorik gets taken and down. You know, as long as Leakerfack's having a good time, maybe Mirror will be happy. We're going to see the pocket EMP come out. I know it'll be the Thatcher, actually, that's going to take that down. Going to give an opportunity to get that wall breached. Dan does find a kill, as well as popping a auto canister on the wall. So he's stopping the breaching. He's finding the kills. He's doing everything right now. Breeder manages to find Neko, though. Falcon starting to get aggressive. Skies with one, but Solotov with the answer. There's the trade. 3 versus 2. 10 seconds left to go. Falcons, they need to make a move. They need to get it done. Breeder's putting the diffuser down. Pasha trying to fight his way back in. Dan was down, but not out. That's going to be a round closed out for Falcons. Good attack there. Good attack.
Yeah, really good. Much better and more composed as well compared to what we saw back in that first one. So, and now pulsing's all equal again. And this is where you start feeling a bit nervous of Virtus.pro. I thought we might find them pulling into the lead a little bit. And they're starting to establish themselves as a very, very comfortable spot to be like, you know what? This is ours to walk over. We'll go into lair no matter which way you look at it. With an attack like that, I'm suddenly not so completely convinced, and it could still yet be that 2-0 to Falcons that I was fearful of earlier.
You just look at it, don't you? And it's... I've got a real overtime feeling about this one. I've got a real overtime feeling, and then it'll depend, I think, who starts on what side. I know it'll be 3-3 halves, so you'd argue there isn't like an advantage. But I think if we've got Virtus.pro on the defense in overtime, I think they probably will win that. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And given that Falcons were the start, I'd expect Virtus.pro to. This is not confirmation, but I would expect them to be on the defense because it's their map pick, so they will have chose the starting side for overtime, and I'd have thought that they would take the defensive side. So let's see how it shakes down. 4-4 Falcons may need to get this one done in the next few rounds. They might need to find that magic 7 scoreline before Virtus.pro can get on to 6, as it could be a real tough ask in overtime. Straight away, Solotov up onto that half roof. He's just going to be looking on in through connector window. I don't think anybody's going to give him an opportunity there, though.
Nah, certainly shouldn't. I mean, it's almost like it feels like a reverse what we saw coming out previously on the top floor hit from Virtus.pro. Of course, attacking a different site altogether. The lineup itself from Falcons is very much focused on the execute. Again, that Thatcher somewhat looking in towards the Nile, but I think more aimed towards the Warden and the Clash, in all honesty, that will then give room for an execute to go on through from Breeder or somebody else. They're going to make sure they're kept at bay. No doubt the Cult's coming to be able to suppress either the Warden or the Clash at the same time. Maybe even the Solus as well will be an option for them. It's more being wary of the trap operators early on that could quite literally catch them in a bit of a trap and see 1 or 2 finished off, that I think we need to see the defenders, the attackers be careful of.
Got Thatcher up on the roof, just picking up anything he can, really. It was a default cam, I think. Oh, just got disabled there. That's not ideal. Big loss or a waste of utility from Joomies. I know, honestly, seems to have a little bit of a rough night of it tonight. Doom. It seems to just be, yeah, it just seems to be one thing after another for him, and it continues as his Swiss Candela goes awry. Next one will go into bathroom. Doesn't really give him an opportunity to move forward just yet. His teammate does take a little bit of ground on the back of it. So it is a piano attack. Looking for that top floor control, but to be honest, they still don't have it. You've got Pasha and Rorik up there. You've got Neko up there. You've got Skies up there. 4 still above. A lot of work, a lot of utility, a lot of time from Falcons, but not a lot of progress.
They've tried to make a move with things like, you know, a call coming out. We've had a Candela go on through. We've had all kinds of pressure. A lot of the Grim Bees coming out too, but they've kind of said, no, we don't need to leave. We've got a Clash up here. We're perfectly fine, guys. This don't bother us. We've also, of course, got the Warden to play behind. You're going to have to really come in and fight us or risk trying to make a play just happen on site itself. And Dan is the one ready, able to defend, and there comes the flank coming on through. Rorik nearly messing that one up, but no, 1 kill goes his way. A second to Pasha. Brede trades at least 1 back. But Dan is still here. Surely they know now that they certainly do. Eyes being locked in, Brede taking a bit of damage, and Dan's a little bit better in the moment. Pasha good for another. Skies to close out. Virtus.pro, they hold their ground and give nothing to Falcons, and they go up 5-4.
Beautiful kill from Dan there on the Blackbeard. Brede inside a sight. Could have been an absolute menace there, but Dan takes the pot shots at the feet, but then as soon as that shield gets dropped, it's just the casual flick up to the head. Just perfect head level with the crosshair. Bang, gets the job done. And that sees us now at 5-4 to Virtus.pro with our next bans coming on through. I dare say we might see a little bit of the Clash ban coming in. We have just seen it played by Neko, so it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But no, it's going to be Thorn and Glaz that are taken away.
All right. right. I mean, the Thorn, obviously, you get away with one of the trap operators, but you leave a Denari, for example. The Glau's on the other side, we didn't see it played, but both teams have been clearly quite fearful of it. We've seen the bans come away across both maps now, more than once, even though it hasn't really been run all that much. I think it was once back on Clubhouse we got it seen playing by Necro. Outside of that, he was permanently sat on shields as a good example. So I think it's more the fear of what could happen rather than what is happening with that ban. The Thorn, we've seen in 2 of those 3 rounds, that makes total sense to come out.
Yeah, as we've already spoken about Thorn. We've already said, how good she is when it comes to that area denial. Now that the detonation time on those Razor Blooms was brought down a little bit, it's certainly more effective and just really useful. Has the option of the secondary shield, which is very useful, or alternatively and more commonly brought along the barbed wire. So you think about it, we've spoken about this before, Des, the Razor Blooms, you got 4 of them, you got 2 barbed wire, so you can effectively cut down 6 routes, 6 entry methods in towards the site. It is a huge amount of control for the defenders, so very valuable ban, I think.
Yeah, she's just ludicrous. Like, you and I often speak about playing her in ranked all the time because she just offers so much. As you explained there, 6 spots that she can watch, all 3 trap up. Don't know why the Denari was available. Of course it wasn't. They were the 2 bans you've seen taken away, so now you've got the full trifecta being denied away from Virtus Pro. I look at that and think Falcons are saying they want to go a little bit quicker here. They don't want to find themselves being run down by utility, basically. But as we kind of saw in the last round, Virtus Pro sort of said, okay, we'll run Clash. We'll run a little bit of Goyo. We can run Kai. We can run, like you're seeing in this round, Chanka and the Smoke for a lot of denial. So although they're not getting to play the trap operator game, be able to maybe play as aggressively as they'd like to around the map, they can still play to slow things down here. And Falcons have still got a lot of utility they've got to work their way through if they have any hope of winning this round.
I'll tell you, just outside of this match for a very quick second, but still very relevant, I'm loving how competitive EML is, and I'm judging that on the basis that we've had 5 matches played in playoffs so far, not including this one. I'm just thinking about the likelihood of this one going to Lair, and that's what's brought this to mind, because it'll be going to a 3rd map. Out of those 5 games, only 1 of them has been 2-0, and that was GK beating Rebels. Otherwise, everything has gone to 3 maps, and that just screams at the depth and quality that there is inside of EML, especially with teams like G2 dropping to the lower bracket, and it's still being, I mean, they lost theirs, but it's still being 3 map matches, down in that 5th place this side between G2 and Rebels. 3 mapper again. Just, yeah, so much quality.
Okay, let's see how long this game plays out for now. Very much dug in here inside of Break is Rorik as well. You can see all the electrification on those walls, everything reinforced off. And I'd say limited hard breach on the other side. Not a whole ton of options with which to deal with these walls. Yes, they've got themselves a spot where they can toss over the frag grenades, and yes, they've got the gadgets in the back pocket of Breeder to deal with that. But will it be enough? The flash coming up over the top as a nade lands in front. Pretty sure that electric claw is still intact though at this point, Tim, so they won't be able to open that wall. They're going to have to fight their way through. Virtus Pro could make this really hard for them.
Yeah, the defenders do need to be careful here, though, because once this wall gets opened up, obviously that's the time to leave, but they've been cut off. That's what I was saying they needed to be careful about, and that was overstaying their welcome, and they've overstayed it there. They've lost their life. It's really good teamwork from Falcons coming in. They've dealt with that. However, they have used a lot of utility to clear that position. They've got deployable shields to play into. They've got other utility that they need to deal with. So is that going to prove to be too costly? Solotov seeing his opportunity, but just looking at the wrong point as Dan goes for the repeat and finds his man. 4 versus 4.
Strongest memories in through, and here we go from long range in for the top rope. It's leaking back in towards sight, but can he find the kills at the back of it? Yes, he can. Pasha, uncharacteristic shot being missed by him. Now means the backside is exposed, but no. Covered out there from Skies, gets rid of leaking back. Either way, still not in a good spot. That is a brilliant smoke. We'll finish off Breeder. Juma's taking a good chunk of damage at the same time. The fire from Necro was raining on down Tim, and this is where utility starts to come into its own. They can waste a hell of a lot of time.
Yeah, they're just going to have to look for the kills here realistically, but look at how low health they are. It's going to be up to June. We said, no, it's users, sorry, last left alive. Necro has 4 more Shamika canisters and they would do the job, but he's ready for the fight.
He can fire all day.
He can just hold mouse one. There is going to be no waiting for that. Users has to push on into the LMG, loses his life, and Virtus Pro hold on, but Falcons nearly got it done then.
They were very close, but that frustration of playing against a Smoke and a Chankras the last two. Oh, yeah, you can't play a Thorn to be able to spread out and, of course, catch a lot of people pushing in, but you can sure as hell deny large parts of the map in a 2 versus 2 with wonderful stuff. And I do really like this play from Leakerback as well. So patient outside. That kill onto Passion was crucial. Just really unfortunate they get picked off by Skies. Otherwise, Skies is the one getting challenged, but because they have no other backline threat, well, there's just really no big worry to come off the back of it. If nothing else, Passion was good to be there as a second man to almost be the alert that gave away the position over towards Skies. But that meant he could win that 1v1 on towards Leakerback. Wonderful stuff. Virtus Pro at 6 and 4, Tim. Feels like Lair is all that much closer now. One more round and it will take all 3 maps to separate these 2 teams.
It's certainly calling, isn't it? As I said, I would expect Virtus Pro to have chosen the defensive side should it go to overtime. They've now guaranteed themselves that as a minimum. So, like you say, you really do have to start weighing it in favour of Virtus Pro right now. Leakerback will be switching onto the Ace. We've got these Hibana for Solotov as well, so quite a lot of hard breach possibilities there. I'm interested to see. The teams quite often now will play from that rear side. They don't really look for the main garage to be opened up. Leakerback has started on that side, so let's keep an eye on whether they do choose to go for that main breach or not.
Loading new mag.
And Echo always makes me curious, because so many times you'll see it picked up, and I say this a lot about a number of operators, whether it's a Skopos, an Oryx, an Echo here. We all kind of see that high fantasy of an operator of like, wow, they pull off an incredible clutch. An Oryx hops up through a hatch. Skopos pulls off a Marto play. Or an Echo, of course, interrupts the plant while we're there with 0 seconds left on the clock. It's also about the information that you get from bringing along the Echo. Like, yes, you can still see those drones now. They're very easy to shoot out. They're not invisible like they used to be. That is an excellent little bit of bait as C4 almost finding Bride too, but he still stays standing. But to finish off that point, it's the information that's now going to get fed around. You can see one of them is even upstairs. They know what's happening upstairs without even playing up there, Tim. They're downstairs right now on the sites itself, but it lets them know who is pushing where and what's going on.
Yeah, it feels like Falcons might have missed that man on the top floor. Rorick getting himself a real easy one, and he's going to stay up there. Falcons have got a decision to make. Do they ignore him or do they try to chase him down? The call is going to go in, but it ain't going to work because he's stood on a mute jammer. It does block it if it is at the point of the call coming through. That is still the case. And if you step into it after the call starts, then no, it won't matter. But Rorick had kind of predicted that. He was one step ahead. But he gets to keep his phone and he gets to stay on track, for now at least, because we will see that track come on through and he's just going to ignore it and let his phone detonate. Oh, no.
Ooh, sees the gun.
Did get in time.
Setting breach charge.
Scott to chase after him now, though. No way. Right on the reverse, but Leakerback's there for the trade. Not quite the end of the world, but again, you don't mind losing the Goyo in this spot. His gadgetry is already all deployed. He can happily go and sit on cams now, and the rest of you are still going to face off in a 3 versus 3, where Virtus Pro looking like a far stronger team. A C4 to play behind, and those Yokai cams. Still a lot for Falcons to get done here with those smokes, and a single Candela that remains in pocket.
3 versus 3. It's going to be a tense finish with 30 seconds left to go. Don't have a workable breach in this front side yet. Leakerback's going to look to change that. Gives them multiple targets to worry about through that mirror window, but they're not going to try to disrupt that breaching at all. 15 seconds left to go. Falcons absolutely scrambling right now, but into the line of sight of Dan goes 1, goes 2. Solotov manages to get the trade 1v2. Skies picks him up, and that is going to be Virtus Pro taking map 2.
Another really high quality map at that as well. Virtus Pro playing brilliantly, especially in the second half, but honestly a lot of it was built off the first half when they won those 3 attacks, got themselves set up. We know that we're going into Lair as map 3. I can't possibly tell which way this game is going to go. I imagine our Des will also be having a wonderful debate about that after a short break. Back with you in just a few.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goals, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done.
Now that is what we wanted to see from Virtus Pro. They bring it back. They keep themselves alive in the upper bracket final. And let's be honest, they're in a pretty clean way as well with a 7-4.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation on the side of Falcons, especially on that attack side. I think reverted on the side of VP to their default strategies, and that was just enough to take down Falcons, which was surprising with just how well Falcons was playing up until then.
We commented at the half as well. The Falcons fans getting rid of the Ella, getting rid of the Denari. It felt very, very clear to me that they wanted to run the shields, and then they didn't really run enough shields or abuse them, certainly. When VP got into their defense, they obviously knew what was coming. You know, if me and you on this desk, Leo, can deduce it, then VP are going to be able to do it as well, even inside the game. And what did they switch to? Well, they played Echo, they played Clash. They were playing a lot tighter together, not really giving any ones that you would like to give to a shield. And in the very first defensive round, they completely shut down Falcons' yellow push. And I think from there, Falcons then, because of their bans, were having to play up against all kinds of weird and wonderful utility, you know, the mirrors, these armies, all the things that you might normally get rid of because of they chose the bans that they did. The Tachanka, the smoke, you can see when they're trying to plant. And I think VP did a really good job of layering their defense and layering their utility to make time their big win condition. They were having Falcons execute such late rounds in terms of time. Like, look at this, a minute left. They're still clearing a guy on yellow stairs, having to execute in 15 seconds. And that's ultimately, for me, why VP ended up winning this map.
I think very much like the other side, right? The first 6 rounds, what was the main reason why we said Falcons dominated, yet it was a 3-3 split, was because they struggled to take rounds away in the final 15 seconds. It was the same thing in attack, I think, where VP were able to play that late round condition really well, and you know, quite consistently Falcons were losing these rounds where effectively it was a 3v3, it was a 2v2, it was definitely winnable. But Falcons just needed that extra step, maybe a little bit more time, maybe a little bit of confidence to win these games.
And again, this is a game on absolute fine margins because we talked about it at halftime. It was a 3-3, maybe should have been a 5-1. If it was a 5-1, we're talking about Falcons at least at minimum achieving 6 rounds, probably VP achieving the same, and then we're going into overtime. As it is, there was very fine margins in those 2 particular rounds. Ended up being a big reason as to why VP won.
It is that good quality that we hope to see from an upper bracket final. Now, for our final map, we'll be going back to Lair. That was the battleground when these two teams went against each other in the best of 1 in the groups. We already talked about it, we showed it as well. You know, Virtus Pro ended up winning that series. What do you think was the main thing that Falcons took away from that they might be able to use here?
I think they gave VP way too much space in that game. I think that VP were able to exploit their classic Lair takes. We spoke about it on the top floor bomb side, right? You're always going to have Rorik with that shotgun play the main stairs and play that vert. Either he's going to play Ying shotgun, either he's going to play Deimos, I can tell you that. You're going to have Dan on that Kali, you're going to have Skies on Ace, they're going to take main stairs, they're going to have the green player on the bathroom windows. I mean, at this point, they've read it, they've seen it, and I'm expecting adaptations exactly like the defenses on Clubhouse.
As soon as you said La, and I was thinking about VP, I was thinking about Rorik on that main stairs, on the rocket stairs, because he plays it on attack and he plays it on defense. And for me, weirdly, I just think this will come down to, can Falcons control Rorik in that area? If they can, then I think they'll do well. And that seems like a mad oversimplification, but that's where one of the big reasons why VP have been so successful on this map. I think I agree with Leo. Don't let them take enough space. Get in their face. And I think what we've seen so far is whoever's asserted themselves on the defense has been winning, not because the game can lean defender-sided, but because the defense has had the utility and has been making the plays together onto the major threat of the opposition. You know, think about Nako on the shields, how many C4s and smokes and whatever he's ate, but also think about Doom and Solotov, some of the key players on the side of Falcons. They've been isolated on their attacks as well. So I think really it's who can impose themselves the most on their defenses.
Well, think about that benefit on the defense though. Virtus.pro, due to having a better round differential, get to pick the starting side. They'll be showing the final map of the upper bracket final on defense.
Ooh, now isn't that an interesting one, Tim? You got the better round if you get to choose the side, and they choose defense. Arguably, on the map that I would say in the whole series, it doesn't really matter which side that you start on, because Lair, overall, I'd say is a pretty 50-50 map. It is very... Saying attacker side, it makes it sound like attackers win more often than not. They don't, but it's about as close to even as you can get.
I think this game's going to be about as close to even as you can get, because I don't see either of these running away with it. They've both been playing very well so far. They've both had great passages of play. I think that's likely to continue here. We could, you know, Virtus.pro have got the better record. Falcons, it's a higher preference for. So, look, whichever way you look at it, it seems to, you know, not really give any clear answers. The banning phase will come through. Falcons take away Bandit and Kaid, so that's going to try to speed up the entry and speed up their play. Let's keep an eye on that, see how much of an impact that has. The way that we can do that is, you know, look at that maybe minute mark, minute 30 into the round. Where are they located? What space have they taken? Virtus.pro will ban away the Monte. That's targeted at Breeder, and it's going to be the Grim as well.
All right, that's going to get us off to an interesting start then. Again, we've seen shields be a big part of the gameplay overall, more so for Virtus.pro. So they're taking the one away from the other side here. And although back in map 1 we saw what we would define as very relatively standard bans, we did see both teams play around them brilliant. So yes, the Electro Bros are gone, but it probably means the Falcons have got something in mind here and how they can play around and through that. On the other side, the Grim being taken away is no massive surprise. It's again one of the operators that, like I said, back on Consulate, I would expect to be taken away from Falcons. It is one of their go-tos. So I think here just realising, okay, you know, actually that was kind of annoying back on Consulate. Let's just see it gone on Lair.
5 seconds to go.
Lair.
Lair. Should we just flip for the whole map and you call it Lair, I'll call it Lair.
That's not going to last more than a minute until I forget. Right, in we go. It's the top floor, and Breeder has had his Monty taken away, but the Blackbeard will remain, so he's going to bring it along immediately. Solotov on the ace. It's going to be about opening mask wall, which is going to be the immediate approach, and then it's going to be getting control of Ops. Get that line of sight across mezzanine, open up the external. Ooh,
But you missed it all.
big miss there. 2 impact nades wasted effectively, not taking the Selma off the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but you could have at least slowed things down. I say it wouldn't have been the end of the world because Solotov only used the 1 Selma. He sort of has 2 more with which to use. It does limit where else it can be used, because now if he wants to, he can rotate round to Ops and make use of it. 1, to get open this double wall that you just saw a second ago, on towards Mez itself being removed and blown open. And then also the default plant spot going in towards site itself on the other side of Mask. So it was the right idea from Dan to try and block it away, although again, at least they managed to get the main wall opened up, which is what they were starting with. Now they can focus on the rest.
So Ops wall comes next. That's going to give the line of sight down mezzanine, take out the default cam. Just going to mean that the defenders have got to be a little bit more careful about where they move, where they rotate. Particularly back towards site, they're going to have to go back past bathroom and around through display instead. That's going to give now Falcons the opportunity. The 3rd and final Selma charge needs to go on the other mask wall, the one opposite the external breach that they've already done, and that gives access into that default plant spot. So a little bit of pressure coming on that far side as well now from Breeder as he moves across Skybridge. I like this from Falcons, just trying to stretch Virtus.pro, trying to make it difficult for them on multiple fronts. Dan and Pasha have suffered some chip damage along the way.
Looking towards Solly and where he makes use of that last one, to be fair, hasn't bothered with the one inside of Ops itself, instead of rotating towards the top side to join up with Breedace and get control of that side of the map together. Leak back underneath. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Friendly on friendly, fire on fire. Not ideal now, so that's it. Leaking back underneath, also still fishing above, and we'll get rid of the smoke. The first one in Pasha, not the end of the world. To lose the player, yes. The operator, no. In Sky's case, Losing the operator is the big problem.
Leader doesn't look down quick enough, leaves his feet exposed, and that's going to allow Dan to escape. I was going to say I expect him to be the next track. He was in behind the desk in that power spot for the defenders, so it was Leakafac's job to try and get in there and get him cleared out, which he will do. Manages to find the kill as well. 4 versus 2 now. Access to the plant spot. It all comes down to the Tachanka, but...
Well, that's certainly a way of turning it around on the spot, Tim. Goodbye.
That really finished what I was saying, didn't it? I was going to say it's all down to the Tachanka, but that leaves Rorik in a 1v2. You know, it's very, very difficult now if he's going to put the gun away so that he can use the Shamika launcher. Rorik says, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I've got a nitro, and I'm going to show you what these do. Breeder, you've got a lot of nitro kills. Well, here's coming some back towards you. Great stuff from Virtus Pro to hold on.
It has been a lot of C4 kills throughout this game, and I think probably even more than that, the count of rounds that have come down to the clock being dangerously low and the final kill coming at a spot where it's just arguably such a killer for the other side. They've run out of time to be able to make any adjustments. If they lose a player there, the round is over and done, and Virtus Pro have done that despite Falcon. I don't want to say Falcon's doing things brilliantly well, because honestly a lot of it came down to Leakyfac. He had those 2 kills from downstairs, getting Skies to begin with and then collecting Dan after he managed to get rid of Brede. So a lot of that round very much like fell on the shoulders of Leakyfac himself. Yes, Stu managed to get himself a single kill as well, but as we saw, the big blowback from Virtus Pro was what really got them in charge of the round and saw them over the line. So not bad from Falcons, but they played it well. Just came up against Virtus Pro with not enough time on the clock to be able to adapt once those 2 or 3 kill flurry came through towards the back end of it. 1-0 Virtus Pro on Leia.
Yeah, I mean, a multi-kill nitro, it's one of them, isn't it? You know, if you get hit with it, it's always going to swing the round. It's always going to have a huge impact on things. You know, like I agree. I actually like what Falcons had done up to that point. I think they'd worked fantastically well. And Virtus Pro just had one of those moments where you've got to look and say, you know, the luck is either with or against you, depending on which side of that nitro you fall on. But I'm going to have Dan just holding the tight angle. He sees his opportunity, does a bit of damage for Solotov, who was going to be looking for that entry into the top side of the map, maybe try and come down through filtration. We've seen a lot of use of the army tonight as well, a lot of good use, really influential operator. We know that at the best of times, but tonight they've really squeezed every drop of value out of those keeper barricades.
And probably surprisingly for the first series in forever, obviously not a single ban coming into towards her either. And for the longest time, she was almost essentially a perma-ban, but I think now people are realizing, honestly, we can deal with her. We can find other ways to deal with things that get thrown at us otherwise. Like bringing along nades is a good example. DMRs, as we know, can be quite good for dealing with them. Doesn't mean in the moment itself she isn't all frustrating as hell to try and deal with anyway. And Dan has certainly made it difficult for Falcons multiple times tonight.
Nade goes in to clear out a little bit of utility. Got your canister gone, but it's going to be another 20-30 seconds before that route is passable. So we're getting down towards the 1-minute mark without Falcons being able to get control of filtration. They do have above. They have been working it. Leakafac's been doing the job with the sledgehammer, but not really in a position yet to maneuver Brede on into sight and get him in a plant spot. They need to clear filtration for that. 1:10 left to go. Smoke canister comes out. That will be the final one now for Pasha, so he's going to need a little bit of assistance beyond that. But he steps around and gets one. Brede manages to get the trade, but how much damage has Pasha done there? 50 seconds left.
And how much time they can keep on wasting. I was going to say, look at the operator that's on side once again. Naquo on the Yokais, like... They were a bit of a nuisance last time around. They won the round. It wasn't off the back of the Yokais, but the Yokais were blasting away in the final gunfight that ultimately saw them win the round. So I'm just a little bit wary that once again, Falcons have been able to deal with those Yokais. This time around, their impact could be far larger given there is a shield on side, but also because that clock is running dangerously low.
Needs to be careful here. Doom takes a tickle of damage, but will do a lot more in return. Manages to find a nice headshot onto Skies. Is there another for him? Dan needs to be careful, taking a little bit of damage on the army there. 3 versus 4, 14 seconds left to go. Like you say, it's really going to come down to Naquo and these Echo drones. Doom manages to find Dan. That's going to be it now. Naquo doesn't have a choice. He can't really just stay on the drones. He's going to be pushed. He's going to be killed. He's going to be taken down. Falcons really ripping that round out of the hands of Virtus Pro.
I was a bit nervous for a while they'd lose out to a lot of that utility. I mentioned with the bans that we've seen coming through previously on the last map, you know, we had triple Trap operators taken away, and we'd see a lot of stall coming out. That has then very much rolled over onto this map. You've seen Goyo in the 2 rounds, you've seen Smoke. Of course, we've just seen the Echo coming along as well. Like, we've had the Azami be ever present. They really are just trying to waste as much time as they can. It feels like every time we jump to a different Falcons player's POV, there's fire or smoke in front of them, and it's like, yeah, sorry guys, you can't move forward. You're going to have to wait and be patient. And again, this is Virtus.pro trying to punish, I think, Falcons and their propensity to be quite slow sometimes, even with a blitz from side, but it's really trying to force them to gather up around bottlenecks, and that is where you'd hope Virtus.pro would be able to get a kill or two, as Falcons have just shown, though. A June 4K, well, we spoke about where he might beat him. It was a June Bellingham round. He certainly got his team over the line, one apiece.
And the multi-kills continue. We spoke about how many there has been, how many of those big star player moments.
Actually, across the series.
You do, you need to,
I'll let you know.
Need to get it updated, because Doom just adds another one onto the list. We're going to head into round 3. It's going to be, interestingly, down in the basement again. So, Virtus.pro on the defense are not going to move on. Having lost down in the basement, they think they were close, they think they can get it done. It is going to change up their rotation of sites. Means they're not going to be playing the mid floor. I really like the mid floor on Lyle recently. I think we're seeing teams having a lot of success with it, because teams on the attack are struggling to clear that top floor, and so it's starting to see that site held on to, you know, a lot more of the time. But Virtus.pro for now deciding that they would rather go back down to the basement and give it a try down there. Breedy, he's looking to get himself in through shooting range.
I wondered there for a second, did he actually see the man? But I don't think he did. It's Rorik that was just tucked in behind the barrel, sprung up just as he stepped away. It would have been a bit of an unfortunate demise coming out for the leak back. I tell you what, Tim, obviously we have the pleasure of being able to see the outlines of the players, and just a number of times there he's come quite close, leak back, to coming into a challenge onto someone, probably without realizing it. It's pretty ludicrous, but comes away full HP, no worries at all. The Falcons continue their march through the map.
Yep, same job again for Falcons, trying to clear top filtration stairs, gain themselves access. They essentially want to send Breedy down there with the diffuser plant inside of the door. It's a really good plant spot if you can get the coverage from above with that verticality. They've got users on the ram. It's going to be his job to create those lines of sight. They need to keep Breedy safe. But again, they have to deal with all that utility, and with Pasha, who I think it will... No, Pasha's actually a little bit deeper this time. It's Nako playing up there on the smoke. It was Pasha last time. So first Goyo canister is popped. Going to be about the minute mark before that clears out. And they've got more that can be wasted. They've got smoke canisters. They've got another...
It's more the same, man.
Yeah, more of this. They're just going to burn... They can burn near enough the entire rest of the round here. So Falcons have got to find a way through it. They've got to get aggressive.
Or go elsewhere. 2 smokes, Shumakers, and we're down to less than 60. Oh, it's brutal. Assuming, of course, they all try to push them through a bottleneck, and they're all going to stand on the exact same spot where the Shumakers would otherwise sit. This is what I mean, though. Look, every POV you change to, the smoke or the fire, or in some very rare cases, Tim, both.
It's going to be the final Toxic Bear cast. I feel like Nako's been a bit quick with some of that. I think, you know, there was... he wanted the fire and the smoke at the same time, because I think he was worried about the Blitz just charging through the smoke if there was just one of them there. So he's, you know, had to kind of double up. Skies manages to take down Doom, and Falcons, they've just completely stalled out, to be honest with you, Des. They haven't had the answer to those top filtration stairs, and they've just never been able to get moving. Pasha manages to pick up Solotov. We can hear Boogie drone, but it's going to do absolutely nothing realistically. Breedy manages to get one, finds himself in a 1v3 as he gets a second, but surely this is not going to be possible now. Virtus.pro, they know he's there. The damage is done. The smoke goes down, but there's nothing he can do. Skies with the last kill. It's going to be Virtus.pro holding on this time, and we see why they've doubled down on that position and gone back there in their defensive rotation.
It feels like a broken record now, but again, same thing. Play stall, waste time, slow them down. You can see why they were so like confident being able to go downstairs. They could see what worked, I think, the prior time, and just realized also what didn't work the prior time. Their stall game was brilliant. When they got rolled over on site, less brilliant. So clean up those couple of things that led to them getting rolled over, and hey presto, they've got a very, very comfortable round win. I imagine now they'll just go straight back upstairs, and if they can, try and avoid, of course, going to that second floor. But the first floor, I guess we've placed it into siege terms. They will have to do it though if they win that top floor. First and foremost though, Falcons in with attack timeout, clearly feel. And once again, same as on our previous map, that there is work to be done here. They don't like how they're falling behind.
I think the work that needs to be done for Falcons, for me, is they need to be one of two things: problem solving quicker or more flexible. Because twice they've attacked that site. They got away with it the first time. They didn't the second time, and it was predictable because they've just spent so much of the round stood looking at top filtration stairs and there's another Goyo canister been popped, let's wait another 20 seconds. There's some more smoke there, let's wait another 20 seconds. And they've just watched the round burn away from them. So then yes, they are reduced to these hatch drops and these risky plays, and also they're so focused on that one location that they're getting hit on flanks, they're getting hit, you know, all over the map because they're not able to keep a tab on where everybody is and everything that's happening. So one of two things: it's either get better at brute forcing through those problems and moving through it quicker, you know, whatever that looks like for somewhere like top filtration stairs, or alternatively be a little bit more flexible and say, do you know what, this is not working, we've been here before, we're not going to waste another minute 40 trying to get through this, let's go to warehouse, let's go and try a hatch drop, let's try something else, let's see you know, how well they can deal with, say, the warehouse push when they don't have all those oil canisters to play behind. Yes, maybe the smoke can relocate down there and use a couple of toxic babe canisters. That's going to be about the best that the defenders can do. So yeah, a little bit more flexibility, Falcons, a little bit more adaptability.
5 seconds to insertion.
Speaking of adaptability, Tim, you know what? When one shield ain't working, let's just run two. Blackbeard and the Blitz coming out, but well matched on the other side by the clash of Naquo and the usual suspects in terms of stalls. So Virtus Pro probably also with their own good read on the back of this one. Of course, the Chanka taken away. No, they don't have that plus smoke anymore. A combo they've ran quite a bit. So this is their alternative. It's another method of stall. It's not quite fire, but it is still going to be very, very frustrating for the other side to have to deal with. And Naquo there. Lucky to have that shield on his back, Tim. Otherwise, that is a very dead clash.
Yeah, you really don't want to be losing clash when you've got a Blitz and a Blackbeard in front of you. Of course, that shield break, you know, being so valuable. If they get hit with the electricity of the clash shield, it just leaves them completely defenseless. So need to be very, very quick. I've already commented once or twice on Naquo's movements on those shields. He was during setup, don't get me wrong. I know exactly, you know, he was just trying to get himself back into his playing position, and it was Falcon's speed that nearly hurt him there, but they certainly don't want to lose the clash. So keep an eye on Naquo. Let's make sure that he doesn't over-aggress. At the minute, he's got himself in R6 room. And he just kind of needs to play the time game here and predict where these shields are going to aggress from, because that's where he needs to be.
And we've seen very much a two-pronged push at the minute as well, right? One trying to come in through upside, one working his way towards Skybridge, where Brede now has got himself into. So, not a bad spot. So, to be fair, more the shields supported in getting control of Ops, and now completely rotated way towards topside. They want to force those players that are out of green and outside of hanging around topside of like R6 room, and then probably look here trying to make some pressure happen across site. That's why Dan is dug into quite a precarious spot at the moment. Past another player starting to ask questions in behind him at the same time. So it's coming together slowly for Falcons, but that keyword's still in there, Tim. Slowly.
Exactly the same again. You know, I said they either need to be quicker at problem solving or more flexible. We're seeing a little bit of both. You know, we're seeing that flexibility there as we see the relocation of the shield. They haven't really dealt with Dan yet, and that's going to prove to be a big problem for them. He's been allowed to sit there. Skies manages to get one. Dan finishes off his man. It's 4v2 in the blink of an eye, and it's all up to Brede and Leak. In fact, they are separated considerably now. Brede's actually managed to rotate around. He's going to try and mix things up, and I think try to get into more of a position, not to play alongside Leak of Fact, but to play with him. He needs a little bit of support, whether that's from below, whether that's, you know, from being stood shoulder to shoulder, but they've got to try and just get themselves able to impact on the same people. Brede getting aggressive here, but he's going to be held at bay for the time being, but manages to drop that shield, find the kill. That's going to be Naquo taken out. I think he'd already lost his shield, so don't be too critical of him there. He just had to try and make a move.
Yeah, times will always be the worry though at this place, right? Same as last round, they're just running out of it, and outside of a mad flurry of kills now, which they aren't going to find. It was guaranteed to be a Virtus Pro round win. That's another one going their way, and Falcon. I think that's a face, Naquo. Fair play. Don't worry, you just won the round, man, but you look like you just lost. Don't worry, it's all good. The game's still playing.
He's
so
just
far
getting,
as I said.
he's just getting put under so much stress on the shields. I think he's like, oh.
But it is the third out of fourth round now that Virtus Pro have won away quite comfortably off the back of attack timeout. I do want to stress on this one as well. Falcons really aren't showing the attacking nous that we've seen from them on this map previously. Yeah, what gets me is I remember them being a really good lair team for a while as well. I know Virtus Pro were good. Their record was like 6-2 or something. If I go and take a quick look at Falcons, 4-4 they currently sit on. They got battered there, 7-0 by FaZe back at SI. They've lost to Virtus Pro on this map, actually. In fact, a very funny one I didn't realize coming into the game. The last 3 times the Falcons have played this very map, guess who was against him in every single one?
Against Virtus Pro.
In every single one. And Virtus Pro have won 2 of those 3 meetings, 7-5, 7-3. The one the Falcons did win was the 7-4 eventually. So they've got a good decorating history on there, but as I said, Falcons have got a more troubled history on the map, only really beating out a couple of teams that are weaker than them. GK with a 7-0, Twisted Minds a 7-2, who have been up and down anyway, and Elevate. So it's feeling here like Virtus Pro are starting to cook a little bit, Tim.
I think they've looked great, to be honest, so far. I think they've understood the, the requirements to get these rounds won. I think they've
win conditions.
Yeah, they've understood those win conditions fantastically well. They have just burnt out so much time, and they've frustrated Falcons and not really given them, any kind of wiggle room to get this done. And I'm absolutely loving what I am seeing from them at the minute. It has been really, really good stuff. So let's see if it continues. They are going to be on that middle side. Now, I've spoken about this before. We do see, I think, quite a bit of success on this side for the defenders, because it all comes down to that top floor clearance. And again, it's asking the same questions of Falcons. Are they going to be able to hold on? Are they going to be able to get these problems solved? Leak of Fact does solve a big one there by taking out the Azami as that entry kill.
Of course, that gadget slowly recharges over time for the Azamis. That's less Kivas to have to chew your way through. Trying to think, oh, well, we got DMRs, you can deal with that, no problem, right? Yeah, sure, but it's the fact that it also gives away your location at the time you're firing to try and destroy it. Every shot is information, every noise you make is information that the other team gets and can react to. So it can still be a bit of a nuisance by the looks of it, Tim. Are they already thinking about an execute here without top floor? I want to say it's a bait to begin with, if nothing else as well. The wall will go up and it could just be a bit of a ruse. I imagine they want a bit more pressure to come down. I say that actually, no, they are going for it. All the utilities starting to come out.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to push on in, so keep an eye on Breed here. They're going to struggle with the Solus above. No Thatcher to deal with that. Solus just watching very specifically. It's a little bit swamped on the scanner at the minute, obviously picking up all of those individual receptors for that light screen wall. We're going to see some of them getting taken out, and this is the danger with putting that Sense utility in there early. There hasn't been an option yet for them to start putting the diffuser down. I have just looked at the numbers, and since the 1st of February, worldwide, 51% defender win rate on this mid-floor. It is pretty successful. Not terrible. And there is a real chance that Virtus Pro can hold on to this. I think they've just repelled that initial attempt extremely well. 30 seconds left to go.
You need someone to really be coming on the backstab here, and sure enough, they have got one player looking to do just that. But you can't leave a Solus completely unbothered upstairs without something like a Thatcher on side. Now trying to go in for a plant, and they'll see it as well. The pingers come on through, and that should be all too easy. And sure enough, down goes at least one. Now you've got the Dokkaebi of June stepping across, trying to go for his own as well, but forced away. Massive risk here and trying to make this work again. They're going to see the plant going on down. This is all too easy, Tim. They needed that pressure upstairs. There is no one here to give it. This one is looking pretty cut. Will they get the angle? And it should be able to find it. Sees the one below. The reverse shot, though. Danner's gone down. The air jab keeps them at bay. Tim, they might have got away with this, but no! Rorik with a wonderful shot. It's a 1v2 for users, Tim.
Only one kill so far on there. He's going to have to put that up to 3. Needs to find himself a double here to hold on. One above. That's a brilliant start. Takes down Pacha. It's just him versus Rorik. He knows exactly where he is. He knows where the fight's coming. Users finds his man. You'd back him in a 1v2 and he picks the round up. It was tough for Falcons, and it was nearly an extremely good defense coming out of Virtus Pro. The use of the Solus was beautiful. How many times did they drop that diffuser onto the ground? It is so rare that we see a team on the attack manage to get a win on that side if they don't get top floor control. Falcons just did it brilliantly.
Yeah, fair play. But I'll also come back to being a little bit cynical / critical in that relying on winning a reverse angle gunfight up through the floorboards isn't really in the strat book. You don't go in there and right, look, we're going to start planting, and when they swing to try and kill the guy, we're just going to shoot him through the floorboards upstairs. Is that okay? everyone will be like, are you mad? Like, you're asking for a bit of a miracle there. Now, look, they managed to make it work in the situation. Fair play to the massive clutch coming out of it. But they tried to have one player trying to get rid of this Solus on the upstairs. He was dealt with handily, never really an issue to them. After that, they could all just afford to keep on looking downwards and have their focus on there. If not for a big users clutch, this is 4-1 to Virtus Pro right now, and they're looking like they're already light years ahead. As it stands, Falcons could yet recover this to a 3-3, and if they do, Virtus Pro are going to feel robbed.
It's another one of those maps where Falcons look like they're kind of just clinging on. They look like they're behind. And then out of nowhere, oh, they level. And what? You know, then they're back fighting for it. And they've shown great resilience today. I've got to say that for Falcons. They've had some tough passages of play where Virtus Pro have really been on top of them. But, you know, like I said, coming into that 1v2, Users is got 1 kill so far inside 5 rounds. Inside, up to that point, nearly 5 full rounds, 4.5 rounds. He's got 1 kill, but then he hits the 1v2. And it's just showing how well Falcons can dig deep. They've come in here with an entry as well, taken Rorik down, doubled up onto Skies, and they're going to come away with a 3-3 half if they continue like this. This is brilliant from them.
Keep it deployed.
Again, Virtus Pro feel robbed, but you cannot fault the work coming out from Falcons to make it happen. Challenge coming in straight towards Warehouse here. They're hoping to get rid of the shield, but it's a big ask. At least Virtus Pro aren't wilting away and just giving up the ground freely. They are still fighting for every inch they possibly can.
Keep us sitting pretty.
Down the one being especially aggressive here. He's had a great day so far, especially playing on this as Army, but he's really going to have to double down here to make something come out of it for his team. If they can win this 3 versus 5, Tim, Falcons will be absolutely shattered.
Looked like the Rengoku event with an explosive Kiba then, didn't it? It was just timing of everything that happened at the same time. But we're going to have the Blackbeard looking to push and take a little bit of ground. But Breeder has been held here for quite a while now. Dan manages to pick up Solitov. That's his support. And they are still battling over these filtration stairs, still unable to pick it up. They do manage to get the kill they need, though, this time. Pressure on the window does the job. Doom finds the gap. Aquo taken down. That's a loss of Yokai drones as well. So that plant is looking a little bit more possible. Pasha makes it back to site. No, he stays aggressive. Thought he was just going to get himself back. He should have done. He should have gone back. Doom takes his life. Dan, 1v4 becomes a 1v3. Taking down Leakafak. He's got a minute to hold on. He's got a plant going down and a call coming in. It ain't looking pretty.
It ain't. He's got to win against 3. He's got to win against a shield and in a post plant. This one is feeling pretty cooked, Tim, but it's now 2 multi-kills in the same round again, by the way. Dan and June both with a third. Look at... Brede? Hello? Hello? No? No, he's above. Like, okay, that's it. He can't lose it, Tim. He cannot lose it. He cannot lose it. It just can't be a done thing. It can't be a done thing. It cannot be a done thing. No. Tries to go for the nade rather than the gunfire as well, but now surely he's got all the angles that he needs. He's got to work something so special. Tries to go for a different angle. June will find him. 2 4Ks in the same round, but it's Falcons that come out on top.
It was a little bit close for a second there, wasn't it? Breeder getting caught out and getting dealt with inside a site, but Breeder was just trying to buy time for Doom, essentially. They knew that the win condition there was sledge above, open up the angles, and so that was the entire focus. Rather than try and back away from the fight, it was just keep him engaged. I think it maybe still could have been done a little bit better. Breeder, you know, did let him spin round the back of him a little bit too easily. But yeah, ultimately they knew the focus.
It is 3-3 though. Let's go to the desk and see what they think.
Thank you so much. I quite enjoyed listening to Des's tiny crash out there because I feel like I relate to him. I mean, this is what we're seeing from Falcons, right? You know, they get to take the space and then somehow Virtus Pro will claim it back in these defense rounds.
Yeah, it's been a consistent, I guess, a consistent issue on the side of Falcons, right? We look at the first round and it's a 3v4 that's going to turn into a 2v4 because everything goes well on the side of Falcons. They're limited by time, but as you can see, Leakafak is there. He's, you know, making sure he's confirming the kill on the Azami. This is a 4v2. They can go for the execute. And look at the lineup. Look at the denial. C4, Warden, fire canisters, 1 kill with the Tachanka, 2 kills with the C4, and that's it. Somehow, VP, they bring it back. And it's been a consistent issue. You look at round 3, it's a similar setup. Yes, they're down 1 man, but Falcons can go and execute. They've got the KD. Problem is, VP, they have 1 roamer, and on top of that, they still have the Tachanka, they still have the smoke. This time they have Goyo. If you look at the lineup defense on VP, Jack, it's always Azami every round to make the side stronger. Then they have Smoke, Goyo, Tachanka, everything to play the late round. And so the biggest thing that Falcons needed to do here, Jack, was take the control as quickly as they can, make sure that they can start working on the execute way earlier, because if they start working on the execute in these rounds, like round 4, for example, a little bit too late, well, the strong positions are still there, and they're going to lose everyone, and instead they even have the clash.
And that's the big thing. They ended up down 1-3, and they maybe get to rounds 5 and 6, and you can say, yeah, maybe they were a little bit earlier, but they were still playing up against the same win condition. They still really struggled with it, and actually we saw, what, users 1 versus 2 post plan, and we saw right at the end of there, Doom gets a 4K and gets the 1v1 post plan, but it was always coming down to that late round scenario. Can they deal with the Echo? Can they deal with the smoke, the Goyo, the Izami? There was so much utility. They did manage to find a way through, and I will say their performance maybe doesn't warrant a free split from the side of Falcons, but in the end they got the rounds done in that late to get them onto the level field at the halftime.
And now speaking about the bans that we're seeing here, I mean, the Breach scenario as well getting rid of, and then Grim as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was speaking about what Falcons needed to change in their defense, and what I wanted to see was counterbans. 2 counterbans that we see here. Grim, that's the position that Pasha always plays on display window and bathroom windows. It's so annoying for these players that are trying to play top main, so that's gone. And then Ace, which was the crutch for the side of Skies, all the side, always going upside, always breaching the 2 main walls. So that's directly 2 counterbans.
Think about the ops wall into sight. Now, Skies actually has a choice to make. He either plays the Thermite and he has to physically walk up to that wall to breach it, or he has to play the Habana and create a much smaller breach. Now, what did we see all the way back in map 1? Those smaller breaches, the C4s, the absolute barrage utility that can come in. So I do like that ace plan. Again, Falcons, once again, they're choosing not to respect Necro on the shields. They're looking for the supporting cast around Necro. It will give Necro exactly his choice of shields. Does he want to play the Monty, the Blitz, or the Blackbeard? Every single one of them is available.
Well, it seems like a good sign, because you two said that Falcons struggled on the defense when they played against Virtus.pro initially on Lair. Falcons, you gotta show us something. Your ticket to the grand final is on the line.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the boys over on the desk. Indeed, that ticket, it's there. Anne's holding the golden ticket. She's waving it around madly in the studio like, who wants it? Both teams are like, me, but no one's yet been prepared to stand up and snatch it out of the hands, Tim. They've got to do that over the next 6 rounds. I've no idea what that analogy was about, but we'll carry on with it anyway. They've got 6 rounds to decide, Tim, maybe 3 more if required when we get to OT. It would feel quite fitting given the quality we've seen in the series so far. A 7-5 and a 7-4. It's the one thing I do want to stress, by the way. I know there's been a few rounds that have been a little bit messy, like Brede in that closing 1v2 in the last round. A couple of moments in past maps that have been a bit questionable at times, but the quality of Siege from both teams has been phenomenal. There's a reason they are our 2 best teams right now.
Yeah, it's been pure entertainment. Absolutely loving watching this. You know, as a reminder as well, don't forget this is mostly about SI points. There's a little bit of money and things like that, but mostly the focus is on those SI points. If you get into the top 2, so the winner of this match will guarantee themselves a minimum 300 points and the opportunity to get 420 overall. So yeah, it's a big difference from the like 200 or 250 that they could get in 3rd or 4th place. So definitely a lot on the line. Solotov manages to pick up 1 kill, Dan taken down, Skies goes with him, Rorik manages to pick up Leak Effect though. 4 versus 3, but Falcons coming out of that flurry of kills, the better.
Throwing flashbang.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. This has been, I mean, look, the games have been very slow, controlled Siege, mainly because of the way the defenders have played the game so far, but this has been one of the most frantic. It's another one, by the way, where when we see Solotov move on to defense, he just suddenly explodes. He was 1-6 coming into this. He's 4-6 because he's got a 3K in the round. He's looking for 1 more. Pasha's got to get it all done. We'll take him down. We'll not give him that 1 more. If anyone's going to win a 1 versus 4, Tim, my money's on Pasha.
Oh, you know he's got it in his locker, but the problem is Falcons know exactly where he is at the minute. He's got to try and mix this up. He's got to do something that's maybe a little bit unpredictable, but it's going to be difficult to do so. He knows that there's one inside a bathroom. They just played it perfectly there, did Falcons. Both swing at the same time, just play off a contact, and Pasha has absolutely no chance there. Well played. Virtus.pro came at that round like it was, we're just going to sprint at this wall and see if we burst through it, and they didn't. It was predictable what happens when you sprint at a wall.
Yeah, it hurts, Tim.
It does, and Virtus.pro have just found that out.
Well, for a first round, it was very resolute from the side of Falcons. They looked very convincing. I did say coming in, you know, as much as their previous results might suggest this could be a bit of a challenge, they are a good defending team. They are a good attacking team on this map normally. Definitely had more struggles in that first half than maybe they would have liked. So granted, it was a 3-3, maybe not quite as many as you'd expect. It's more the fashion in which that 3-3 came around that was mainly the concern. But I don't think this will be a run in the park for Virtus Pro either, nor for Falcons. This will probably be one that, like I say, if it's going anywhere, OT feels like the right direction for it to go.
Down to the basement we go then. See if Falcons can cause the same sort of problems for Virtus Pro that they caused then, particularly looking around those filtration stairs, or maybe Virtus Pro don't even play into that area. Something that Falcons were resolute in trying, but not too successful overall in accomplishing until that last round. Mira is going to be brought along to try and help with Warehouse, if that should be the chosen point of ingress for Virtus Pro on the attack. Looking at Pasha particularly on the Deimos again, if he can get in above, there's plenty of verticality possible here, so he could really have an impact. There's Doom and Leaker back up on the top floor, Solotov on the mid floor, so there's a big whole map presence coming in here from Falcons on the defense. It's not going to start out brilliantly though, as Skies manages to pick up one.
So one thing I will say is that last round was a very, very frantic push from Virtus Pro. They were trying to... Frantic makes it sound like it was all over the shop. It wasn't. It was just quick. And they were trying to almost catch Falcons off guard and set the tone and the pace for how the half was going to play out, and got shut down by it. This one has been a little bit slower, much more composed and controlled overall, and they've got their just desserts so far. They've got that entry on towards Solotov, who, as I said, normally has very good defensive halves, but struggles more so on the attacking side. So I think starting things out the way they have is much better. They can always afford to change tempo mid-round if they want to, but so far, so good. There is still a lot of map to work through, though.
A little pocket mute jammer's going to be thrown down by Leaker Fact there, just to try and prevent him from being droned out, maybe keep himself under wraps. He's taking up time here. It's taking a lot of effort to go through the map, make sure it's clear, make sure they've got those roamers gone. We're a minute 40 into the round so far, and Virtus Pro have done nothing towards site. They have picked up an entry kill, so it's not all negative for them. They've got some good work done, but they are still going to be challenged here. They're still not going to be able to play towards site yet. If Falcons can get themselves back to site when the time is right without losing anybody else, this has been a wildly successful role.
It has, yeah. Again, wasting time is good, but losing the player maybe less so ideal. The guy
I
not
like
the end of the world. This is okay. Losing the one player, getting back towards site, okay, fine. My worry now, my question is, okay, now what have you got to sit behind in these last 60 seconds? They've got 2 C4s, they've got Elemines. Okay, it's not a Chanka, it's not a smoke. The C4 also not quite finding the man. That's not super ideal. If he gets a kill there, completely different conversation. That's one of your main stall tools now gone. This is where I start to feel a bit nervous. I know there's only 35 seconds to go. He's lucky to be alive there. That's twice now he's got away with murder. But now might finally start meeting his match. He's getting pincered from behind as well. Lives again. Has this man got 9 lives or what? Yusuf's going to fall. Platt now going down as Nako steps inside. Nades forcing these players to move away. Will he be able to stop the man? Sees him and gets up nice and close, but the trade is there. And Virtus Pro, sure enough, Tim, they get over the line. Like I say, I wouldn't have minded it being a 5 versus 4 with 2 minutes being wasted if they had something to sit behind, but no smokes, no nothing. That cost them.
Yeah, maybe just lost that one at the operator pick phase, but look, I rate the attempt. I like what Falcons tried there. You know, getting out in the map, mixing it up, taking the fight to Virtus Pro, aggressive defensive round. I like to see that, and it was entertaining. Virtus Pro, they deserve applause as well there because they've done a great job. It was not an easy round for them. They had a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it, but when it mattered, when it came down to crunch time, they were able to get in there, get those couple of kills that allowed them to start putting the diffuser on the ground, and that caused a reaction from Falcons where they were able to then pick up those last couple of kills as players moved around. So really nice stuff. We continue to stay neck and neck here. It is 4-4 Falcons Virtus Pro, and we are getting a classic third map from these two.
We are, yeah. I hope it just keeps on going neck and neck,
Give
round
me
by
overtime.
round, all the way through to it. Yeah, just please give us OT. I want to see it go all the distance because it does deserve it. And you said this earlier on the head of the series, and I do agree with you. I think there's a very good chance this is the same matchup that we get in the final again tomorrow. I would love to... It sounds silly to say you want to see the same matchup again because normally it's a little bit like, I'd like to see something different. Would I hate seeing a Fnatic or a GK beat the loser of this game, for example, tomorrow morning in the first game tomorrow and make it into the grand final against the winner? No, I'd love that. I love an underdog. But the quality of this series, as I've already said, has been so good that I do want to see both teams play even more. I want to see another series like this.
Going to be getting into ops. They are attacking the mid site, so it's going to be top floor control required, as we saw previously. It is the age-old question again for this site. Attack versus defense. Can you hold on? We saw how close it was. Falcons almost losing it. They did get it done eventually, but Virtus.pro did a very good job defensively up above with the Solis. That's not going to be the case this time. Falcons have not brought that operator along, so they're going to have a different plan with how they prevent the plant from going down. A lot of utility being thrown into site early, just like we saw from Falcons when they were on the attack.
Sure, at least this time around no one's gone down too early on. Which again, I'll point towards the same point of it's all good wasting a bit of time, but what have we then got to play behind it if we're Falcons in this case? At least this time round, we've still got those 2 C4s, but we also have the smoke available from Brede. You're seeing here a lot being seen out by these drones that are scattered inside a site. They can see where the Azami is dancing around. The Solotov is taking challenges coming in from seemingly everyone. And now it's Naquo that gets to bite his head off there. It looked like it was Skies for a second, but no, Naquo just got in ahead of him and got the kill first. Now we're into this classic spot sim where we don't have top floor control and we're going to try and make this work. I'm a little bit nervous that without the Thatcher on side, this could be a problem. But Skies starts to explode his way upstairs there, causing a little bit of bother. This is the kind of pressure I was speaking about.
And it's a really big kill there. You mentioned the Thatcher being offline, so those nitros become a big risk when the plant is going down. They've just taken one off the board with Doom going. Useless is taking damage as well. That could be the other nitro dealt with. So then you look, there it is. So you look now and you think that loss of Thatcher is not the end of the world anymore. Leakyfac's in a tough spot. He's going to be taken out. Dan finds Brede, and that is a great attack from Virtus.pro. This one just continues to be back and forth. Absolutely impossible to predict a winner right now. Virtus.pro, they've got the narrowest of leads. It's 5-4.
But Tim, we keep on going back and forth. We keep on going 1 for 1. The only thing that I'll point towards is the fact they've now won 2 in a row on 2 separate sites. Falcons have found Joy up on the top floor, which I can only assume is where we will go after these bans. Unless these 2 bans that come in now have a big change in how the game plays out, I can still see Virtus.pro getting away with it. Across those last 2 rounds, they only lost 3 players out of the 10 they could have lost. They have been dominant, and that's what makes me a little bit nervous. Falcons somewhat relied on heroics from Solotov in round 1 to hold the line and stop that rush attempt coming in from Virtus.pro. They look far more commanding in this half to me, and that's why I'm a little bit nervous that we might not even see OT at this rate.
And you can't keep peeking the same angle there. We see it on the replays. It was the end of the round, so maybe not too much of a choice left. You've got to take the fights where they come, but ultimately, Falcons now find themselves around behind and back up to the top floor we go. They did win this back in round 7. They do still have the Tachanka available because it's the mirror that Doom has been playing that was banned away, or Doom played it last round, Brede played it the round before. So they have decided to leave the Tachanka on the board. Brede has shown great capability with that operator on this site, particularly in the past. And he's going to be looking to deny that default plant spot. If you've got the Tachanka, it is all based around that area of mask wall where Leakyfac is reinforcing at the minute, and it's the opposite side where it's coming in from the mezzanine corridor, but it's going to be #1 priority. Just having a look, they don't have the Azami on board, so we'll see who plays in behind desk. It could well be Brede playing in that position. He's got a shield in pocket still. I'd like to see that hopefully deployed. I think he's doing that now, so that's going to just give him, yep, there we go. So that's just going to give him that little bit of protection. Not sure where it'll be. It could be deeper back on the wall near the door between sites, or it could be on the desk, but it's going to be a key position either way.
Dropping mag.
Right. I think I joked about this a couple of weeks ago on one of the broadcasts when Virtus.pro and the whole incident came out around Sony and their diss and all that kind of stuff, and various other things on social media in the last few weeks. They tweeted and basically said, right, that's it now. We're going to run our whole team to social media's opinions. Most liked comment is what we'll do with our strategy for that week. And I was saying, Dan, Carly only, Naquo, Shields only, Pasha must scream after each round. Skies, breach everything. Rorik, don't play ranked on game days, as he said in an interview a few weeks ago. When he plays ranked on game days, he doesn't play as well as officials. Go figure. But Dan, it just feels, it's one of those very, very rare enigmas that is just dying to play Carly more often than not. And do I want to say he makes it work? I think he offers unique threat. Would I say like pops off and therefore draws bans on it? No. You have to respect it, of course, and it does bring a lot with the fact it has smokes in back pocket, and of course that secondary gadget can destroy away a lot of gadgets too. But I don't know, he just really wants to force it. It makes me laugh.
Pasha picks up Solotov, and that is a really big start. That's the Warden gone with Candela's on the board. That Ying just got way more deadly. You've got the smokes from the Capitao as well. They could be in big trouble. They've actually got 4 smokes in pocket, 6, sorry, across the operators. So losing the Warden could be massive. Doom manages to pick up Skies. That's going to be the Thermite gone. Any breaching that hasn't happened won't likely happen. Naquo does have a couple of the hard breach charges in pocket. It's going to be difficult to rotate that Monty at any speed to get him somewhere else for a breach.
Falcons again doing a really good job of running time down, but I'll come back to the same point. Utility, what's left? Really all they've got here is the Chanka, and maybe 1 or 2 Vulcan canisters are still standing. So actually, they've got a lot of stall to play with. However, with that fire, especially at the Chanka, you can just ignore it and bypass it if so desired. And Virtus Pro have got tons of their own. 4 smokes to work with, 2 fire canisters. Sorry, not fire canisters, 2 Candelas left, and a shield. They've got the tools to get the job done in the final 30 seconds, but I just wonder if this smoke is going to see them stalled out.
Yeah, they've got to start moving soon. Impact Nade comes out, just does a little bit of damage to Dan. Needs to be careful on the Carly. They've got themselves a little bit of possession that they need. As soon as that fire dies down, Naquo can start to move in. They've got to dislodge the Tachanka. That's going to be the main focus now. Liquefact has gone underneath. This could prove deadly. They've managed to dodge him for the time being, but the shotgun will give him the option to open up the lines of sight. Naquo's picking this. He's not taking damage. He's going to plant it. That's going to be 4 versus 3. 3 versus 3. This is a bloodbath as we find ourselves leveling out. Brede manages to pick up Passion with the secondary. 5 versus 4. Virtus Pro looking to get themselves on to match point. Rorik has gone underneath to try and hold this, Des.
Yes, and here comes the bullying.
Oh, gosh.
That is pretty brutal. Fair play, they've got away with it, and now they've got to worry about Rorik. This is his time. Has he played ranked today? Yes or no? I'm sure we're going to find out. They know that he's downstairs. A defuse coming in on one side, but does he know where the man is? No, he doesn't, Tim. He's got to find him through the floor. Brede sticking in. Falcons are going to take us to 5 apiece.
So unfortunate for Rorik underneath there. He's just chasing the wrong man around. He keeps seeing somebody and just keeps blasting the floor, but never once goes near Brede. And Brede just has nerves of steel there. Sticks it for 7 seconds and knows that the win is in the palm of his hands. 5-5. We get 12 at least. Overtime's back on the cards, Des. It's back on.
Woo! All right. I really thought Virtus Pro were cooked. I really thought they got the business done, especially once Rorik was underneath, but smart play, to be completely fair to them, in that defuse. All it would have taken would have been a couple of shotgun blasts on the right side of that diffuser, and that round would have been over. I've said it, there's been so many clutches, so many multi-kills. In fact, we look across this map so far, we've had 5, Tim. That takes us to 20 multi-kills in this entire series so far. That has been ludicrous. Like, I often keep tabs on these things to see how many we have. That is one of the highest that we've seen.
Yeah, it's just madness, isn't it? It just shows how many. It's no surprise, though, at the same time. It's madness, but it's no surprise. You've got 2 teams of absolute superstars here. That's the point that it's getting to. So is it any surprise that a game with those is like just filled with those moments? That's why we were so excited for this matchup. And that's why we say, if this is how it shakes down, that this is the grand final, that whoever loses then comes through the lower bracket and we see a rematch, you can't hate it, can you? You know, like you said, yeah, we do like to see things mixed up, but with all these players in the server and how exciting it is and the huge moments that they deliver, just give me more of it.
All right, well, let's see just how much more of it we can get. Is it 2 more rounds, Tim, or is it potentially up to 5? OT feels oh so close, and it feels like we'll be truly robbed if we don't find ourselves going there. Not forgetting as well, for those of you, of course, still watching and locking in for the whole show and collecting those packs, we still have a whole new series to go after this one. Fnatic versus GK. Big game. The winner of that plays against the loser of this in the first game tomorrow before the winner of that eventual game goes on to play against the winner of this game to be crowned the best team in EML, the winners of Stage 1. And, of course, those juicy, juicy points to walk away with. SI points that we're referring to. I believe it's 420, was it, for the winner overall?
It was.
And 300 for those in second place. So it is quite a good that we've got to worry about. In fact, 430, I think it was.
No, 420 for the winner, 300.
Blaze it, love it.
250, 200. So Doom will take out Rorik. Big start for Falcons there. Again, they haven't committed quite as heavily. Last time they defended basement, they were up on second floor, they were on first floor, they were absolutely everywhere. This time they've limited themselves to that mid floor. It's Leakerpack and it's Doom who were playing around there. Doom's now dropped himself back down to filtration stairs. That's absolutely fine. He's going to get himself back to site. Leakerpack has done as well. A minute 50 wasted. A kill. IQ taken down. Have they got the utility on site to play behind? I would argue that they do this time, Des. Guys manages to take down Doom, but you've got the Kiba barricades, you've got the Yokai drones, you've got the Goyo canisters, you've got the smoke. They should have everything they need to hold on.
Should. They should. But should doesn't mean do. And that's where I worry. A run over from the side of Virtus Pro can be enough here. They've got the verticals, they've got smoke, they've got fire, they've got shield, they've got flashes, they've got everything they need to get the job done, but may find themselves starting to run out to the clock if they're not too careful. That is the last smoke that has come out from Leakerpack at this point. We still have Brede, and I'll say it again. We all think about the high fantasy of these operators, Tim. Brede is still alive. You can see that he's got those Yokais in either side right now. He's waiting for the plant to start going down. He could be what spoils the fun.
That's a really nice shot from Neko. He has to react quickly to the Razor Bloom there. Maybe just getting a little bit too aggressive. Shotgun on the corner will down Pasha. Neko's going for the plant. 3 versus 2. Can Brede focus? Does he know? Yes, he does. They relocate. Can he find him through the smoke now? 2 versus 2. Yes, he can. And that is going to be the round win. Brede picks it up, and it is an Echo once again, winning out a round.
I do think you could look at the vast majority of rounds from this series, and people may ask, like, okay, how do you defend in this current meta where it feels like attackers have all the tools? They've got shields, they've got a Grim, they can just overwhelm you. It's so hard to play against. If you go back and watch the majority of these rounds and how teams have played the map so brilliantly well, wasting time out on the roam, playing behind utility, even when we've had the bans come in to take away electrification, for example, it just shows anyone can do it, even if you're up against really solid attacking teams, which both of these teams are. On defense, I feel both have put on a really good show. Not to say attacking has been bad, not at all. Like, both teams have attacked brilliantly too, but they've just played behind their utility. They've played around the clock. It's looked absolutely phenomenal. Virtus Pro now are 1 round away from losing out. It will be 7-5 to Falcons. They move through into the final, and Virtus Pro have to play against the winner of Fnatic versus GK in that first game tomorrow. That's why they're having the tack timeout now, Tim. They get this done. We've got OT. Otherwise, I won't quite say it's heartbreak. They go into EWC. They can still finish top. It's still a second chance in the lower bracket, but they've come so close. They don't want to slip here at this final hurdle.
What a time to be taking that tactical timeout, saving it for the end of round 11. And they've got to get this one done, or as you quite rightly say, it's going to be down to the lower bracket they go. Falcons looked really good in that last round. And like you say, they knew what the win condition was, as long as they kept Brede alive, as long as they had the Yokais online. But I want to give a shout to Brede in that situation. He could not see the blitz at all there. I don't know if there was any other intel coming into him, but he's having to play through smoke. He's having to play off sound. And he aims kind of generally. It's not directly at the blitz, but I think he just aims into a really smart spot. He hears some movement. Obviously, the shields are pretty loud, pretty clunky when they do move. He hears a bit of movement, and he just puts it into a good spot to stun. And it's just brilliant stuff. Really like that.
I'm reloading.
Well, Tim, the glass is available. It hasn't been taken away. And so naturally, Necro is thinking, I'm free. I don't have to jump on the shields this time around. We can try something a little bit different. I can get back on that glass that you let me play for 1 round back on map 1, and I haven't been able to touch since. I really hope that this works out for them. They've got a lot of tools to do it with. They've got, what, 6 smokes to play behind if you include the smoke bolts. So it's 100% a big part of their win condition. That Thatcher makes a return once again, which will no doubt be lying in towards those C4s. 3 of them on side, but you've also got to worry about a Solus. You've got to worry about a Warden. There's so much you've got to worry about, and I'm really thinking here, if you're Virtus Pro, dare I say, you've got to be focusing on the upstairs. Like, you can't let them have all this control upstairs, not with all this utility to face off against.
Who needs to worry about losing his life there? Nearly overpeaked on the corner. Did take a bit of damage along the way. External breach is now opened into sight. But as you can see, as always, 3 above from Falcons here. It's actually a light compliment. It'd usually be 4 up there, but they've gone with 3. Breeder on the Solus. How about that? Guys opening up a barricade, and he picks up the Warden with a headshot. Who knows if it was purposeful and there was intel, or whether sometimes you just get lucky at shooting through those barricades.
Look, this is...
There's no intel, he's just playing the barricade.
Man, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why you shoot barricades out, by the way, rather than hitting them with a melee.
Yeah.
It is.
Otherwise, you could be the one getting shot back in return while you stuck there in your melee animation. Absolutely.
Yep. That's why you shoot them out, because you never know what's on the other side.
I'll never forget, we've spoken about it before on Border when Shaiko 2-tapped the barricade and just happened to get a headshot with his second tap. And even he took his hand off his keyboard, hand to his mouth, was like, oh my God, how have I just hit that shot? It was unbelievable. But we've seen it happen enough times that it's always worth going for. Either way, it's the Warden that's offline that, like I said, I thought would be a real big part of this round. Arguably now, if they can make use of the Thatcher and disable away Breeder on the Solus, they can go for a plan without needing that top floor control. So we'll see how the play goes. Of course, we've got the users on side with those Zoto canisters to slow things down as well, but the plant is happening, Tim. Do we see the Thatcher coming out? No, because he's the one planting. Not quite sure what he's going for, and sure enough, he gets killed. Why is he the one planting? Surely Dan's the one you look at this and say he should be the man, but now they've got a real war on their side, Tim, because the Solus remains alive. It's a 4 versus 2. He can see it going down. Will he get this angle again? Tries to go on towards 1, and Nako hits the deck. Surely not like this. Finally, we'll stick it. We'll get down as well. Dan left in a 1 versus 2 to save it for Virtus Pro.
Just peeking around the corner, sees the first, gets him 1v1. This just became very winnable to keep Virtus Pro alive for another round. Breeder's there, he gets taken out. Dan wins it, and we're going to overtime, Des.
They don't want to make it easy for themselves, do they, Tim? They want to pad up them clutch stats. Honestly, if they'd had the Thatcher EMP ready to deal with the Solus, that could have been so much easier. But instead, it's the Thatcher that is planting, and of course, in the beautiful irony that it is, he's the one who dies to the Solus, but they make up for it. They get a big 1v2 off Dan, and they send us into OT, as you say, Tim. 3 more rounds to decide it. And I imagine because Virtus Pro got to pick starting side, Falcons will get to choose which side they start on in OT. We'll find out which side that is in a second, but look, it's 2 versus 4. It becomes a 2 versus 2. This shouldn't be happening. It becomes a 1 versus 2. That absolutely should not be happening. And then a 1v2 gets 1. It shouldn't be happening, but it's great that it did.
I think Virtus Pro might need to go back to Thatcher School after what we've seen today, Des. There's been a couple of wobbly ones. There's been a couple of wobbly ones on Consular and on Lair. But hey-ho, they get themselves the round, they get themselves into overtime. It is 6-6, and we've got at least 2 more rounds of this. Falcons are on the attack. Inherently, you would say there is no advantage here. It's been 3-3 halves both ways. However, you do have the slight advantage of being able to play those stronger defensive sides if you are on the defense. So Virtus Pro have gone for top floor. They won it both times. Whereas, you know, they're going to get another opportunity as well to then pick another strong side, which for them I think will be down in the basement. So the narrowest of marginal advantages, I would say, to Virtus Pro. But look, this is absolutely anybody's at the minute.
A lot changes once you're getting towards OT. Mistakes become more prominent. Players are stressed. I know it sounds weird to say they've been playing for 3 hours and therefore they're probably knackered. You might say, oh, sit there and play ranked 8 hours a day on the weekend. What are you worried about? It's the pressure that comes with it as well. Again, knowing what's on the line, that every single move that you make in game can lead to your death, for example, can lead to your team losing a round. It's very intense. You know, you have to communicate with each other very, very actively throughout the whole thing as well. Your brain is just so switched on the whole time that you are exhausted come this point. But that's true of the other side as well. So it's all things equal, Tim. As you said, I don't know which way it can go here. Anything can happen, but I'm excited to find out.
Droning through ops is going to tell them that there is nobody there, so they can go in and start the breaching process, which is exactly what they will do. Solotov with the Selma takes that out. There's also another Selma gone, which I would imagine is onto that external masks wall. So that will be the ops wall. So 2 out of 3 of the breaches that they need. 1 more required onto the mezzanine wall. Nitro in hand. Rorik has had a big impact on this match when it comes to Nitros. If we remember that Nitro multi-kill that he got previously. But not going to have the opportunity just yet.
Sure. All right. Let's see who's the first to fall then. Neko being on the shield, 100% going to be a little bit of a nuisance for them, but it's Fasha. Shows the tiniest little bit towards Solotov, who, as I've said, has been quiet throughout this match, really. But all that matters in these final 3 rounds are the kills that you get in these ones. What's the impact that you manage to pull off? Likufak is underneath, looking to put pressure up through the floor, mainly on towards Neko. He's the one that's eating that track right now, so will have to be forced away onto safer ground so he doesn't get shot up through the floor. Sky's also dangerously low, even with all 3 smokes left in back pocket. Falcons so far looking good, Tim, but I can never help but look at those numbers at the top of our screen. Down to the last 45. They've got good control, but there's still stall that can come out. There's a C4 available. There's a clash. There's still smoke canisters, and that makes me nervous for Falcons.
Yeah, they need to get moving here. They need to find a way to brute force a path through. Dan manages to pick up Solotov. That is not ideal for them. 4 versus 4. Skies continues to burn time. A little bit aggressive from Rorik there. Users was just waiting with his arms wide open, and he takes his man down. 4 versus 3. Nade goes in.
I love this.
So does the operator. Nade goes down, by the way, so it's now effectively 1 versus 4. Plant going down, and Dan, he's got to do something. He's got to make a move for his team to keep them in it. He's going to be tracked out as well. Asking an awful lot right now. They know his position. There's a shield in his face. 35 seconds. 1v2. 1v3, sorry. Surely not.
It is full and foul of these shield up. Calm the friggin' hell down. What the hell was that? Dan looking for one more. Off towards his right. Does he know? Yes, he does. But the man has just about escaped him. The shield drops. He gets the kill. But my God, what was that shot, Tim? That was disgusting.
It's absolutely beautiful. It was something else, was that? What a flick that was. These two, we're just seeing 2 teams playing at the very peak of Siege at the minute. It's phenomenal stuff.
You know what really made me laugh as you said that about the flick? I was playing rank the other day with Fresh and Ollie, and Ollie goes, "Oh, I was a sick flick." And we were like, "Oh, really?" It was end of round replay. Like, yeah, watch this. We watched it, and he must have moved his crosshair about 5 degrees, and we were like, "Where's the flick?" And he was like, "That flick there." And I was like, "What flick are you on about, Matt?"
Is the flick in the room with us?
It's not this. I mean, that wasn't really a flick.
It wasn't really, but it was just beautiful.
It was beautiful pre-aiming. It was a great strafing crouch as well. Like, wonderful stuff, but still, wow, incredible.
So you're saying it was better than Ollie's kill? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Right, on we go. Falcons on the defense. This is their opportunity. And guess what? They were Master and Office 2 out of 2 times. But that didn't matter for Virtus Pro. They also did the same during regulation and weren't able to lock it down then. Can Falcons hold on to the top 4? Looking at the lineup that Virtus Pro have got, no major surprises there. Pretty much the same as we have seen from them so far. I'll be honest, I am quite glad there's no Thatcher there.
Yeah. I feel that's like the operator never ban away from Virtus Pro, because you're just getting a small, like, creeping feeling they might troll with it a little bit. It has been avoided, and instead they're saying if you really got to destroy something or take out some gadgets, then we can have Dan do it. Maybe that's why Dan plays Carly so much, is because the Thatcher play isn't so hot. I don't know. But it's more the different use cases here. Of course, Thatcher's changed a lot since he's moved away from throwing, you know, those massive exploding EMPs, and now, of course, has the cannon that he gets to fire. It can disable an awful lot. You know, C4s, players above, you name it. The range on it also being very, very handy. Of course, he doesn't know what gadget is that he's always disabling, but still extremely powerful. So that being taken offline for them here or not being used is maybe going to be a bit of a punishment, but I'll look at the other side and see the operators they've got. Nah, you won't mind too much. You're more worried here about the smoke and the Chanka.
Likufak's just sat cycling through these cams at the minute, putting an IGL on Valkyrie. Seems like you're just asking for trouble for the attackers. He's going to be so aware of this map, so aware of every cam, every corner, every bit of intel, that he's going to be building that plan in his mind and trying to orchestrate his team to deliver the outcome that Falcons are looking for, which is to get this done here and now. They've no interest in around 15. They are going to be challenged by the Monty. Smoke will hold them at bay for the time being, but Usus knows that his time on main stairs is up, and it's time to dip back away from that fight. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He will continue to hold the Monty at bay for now. No damage done for Neko so far. He's managed to keep himself out of that danger, but more and more is being thrown towards that position being held by Usus.
Nice thing is, Falcons haven't had to expose themselves yet, and we're down to, what, 75 seconds left in the round? still playing in behind a lot of utility. They've still got, I'd say that's the first Shumaka now coming out. They'll just keep on delaying this all day, every single day. C4 up over the top. As the shield has already stepped on forward, I believe that's Nako up on main stairs. Yeah, he's actually started his march on forward here. And Pastor gets Leakifat. Nako really has just gone larger in charge to forget about your C4, forget about your fire. I'm going up main stairs, whether you like it or not. And this now starts to leave Falcons very exposed. They didn't anticipate that he'd get this far in. At least they've got another line of defense to fall back to, which is, of course, being able to fire off the door or the default plant spot. Rorik underneath, hoping to find someone, but being rewarded with nothing as of yet. Last 35 seconds, 5v4. Virtus.pro have to win this, or it's lights out.
They really needed the Deimos to be dislodging the Tachanka realistically. That's what stopped Nako putting the plant down. And it's now 5 versus 4 with Doom underneath looking for that plant denial if the opportunity presents. Pasha finds Solotov. 5 versus 3. It's all falling apart for Falcons. Nako is going to go for it. Can Doom be their saviour? Very unlikely. Doesn't. Oh, no, he does. He gets one. But they managed to grab the diffuser. 2v2. Pasha's on the plant again, but Doom has bought them the time they needed, and Brede has found the kills. Falcons in an unlikely situation hold on and get themselves to the grand final.
It looked like absolute chaos. 4 players trying to flood in towards site as fire rained down all around them, and all it took was one German down below. June Bellingham steps up big and gets his team a ticket into the grand final. What a series we just had though, Tim. Again, I really hope we get to see this game again tomorrow. I'd love an underdog to be in the final too, but that has been a phenomenal series from start through to finish.
Yeah, absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it, Des. Beautiful stuff, beautiful siege. We couldn't ask for any better.
Well, I can only imagine that our desk are standing by and ready to break down one hell of a series. Let's head over to them now and hear what they think on what has been a stunner of a series.
What an absolute cinema we just witnessed there in the final round. I mean, Jack and Leo, you guys were jumping up and down from the couches here with what we saw. What a way to end it. Falcons sent themselves to the grand final.
I mean, they had us out of their seats. They had us out of our seats, not their seats. They had us out of our seats. I think every single round in this final map of Lair just felt like it was going down to the last 10, 15 seconds. And realistically, anybody could have won any single one of them, Leo. I'll be honest, I'm still flabbergasted at the way that last round played out.
How many of these rounds came down to
Look at that!
execute? Like, insane kills, like insane post plants, like insane multi kills. It was just a beautiful game of Siege with 2 teams that played into the late round win condition, and honestly, like that last one, the impact from Zoom from downstairs, then Brede that gets aggressive exactly at the right time, gets the triple kill. Like honestly, like what a game, and I think we didn't expect any less from the 2 best teams in EML, clearly. When G2 is not here, I think it's kind of proved right now. Although G2 was the only team to kind of go undefeated in the stage, I think Falcons and VP really were the one that were the most consistent. And honestly, what a way to go. 7-5, 4-7, 8-6. It's so close between the 2 of them. I'm just hoping now that we've elected kind of what feels, in my opinion, like the 2 best teams in EML. Although we'll still need to see tomorrow and who makes it. But I think overall, these 2 represent EML the best possible way, I think, at international level, and have a lot of hopes for WC.
That's the thing, of course. I mean, look at the MVP as well. Dan on the other side, too. We tried so hard, but couldn't help his team to get the victory over the line here. I mean, what a way to win it. What a match we got as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know, screw NAL with their matches ending in 2-0s. We're getting the absolute series here with 2-1s again all over the board. But
Yeah.
I'm loving it. It shows like how good our region is, but also like how creative we can get with the things that we're being treated to here.
I think so. That game was so close, but it was a big chess match, in my opinion, between who could adapt in the mid round, who could play to the right wing condition, and who ultimately, and this obviously comes down to a lot of game usage, who had the best team play. And that was changing round to round, even moment to moment. One small margin was affecting it. It felt like almost every single round. And that's what you want to see when you've got the 2 best teams in the league, as we are in the upper bracket final, of course. When you've got that, you want to see 2 teams on the best maps possible, which I think we got, playing some of their best siege possible, which I also think we got. Not many of them rounds were decided by a team really screwing up their strategy or their game plan or individual like whiffs or anything like that. But they weren't dominant. It was a lot of close, execute-driven siege. I think from a fundamentalist point of view, that was a really, really enjoyable experience.
Yeah, I was about to say, in terms of someone that really loves the deep theory of Siege, like you were served here, it felt like a masterclass as to how in defense should you play into operators like Tachanka, Let's Smoke, like Clash, to try and deny the plant. And on the other end, as attackers, how do you circumvent that? How do you find
find a way to plant in enough spot? How do you find a way to maybe remove the solis upstairs that was trying to kill you? It was a beautiful masterclass on both sides, attack and defense. And yes, today Falcons wins, but honestly, like any other day,
I want to see it again. I want to see it tomorrow.
any other day, I don't know who wins.
I think the media training has helped. I'm no longer seeing crash outs, I'm seeing smiles on you guys' faces, and I love to see that. The casters called him Joom Bellingham. We call him Joom from L because he's on the line with us as well to ask him a few questions about this game. Joom, congratulations on punching your ticket to the grand final, but honestly, we need to talk about this final round. We have the clip for it as well. What on earth happened?
That was just crazy from Brady, to be honest. I don't even know. They were just planting on the door, and then Brady just killed everyone. I was like hoping for Brady to stay alive, and he just clutched up the round. Fucking insane.
He kills like. Did you injure the guy planting initially?
I think I injured the guy planting from below because we had the call up planting on the door.
Yeah, and you were looking at the default plant spot the whole time before that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was insane.
So it was crazy. Crazy from Brady.
That was insane. I think he kills the first guy CC, and then he turns, and you've injured one guy, and as they cross to go plant, he kills two other ones. He was very often the last alive, both in attack and defense. I guess that's what you get from playing such a game in a late round. Did you expect to have so many of these rounds being played in the last 20 seconds?
Yeah, of course. It's VP.
yeah, it hasn't changed, right? The win condition
It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It's still the same old VP.
Joom, I actually wanted to ask you about that. You know, you said same old VP. Obviously, we have seen some new stuff from them. We've seen Neko on the shields, particularly. But that isn't something that you targeted today. What was the reason for that? You went with some different bans, often the breaches, for example.
We were just trying out new stuff, to be honest. We knew it's not like the most important game to win. We still tried our best, obviously, but we were just trying out new stuff. We were just playing to have fun and obviously to make the final. And just VP does the same all the time, so it just worked.
And Joom, just looking at your stage performance overall as a team, you guys won 5 games, you lost 4, it was quite close, and then you go into playoffs and it's only 2-1s and it's only super close. Do you feel like being basically battle tested, right? Going through, scraping your way, yet you're in grand finals. Do you think that losing that much has taught you to be a better team, that teams that maybe have been a little bit more dominating?
Definitely. I think losing every time we learn something new. So I don't even mind losing if it's like not an important game. I think that made like actually realize how we need to play in the playoffs. And obviously best of 3, we're just better. So.
And then speaking of tomorrow's game, do you think there's a chance you're playing Virtus Pro again?
Probably. Probably.
So
wouldn't surprise me.
What have you learned from this game that obviously you didn't lose? What have you learned then to try and make it a little bit less close tomorrow?
Honestly, we just lost a lot of rounds. Also for me on Consulate, there was like 3 kills. I should have gotten literal freebies. I was just whiffing just gunfights. So
was that one of them a spawn peak, Joom?
Oh yeah, the first round. You probably saw. Oh my god, yeah. So stuff like that, don't make that happen tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Well, Joom, thank you so much for your time and describing all of these rounds. We wish you best of luck in the grand final tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Oh, see you tomorrow. Okay, well, he's banking on another victory there against Virtus Pro tomorrow.
I mean, so far history is proving him right, because as soon as they reach BO3s, no matter how close it gets, they always win.
How funny. It was a silly little stage, wasn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah.
G2 go flawless, then get dumped out. Falcons probably look the worst they've looked inside of an EML stage in the last 2.5 years. And are now in the final, looking like the heavy favourites to win the whole thing. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
You know who have also had a silly stage? I think it's fair to say the same for Fnatic and GK, right? Given that they were some absolute underdogs coming into this matchup. But we have to determine who finishes the stage as 4th. And also, who moves further into EWC with their starting position. One more best of 3 will be with us after the break.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Fnatic versus GK in the lower bracket is our second match of the day. Now, this is going to be a really important match for both these teams because EWC qualification and further progressing is on the line. We can call this game an $18,000 game.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of money. Because basically, this is the game that decides who's going to be at least top 3 and who's going to be top 4 of EML. And that has two implications. That has implication for the cash prize of EML playoffs. There is a $3,000 difference between third and fourth. And also, and this is the biggest one, it makes a difference for Esports World Cup because the fourth team qualifying from EML will go through play-ins, which means they guarantee themselves $10,000. But should you be top 3 of EML, you're gonna go directly to group stage, you're gonna
Yep.
skip play-ins, and that means you're top 16, which is at least $25,000 guaranteed.
I was thinking what I would do with $25,000.
What would you do with $25,000?
I don't know. But it's not just that. It can be exponential as well, because the further you progress through UWC, the higher the cash prize. But not just for you. Obviously, there's the club program as well.
No, not for me, no. Not anymore.
Not for you.
Yeah.
But for the organizations as well, we've got 2 organizations that will be keen on sending a lot of teams to progress in that club championship as well. So it's massive for both the team and for the organization.
Well, if you have a few of those dollars to spare and you want to see some of your favorite EML teams and some of your favorite worldwide teams go head-to-head against each other at EWC, the tickets are live. Of course, we love discounts as well, right? So a 15% discount on your ticket by using the code R6S15 to get your tickets and see not only just Siege, but there's many other games happening at EWC.
Yeah, and you're going to the best country in
Yeah,
the world.
yeah, I would-
So, I mean, come on, you're going to France.
Do you know what?
It's worth it.
Do you know what? I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah?
For just 1 second, because we was at a little tournament in France not that long ago.
Little tournament.
6 Invitational in February, of course, not a little tournament, massive tournament. Fans were crazy. French fans across multiple esports events have been absolutely crazy. If you feel like you missed out on the 6 Invitational, get yourself to EWC. It is as simple as that.
I promise we don't bite. You're gonna have fun in France. You're gonna have fun there. You're gonna eat really well, and you're gonna see some great Siege.
How much did you pay him to say that, to promote French hospitality?
Keep it.
I am baffled. I am baffled that this British guy is promoting Paris. That is
I love Paris.
beyond me.
I love Paris. We lived there for a little bit.
True.
Well, the good thing is that both these teams will be making their way to Paris and will be making their way to EWC, and especially for Fnatic, that is a big thing, right? We call them the underdog of underdogs. I think many people did not have Fnatic beating G2 on their bingo card to make it to EWC, but it was clear in that game, just with many other games from Fnatic, that there was a clear turning point.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Fnatic just turn up, do okay, and then crumble? Well, not this stage, because early stage they had 2 games, one against Heretics, one against Shifters, where it looked like that might happen, especially the game against Heretics. What did they do? 4-4 into a 7-4 victory. So that was their early stage turning point, and we're thinking, hey, we've got a Fnatic that's competing here. They then go and, let's be honest, they start shitting the bed in Super Week. They lose 2 games in a row, get dominated by Rebels, a new team into this league, and they go 5-1 down against Twisted Minds. What happens? Turning point. 8-6 victory. That was probably the biggest turning point. But then even then, going up against G2, they lose their map pick of Lure in a game that's all or nothing for EWC qualification. They have another turning point. They go and win Chalet and then kick on and win going up against G2 in the playoffs, in overtime, getting it done. 3 turning points, and the reason that I'm highlighting these is because Fnatic of old, honestly, I think Leo, we could have said, would absolutely have crumbled in those scenarios.
You know what they would do, Fnatic of old? They would be playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And I think that's the biggest thing that changed with this Fnatic roster. They trust themselves, they're playing to win, and they have great mental fortitude.
They are. We're seeing the same thing from their opponents, really, because when we talk about GK, they themselves also managed to punch that ticket to EWC, right? You can argue like, oh, maybe they had an easier matchup, but then they still got it done. And in a 2-0, and that's just a big rise up that we're seeing from this roster in general.
And ask yourself, Anne, why did they maybe have an easier matchup? They finished inside the top 4. So they had that extra life from the double elim, from the playoffs bracket, because of all the good work that they've done during the stage. I think they really found themselves. Talked about turning points for Fnatic. I think GK really had one as well. You know, that Super Week that they went on, they got 3 wins in a row and carried on. They were the most informed team coming into the playoffs, maybe aside from G2, who hadn't lost. And then they carried it on. They get into that game against Rebels. It's high stakes, it's high pressure, but they looked in pretty much full control there.
Yeah, and the main thing is they very clearly established their identity. And that's one big question mark we had when we first saw the roster, and so many roster changes from different imports, is how are they going to gel together? Well, they found it, and they found it quite quickly, because as soon as they found it, they figured out a way to have a crazy win streak.
And that crazy win streak, it hit the league by force. I will say, we are coming into a playoffs bracket now. We are coming up into best of threes, where we've seen Virtus Pro, when they beat them and Virtus Pro qualified and punched their ticket, they said, GK have luck. It's all they have. And yes, it then worked up against Rebels, but how will it carry on? Up against Fnatic, going up against potentially VP tomorrow, and then into a final against Falcons. Should they get that far? That's the level up that I want to see from GK. What else do they have? What's the substance behind the team? And especially when they get to EWC, because they're going to be playing up against the best of the best.
Because it does seem that there is that ceiling. I know Grubby did say, like, yeah, but
he doesn't agree.
It comes from the guy that only plays Shield, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Everyone has its identity. However, it's true. I'm still struggling to see a more default fundamental playstyle on the side of GK. Sometimes not crutching, going on a backstab on one side, sometimes maybe going all 5 towards a more objective-oriented attack. That's not a rush, because they've done quite a lot of those as well. So I'm looking to see this team build upon the base that they've already had, and maybe that would be the next step for them, especially maybe not in this matchup, but later on to make some waves at EWC.
Yeah, I saw on the player cam just there, Groovy was yawning. You can't be yawning, but you have like a match to play, a best of 3 to pull your team further inside of this bracket. Let's have a look at the map feature and to see where we'll be going. He looks seriously tired, by the way, but we'll have to start this matchup at layer.
Yeah, it's a great map for Fnatic. I understand completely why they picked it. On one side, Geeky, they're 0-3 on the map. On the other side, Fnatic, they had a 4-win streak before facing G2 on the map, and arguably should have beaten G2 on that one. They took them to overtime. It's a top G2 map as well, so for them to make it to overtime anyway, it's a big statement. In my opinion, recently, probably one of their best maps, if not their best map.
I think the Chalet pick is the big one for me. Looking at this best of 3 map,
Feels like do or die, right?
Feels like do or die, because Fnatic got rid of Fortress and Consular and allowed Geeky to pick Chalet. Why is that big? Because it's one of Geeky's favourite maps. Yes, Fnatic did win it up against G2 last week, but it was a real hero moment for them. It's not a traditionally strong Fnatic map, whereas Geeky absolutely love it. I think if Fnatic can get it done on that map, then yeah, sure, we're looking at a really competitive series and potentially a win for them. But I think if Geeky get that done, then we're looking at a map 3 in my mind.
I'd love to see that. I mean, we call this the $18,000 game. That is a lot of money, but the game is ready. So we'll send it to Fluke and Demo for Fnatic and GK.
Thank you very much, our wonderful team in the studio. And it is time for us to take it away to see if the little trains can, well, keep on going, Demo. We have 2 of the teams that I don't think anyone expected to see still fighting at this stage. But which one is going to keep going?
The big trains. Like, I think we've kind of got past the bit where you look at them as these little teams. I mean, especially for Fnatic, who the past 2 years haven't been great. You know, they've been a team which has never made it in towards the playoffs, have never attained status of being a top 4 side. And here they are. They're top 4 for this stage. And then GK. Now, obviously, GK were the kind of team which was formed kind of in kickoff, and then they've made some big roster changes. They've brought in players from the Heretics lineup, as we've seen, and they've really started making things work, you know? So I think for GK, they found a system which works for them. You know, Yoga coming in, I think he has made a great statement for himself, being the second import that we've had from North America, and I think Yoga's had a great stage.
Well, the stages are the sort of up and down. It's the actual fun thing about looking at how these teams have collected themselves throughout the stage, because they've had in some ways similar journeys, but with slightly different results, as fun as it is to say. But if you look towards the grandest board of how the teams stack out and balance out, Yoga, as you sort of said, he's found himself pretty much level. He's 0.99, 0.99 even on his sort of rating. He finds himself dead on the board. Groovy is the 4th best rated player, but behind them is actually Deadshot and Citizen, 6th and 12th. The sort of divide of where the team sits is the top gunners of Fnatic are a decent distance ahead of the sort of 2 that are struggling, because in the bottom 10 of the total league, you have Wizard and Smiths. Whereas what you have from the side of Geeky is it's all a very centralized team. Sure, you've got Groovy on 4th, but the rest of the team is sort of in that mid-section, right?
Yeah.
16th to 31st. And is that the difference maker? How much can you sort of rely on the sort of top-heavy builds and teams that used to be the staple of every single team in the world? And how much can you sort of build this 5-sided front? But that's enough of my rambling, Demo. What about these bans?
I would say we're going to have more rambling from you at some point. I think
probably like 2, maybe 3 hours worth.
Not a mystery. Yeah, looking at the bans, I think pretty standard here from the attacks, isn't it? Double electrification. You just make that ease of access, getting the walls opened up. Just simple. However, leaving the mirror up, leaving the Azami up, getting into areas such as tables, working your way across for the default plant position on this top floor, that's going to be a little bit more tricky. Obviously, mirror is great in combination with going for the impact tricks. Again, it's a form of keeping those walls shut, because that is the main thing we look at on a map like Lair. Getting those reinforcements opened up, giving yourself plenty of options, seeing where you want to try and establish the take. Now, you look at, I think for GK, interesting to see that they're not going to go with a kind of double denial of plant, because typically it's Smoke and Tachanka kind of run this site. That's the duo, the partnership that we see a lot of teams will bring in. They just have the smoke. So I think for Fnatic, straight away, they're going to have a lot more time than what's kind of normal.
Okay, well, that's not the most normal. There goes the play against the smoke. The Warden's caught out by a grenade, driven straight in here on towards top green. They've sort of hit the back take quite quickly. You can see the mirror is still deploying. They're still trying to catch up with the momentum. It was one of the things I was going to talk about in these teams is the entry statistic comes not sort of around the midway, around a minute 40 through into or less on the clock. And here, the pace at which they've applied themselves, I mean, they're still, what was that, sort of a preemptive, a bit of fear? On towards the break. It's been a great immediate punch in, maybe a rush attempt on towards green and pulled back fine, but now what do? You've got that body, you've got that first step. Where's the second? Where's the third?
This is where, for GK, have to try and get players rotated into a position where they can maybe try and fight back, because I think at this point, you haven't been able to trade that kill back. And obviously for Fnatic, you've got a 5v4. And they're doing the smart thing. Yes, they were got really early control in towards green. They found their pick, and then they think, guys, let's use this extra man. Let's start kind of executing all these players. But GK find 2 for their troubles. Make that 3. My, oh my. What a turnaround.
Okay, suddenly on the drop of a dime, as I said, they sort of had one. It was going for them. They got nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. I mean, I think that was a really good read there from the side of GK. They sort of realized they'd held off that first punch, that first minute, realized they were repositioning and went, but let's breathe out a bit. Let's see if we can try and take them by surprise. They're just sat watching and waiting right now. We have players that can lean into that.
No, I think obviously whenever you look at that situation for Fnatic, they're trying to take just the map in full. They know they have that man advantage. Okay, let's rotate. Let's leave a guy green, but let's start looking to get in towards tables. Let's look in towards Mez. But I think the issue that you have with that kind of Mez take is you kind of need to still have the traditional util dump that you would see coming in from tables. I mean, there wasn't, I would say, that much that you kind of had to worry about on the side of GK in terms of util dump in the lineup for GK. Obviously, I think there was maybe a little bit too early of a 3-2-1 call. I think there was definitely some timing issues that Fnatic had. But still, overall, I just think GK, they kind of assess the situation like you mentioned. They need to go aggressive. They cannot allow Fnatic to have this kind of opportunity of clearing all your remaining players out in one go. And that's what GK did. They thought, okay, let's fight this, let's go at it. And yeah, GK, and what do we talk about? We talk about Grubby being a great player this stage. 2-0. Starts off really strong.
He's just been everything, right? The cool, calm collective that you sort of need. When you have a roster and you have a team that's a bit of a project team in some ways, when you've got players coming through together, you need that talisman player to really shine. And I know
see that, by the way.
Go on.
Scratched his ear with his mouse in his hand. That's some serious tech. What was if someone swung him? What would he do?
He would use the mouse on the side of his head. That's how good he is. Imagine. Listen, if he'd have lost precious seconds, actually doing that whilst holding the mouse is better if someone swings him.
Is that horror?
Nothing to worry about near me.
Imagine if he'd let go of the mouse and he just clicked, wouldn't have been able to do anything. The smoke starts to pop. They're trying to find another first pick here, but it's not being gifted to them in the same way. Instead, they're going to hit the fire extinguisher, pull back, drive at the shields. We know Smith plays continually on towards those shield rolls. They don't have the Monty, so it's going to have to be a bit more of a swing sort of situation in this. On the drive across the bottom of the side itself, just cutting it in half. Pulling back though, and again it becomes this worry, right? Look at the fact that they're using utilities. Look at the fact that Deepak almost got there just outside the window. They've got 2 smoke canisters left here, Demo, and they're still trying to just get themselves in room by room, bit by bit.
Yeah, just very direct. Fnatic not interested in going for the vert clear. I mean, you can tell it by the lineup. No vertical operators chosen whatsoever, but GK just have to try and fend them off. I mean, surely at this point for the defense, you'll know what attack you're up against. It's just a case of placing bodies, but 2 of them try to swing on the Deadshot. He says hello to both of them and sends them packing. Smith was maybe thinking, oh, could have got in there now that the smoke's dead, but nope, the Goyo's there as the backup. So it will just stop, and Wizard, oh, doesn't even find that pick on the socks that Deepak is going to double up with him. This is looking fantastic here for Fnatic.
suddenly just Yoga left alone, holding out. He knows he's got at least some bit of pressure here. He can try and alleviate it somewhere, but they know exactly where he is. They'll just hit the flood com, they'll hit the flood on the site, and they'll hit the body after a trade. Not a flawless, but just as good as the round that was done to them on the previous one. Demo for a game that is probably going to go to 3 maps. We're instantly off on a back and forth.
You reckon, Free?
I think so. Do you
I think
not?
the Chalet's interesting.
Chalet is interesting.
Chalet's interesting because I think if he said that last week for Fnatic, which basically we did whenever we seen them go up against G2 on it, we were like, it's not great for Fnatic, really good for G2. And then Fnatic go and win, which I think has kind of caused the issues for GK. Because yes, GK, incredible on Chalet, really, really good record on it. But Fnatic could kind of kick on from that win in Chalet and can say, you know what, we beat G2, we are good at this map. So I think it gives them a lot of confidence going into Chalet. So I don't think it's as clear cut and dry as if we were talking about it this time last week.
That's very fair. I'll hit you with a counter stat, if I may. We're talking about Fnatic. Yeah, obviously they got themselves good. GK, they're on a 4-0 run of it right now. Right, Rebels twice, Shifters during the stage, and VP as well. Over the 4 plays, they have only lost 4 of the 21 defenses they've played. They are unbelievably rock solid on that half of the game against multiple different opponents, including somebody as good as VP. If Fnatic don't get themselves off to a very solid opening half, if they're not looking at least 4 of their, you assume, opening defenses on Chalet, which could be a confidence thing, as soon as they get to the other side and start losing those attacks, where they struggle a little bit more, well, yeah, you might see a split. It's actually a similar statistic to this map, as fun as it is GK. It does include an 0-7 to Falcons a few months ago, so it's not the best stat line on this, but they're on a 2-17 attack recent record on.
Hey, at least they've got 2.
They've got 2, baby. They've got 2. But yeah, so they need to really have the same sort of mentality here on their defenses. They know they struggle more on the latter half.
Same for Fnatic. It's very similar to the last time they played Lair, wasn't it, against G2, where it's kind of seldom lurk, using that Solid Snake really efficiently to gather information, send them out if needed on a bit of a roam hunt. For Fnatic, what's the take? What's it gonna be? Obviously, for this bomb site, we know that all the defenders are gonna be upstairs, and that's what the attackers need to play around. We don't see a sense, which is usually the common operator that we would see assist these attackers in getting into the bomb site and trying to plant, even though there will be players above. So for Fnatic, what's their option? I suppose you've got the Capitao. You can still smoke off those lines of sight from the vertical holes. But it just depends if GK are switched on or not. I mean, I think a lot of the time for this site, yes, it's difficult to get in and get to the plant. You're only as good as, you know, what the defender lets you do. So always, if you're upstairs, you need to be ready to go.
Oh, just a perfect pinch, Groovy. And in this sort of danger man spot, does get traded out afterwards. Maybe got a little bit too hungry for it. I mean, took care of one. Smith suffers, and he's not entirely sure where. They've obviously still got the vertical hold here, so they can't entirely flood themselves in. I mean, they might try, right? You've obviously got the Solace to try and play against it. You've got the single C4 that can catch out the shield, potentially. They're holding on and hoping on towards these angles, and they've lost Groovy, but 47 seconds. The smoke bolts will probably hit the top of those hatches, those angles. There's the play. That's the role of the kit man. That's the role of the Blitz, which just gets the constant pings. They have him now on the plant attempt. Are they going to be able to catch this with a smoke in time? It's not quite good enough to stop Smith. How did he not take anything? I don't know. I'm not the designer, but it's probably going to be something that falls away from their designs here. At this point, a 4 versus 3, and they put as much faith in towards that smoke as I did, Demo.
Yeah, Fnatic. I mean, they knew where they were planting, but just those smokes. That's the power of the Capitao. Being able to block off those vertical angles is so important. And at this point, easy pickings for Fnatic. Smith is going to deny Deadshot, his ace. But overall for Fnatic, they knew what their game plan was. They used the operators correctly. And that's what I mean. Yes, it's difficult for attackers to get in, and we've seen obviously that bomb site go horribly wrong for attackers plenty of times before in the past. But if defenders struggle to kind of lock down typically the shields, then that's what happens. And as soon as that plant goes down, difficult retake, as we're all aware of. An exterior breach is always going to be an uphill battle for the defenders. So GK says around that, I think they'll be kicking themselves forward because they had it on a plate. They had everything they needed. They had the Solus. They knew where the blitz was, but just couldn't see anything because of the smokes.
It's become this sort of weirdly paced game. I don't know if you're feeling it as well, where it feels outside of the very first round, there seems to be a long build up, It's the fuse, and then the powder keg is lit, and
Very
the
slow
rest of
pace.
the round happens.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's suddenly within about the space of 10 seconds, 15 seconds, most of the board of players has died. That was one of the few sort of chances where they had those opening 2 engagements, and then there was a brief reprieve before we were thrown back into it. Either way, from this point onwards, progress can potentially be made. And I asked the question, Demo, I posited it at the very start of all of this. What is going to be the driving force between a team that is generally led with a bit top heavy, have a great couple of standout performances, or the team that's sort of come a bit balanced? Currently with Deadshot 7-2.
Yeah.
And Fnatic 2-1 on their attack here, you might start to get some of that data on that graph of, well, maybe Fnatic, maybe on the back of a Deadshot and Citizen Masterclass day, could get this one over the edge.
Yeah, I would be in agreement. Deadshot was electric against G2. And he's just been great all stage. You know, I think for Deadshot, we know the capabilities of that player. We've seen him whenever he got picked up for that Wolves side, the French Wolves. I mean, he just slotted in really, really well. It gave them that kind of additional firepower. The guy knows what he's doing, and he plays a very high level of Siege. And for Fnatic, a quality pickup. You know, I think for Fnatic, especially whenever they've struggled, I feel. I think for Fnatic, over the course of the years, with all the different roster changes they've made, I think they've sometimes struggled to get real talent, rather than going for the kind of unknown quantity, which I think they've experimented with a lot. You look who they brought in. You've got Deadshot there. You've got Citizen as well. I mean, those players, they've been around for a very long time, and I think that's been the difference here for Fnatic. The roster changes that they've had, it's people who know how to play this game exceptionally well.
So that's a style of mirror trick.
Yeah, that's the issue with leaving the mirror up instead of, you know, the Cade and the Bandit. It's that mini game, isn't it? It's just a little game.
But you think of what they've been able to sort of remove out of the approach now. They're down towards the Selma charges. They've used both of the sort of tin openers. So at this point, they've got to try and get this front wall open. Obviously, you can still try and apply this pressure, but those mirror windows, to have that effect, you don't really need to open them. They can just sort of put their backs towards that side at this point. They can play against that single breach. And Fnatic, they're going to be trying to put a ship through the bottle whilst the sails are still up at this point. There's just not a lot of wiggle room. Not a lot of space. So what do? Look at the bodies on the back end. They've gone for the rotate directly on towards green. They're able to gap one. They lost the first. They're driving themselves in with the Candelas, seeing if they can make some momentum go. But Smith, in the meantime, picks up somebody else on the swing round. They've been able to take this, find an angle, find a route in. Groovy battles back. Puts us in the 3 apiece. Now they've still got 3 Candelas. They can just try and drive this into what has ultimately turned into a bit of a gun game with a single smoke as the slow at this point and an impact to try and be a bit of an impact. But 45 seconds and the worst time, Wizard, to look away for Sarks and ask to find 1 apiece. Leaves Deadshot in the middle of the room. Can't quite pull that one out together. We are 2 apiece.
Oh, that's big from Sarks. 3 piece. Yeah, I think for Fnatic, they kind of realized the initial direct take wasn't going to work because of that mirror trick. So they kind of have to clamber and panic, push their way around towards green. Uport, I think, just holding maybe a little bit more of an aggressive angle, maybe a bit of an off angle that Fnatic weren't expecting, gets the first pick. I was really surprised that Uport didn't pop the Goyo. I mean, the Goyo's right in front of him, that it could have kind of gave him a bit of space. And then I thought, oh no. Fnatic have kind of turned the ship around. They're now in control. And then Sarks, a little off angle position, right side of the arc window position, which, let's be real, nobody on that arc window is going to check, especially with 30 seconds left. You're not going to have a drone. You're just going to have to try and hold the angle and deny them from taking art. So he's never going to be expecting Sarks to swing. And then they also, not only did they time it with Sarks swinging, another player jumps out of bathroom, pretty much just as live bait, because Fnatic, they're all in on that art player. If you lose art, you don't have any protection for that diffuser going down in the other bomb site. So it was really key that GK were able to remove that art player, and they sent 2 bodies to make sure that was going to happen.
Mine going out. The round trade still seemingly endless, but sort of adaptations talked about, the way that they've grown in towards each other's attack and defense and reprieve. Again, I'm still going to put my sort of chips onto the 3-map counter, but I think it's going to be a long 3-map, sort of akin to what we had the other day, Demo. Strap in for a long evening.
Reach!
Don't have a seatbelt in my chair. You? You got the new model?
No, I just, you know, I just got a chair from a car. I thought,
oh.
That's just... To be fair, I bet you there are some people out there that have that as their like setup chair, especially like sim racing people.
Oh yeah, sim racers. Wait, do sim racers have seatbelts?
They should. Imagine
the ones that have like that. Do you know the one that's like moves and stuff? Like as they were in the car, like the full rig. Maybe.
Oh, there's this.
Wow.
This is entirely a very brief 20-second segue. There is a dude on Instagram who has this like flight sim seat, and instantly flight sim people will be like, I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's like this thing that entirely pivots and moves. This old dude literally living a dream. And I can't remember his name, I'm so sorry, but shout out to that dude and shout out to this slow approach towards the garage side. They've obviously done a similar thing before, but remember what I said, where it was sort of build, 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 and then explode. Here, getting past these mirror windows seems to be slowing them down without the blitz as that space breaker.
Yeah, no shield, I think, is very surprising for Fnatic, especially whenever Smith. I mean, he loves the shield, and he's tried to hop on the glass, and that hasn't worked. Ask has seemed to him, that felt very individual there from Smith, because nobody was really moving with him. Deadshot somehow able to find the pick through the smoke with a pistol. Able to square it up into a 4v4. Citizens attempting to backstab in towards Stock, but he's been found out. They now know about him. There's still a bit of noise being made, but it's GK with 2 youth pouring out of lockers, and Wizard able to find Grubby, who we just seen was able to find a kill, so it's up to Citizen and Wizard. But the issue is they're so far apart, there's going to be no opportunities for trades, and that's exactly what's happened. And Citizen's gone, and you can see that Wizard is nowhere near him to get that kill back in favor. So it's 1v3 for Wizard.
That push back out that Fnatic seem to do, it's just always so well put together. Not Fnatic even. GK do it well, and there it is once again. I mean, obviously the engagements happened, they're able to get the first, there's back and forth, and then you've got Groovy getting the kill and then still trying to extend up vertically and still trying to put the pressure back on, and that's just the thing that you have to deal with when you're up against GK's defense. And Fnatic, unfortunately, sometimes they've been able to sort of keep a bit of control on it. This time not so much. For the first time, GK have been able to thread 2 rounds together. It's still sort of generically traded. There's still only 1 round in it before the turn of the half. It's equally likely to be a 3-3, as we're going to have to obviously head back down towards bunks and briefing, or the other ground floor site. Or is it first floor? How's this building put together? I know it's in the game marked as first floor, but that's like North American, right?
Wall reinforced.
Does that irritate you, by the way?
No.
Okay. Bet it irritates Tim. Bet Tim's somewhere fuming.
I think he's in bed. Yeah, 9 o'clock. He'll be long gone.
Oh, long gone. He's off to Noddy land. Do you think Tim sleeps in one of those like old-timey hats with a little candle?
He's got the nightgown.
Yeah, the full nightgown.
The cat, Ebenezer Scrooge, I believe, is the fit.
The 3 ghosts that visit him.
He was great at the Christmas Carol, Tim. Fantastic.
Yeah. The 3 ghosts that visit him is Derry, Fresh, and Exiles Breaker, and all of them are just trying to make him worse. Like they're not trying to. They're trying to like make
reverse it.
Yeah. Siege Christmas Carol coming out later this year. Fnatic. Now, when they've sort of got this lineup on the board, you can assume what's going to happen. The slight change here in terms of the defense is we have Warden. We have the ability to see through some of those disguises.
Yeah, last time.
Yeah. And they sort of just solo trusted the Solace and the smoke. It didn't quite work. Let's adapt. Let's push forward. I'm curious to see how much of it is going to be tricked up towards a single breach, because, or the double breach even, because that's obviously not a route of passing. How much are they going to try and lean out? Quite a lot. Too much. They're in the sight. Wizard. He's just crouched in. He's got himself round on the back. He's found an angle, and there goes Groovy.
Yeah, the change is, you mentioned, yes, there's a Warden on board, but they forfeited the traps. They had a Thorn the last time. Probably stopped something like this happening. Just allowing players to walk in freely into the bomb site. And much like last time. I mean, the player on site's gone. Robbie is gone. And we've always talked about the player, the one lone player who is in the middle of bunks. Once he goes, there's nobody there to retake. It's free real estate for the attackers as long as they can cover off the vert angles, which I'm sure that they'll do again. They've got the sense.
Well, here goes the attempt on it. The impact will just drive towards Smith, but they're on towards the plant position. The Thatcher, beautifully played outside the side. They're just getting the slow on anything that might get thrown down, but it turns into a gun game anyway. Ask, hello, goodbye. Now, they don't have the kit demo, and they don't really have any disguising utility at this point to drive themselves in, so they've got to try and take this as a gun game. They have a minute, thankfully. And the Sense gadget will sort of operate on its own, but that's all that it exists to do right now. And at this point, you've already lost from these angles once. They also still have a smoke. They have a C4, which you might not know about, but they need to try and do something. And I kind of worry that what they're doing here is just hoping and sending it. Us gets one. They can't net the other kill on the opposite side. So instead, now it's a 2 versus 3, and they're still just trying to fight up. Pull off some Shaiko-esque kills, but I think Deepak's realized maybe too little too late that he's not going to make magic happen that manner. So instead, slipping up towards the top either side, going to see if they can try and punch it, but with 15 seconds left at this point, he's just doing filth on the screen there. Ask has a huge round, and they have a 4-2 half GK do. So I believe that's time to talk to our desk about it.
Okay.
Some really cool stuff I've seen from this game was the adaptation on the side of Geeke, and it goes onto the defense side. Now, pay attention to something. Fnatic, they removed the wall denial once again, a Kaiden bandit ban, but what Geeke brings to the table is quite interesting. So you're going to pay attention here. As you can see, there is no hard breacher ban. That means that on their side, Fnatic, they can bring anything. And so, obviously, when you've got Ace open on there, you're going to play Ace. And so pay attention to here. Ace is going to send his charge onto the main wall here. Tubaro instantly freezes that Ace charge, then Mira comes in, places the Mira window exactly on the Ace charge, and boom, that's the first one gone. Now, Ace has already spent the second Ace charge on the other side of the bomb site. He comes back and realizes, wait, they closed off my wall. It never breached. And so he's going to send his third Ace charge onto the Mira window directly. And that's the cool thing with Mira windows. You can pop them. So they're going to open the Mira window, impact through it, and that's it. All the Ace charges are gone. And I want you to pay attention to the aftermath of what just happened. So they've spent 2 Ace charges on the main wall. That's completely closed. They've spent 1 Ace charge on the bridge here. On R6 room, it's closed off by a Kiba barrier. So in this situation, what do we see? Basically, Fnatic has to push through 1 corridor, 1 staircase, maybe jump in some windows over there, or maybe walk into the bomb site directly from 1 doorway. Put simply, they're in a dire situation and have to go through corridors. And the payoff, Geeke, all they have to do is wait for these guys to push in and get their free kills. It's beautiful, it's well played, it's a great adaptation. And basically, as you can see, nothing Geeke can really, nothing Fnatic can really do here, just completely isolated. And the worst is, when we go to round 4, they do the exact same thing with hard breach tools. You look at this, Tubaro once again, Mira window, there's a hard breach tool on the other side of the wall, and what do we see? Well, 1 more hard breach tool completely gone, basically removed by the Mira window. I know in ranked it's not common to see Mira not banned and to see full wall denial bans, but you know what? Next time you play ranked and Bandit Kaid is not opened, but Tubaro and Mira is, you know what to do.
It's a smart trick. I liked seeing that. But though on the rounds that Fnatic were winning, they were actually having a better plan when it came down with the plants.
Yeah, I think so. When they managed to actually get the space to set up their executes, they managed to actually win out a couple of rounds. And really, it comes down to, was that half successful or not? And the answer is no, because of, you know, one little mirror window trick that you don't often see inside of ranked. And I think also the person who's on the breaching for Fnatic is Deadshot. We don't really associate him with Ace or playing a breacher. Both times it was him who got tricked. And ultimately, rounds of siege come down to small things, minute things, tiny things. That cost Fnatic 2 rounds of siege in what was otherwise an okay, and it is only okay, an okay half of siege for them.
It's a game of mental at this point, right? Who can climb up? I think we look at Fnatic and Geeke, and I just think in general, it's 2 teams that have been, I guess, in a lot of games, kind of carrying the weight of being let down in terms of number in score, you know, having to climb back up. And I think the 2 of them really, it's the game of whoever has got the best mental, the most confidence, and whoever can climb back again.
I love the idea that Fnatic are about to hit GK back with exactly the same trick, by the way. You've got the cage, you've got the bandit ban, and you've got the mirror in play. It would be very, very funny if that happened and won them the rounds.
The funny thing is they banned Ace, so they basically removed that. So at this point, I mean, they cannot do it against
I don't think it
Thermite.
will because there's no 2-brow as well.
Yeah.
Well, the verdict seems clear. Fnatic, that was not good enough for your first half here, but it is your map pick. So what can you show us in the second half?
Well, this is that other side of it, and as Anne put, it is their map pick, it is their time to show it, but the problem is, as I sort of talked about statistically, GK don't have a very good recent run of attacks on this map. And yes, it includes an entire struggle, the opposite of getting a flawless, being flawless, against Falcons, which was always going to change the statistics, but still. That was 2 over 14, 2 over 17, I said.
Not looking good, but you never know. You just don't know sometimes in Siege. Sometimes teams will come in a day and just kind of break the mold, and everything that we expect of them, the kind of recent trends that they've had, it just goes out the window. So we'll have to kind of judge it, I think, on GK's first attack and see if they have improved. I mean, obviously they've had a decent amount of time to prepare for this series, but obviously, proof's in the pudding. Have to do it on the day.
Num num num. Delicious.
Takes a bit of damage there. I thought they were honestly, as I was kind of monologuing that whole thing about how you never really could change it, they almost just lost their grip immediately.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you talk things into existence and they seem to opt. They're just trying to contest the angle. Groupie's also half as well. Look how aggressive Fnatic have sort of proposed this hold here. Smith obviously has this angle, he can sort of infinitely wait. It's hard to swing upwards at a doorway. It's not a well-rehearsed angle, so instead they need to try and force that player out of that position, which is being done here. They've sort of been able to take bites of territory, but oh, that's not good. Wizard gets 2 for his trouble, still standing. They want a sliver of health, and now they've lost that Glaz, they've lost that Raura, they've probably lost whatever plan A was.
This is the big fight. Robbie has to win it out against the smoke and the stairs, but you can see he's going to be blocked off. He's now going to go for it, and oh, I thought he was maybe had missed that, but gets on the second shot. So for GK, at least they get killed back, and they have Mez control. But oh, Deepek below. This could be a hindrance for Fnatic. He's going to pre-place. Does he have a camera? Yeah, I can see dead shots on a camera on mezzanine, so they do have information, but no, it just went, and he's missed out on the opportunity. Oh, what a swing, Citizen. Takes down Grubby, using that mirror window to lock down bathroom, and GK, it should be a wrap. Deepek, how do you win that? How you Boris holding you? He doesn't care. A hold and finds the second as well. Oh, Fnatic. Great start.
Yeah, I mean, really, really solid hold there, right? The fact that they're able to pull off the 2 kills, they're looking outside the breaches, they're looking to make sure GK can't get comfortable, can't set up, can't approach cleanly. I mean, it's sort of different with some of the sites. That one's generally easier than others, but still, that you're forcing these kind of plays out of them, it's just the perfect opener here for Fnatic. Knew when to put pressure, knew when to pull back.
Okay, good.
They get themselves their opening defensive round. Now, if they can sort of get this one locked, then, well, they can, on paper at least, guarantee a 4-2 half, right? And then from that point onwards, keep driving on towards OT, see what side you're on, and, yeah, potentially peel this one back and forth. Obviously, the preference of this map as well is when you're sort of looking at the grander scheme of things and when talked about how Lair plays into it, it is really just Fnatic's sort of play space, but it works really well for them on both attack and defense. They're actually coming into this, they were dead even across their win rates on either side. It was like 60%, perfect, dead on. It sort of shows that, you know, this is their map, and GK, unfortunately, you get the idea that if this one goes away from them, obviously they're not playing for the international because that's already sort of locked in.
Yeah.
But this is a map that's going to show up a lot when they get out to Paris, right? This is... GK need to try and find a bit more of a home on this map, regardless of whether they lose it now.
Yeah, it's certainly, I think, a map which can be exploited at a later date for a lot of teams. So, yeah, 100%. Fully agree with you. Now, Fnatic, how do you deal with the vert take? I mean, this is something that we didn't see at all from Fnatic whenever they were attacking. Theirs was very direct. That's how they wanted to play the game. But for GK, a little bit more slower paced. Also, you have to try and deal with a few roamers upstairs. There's pretty much 3 of them. One of them is going to be towards the boiler stairs, but still a healthy amount of roamers upstairs to contest that. But one by one, they slowly trickle their way back down. They have been rooted out and scared away by GK. At least GK, they have what they wanted. They've got that top floor control. See if they can get the ram in again. Start opening up the vert work. Oh no. Oh dear. Why do I speak? Why do I speak?
That's right. That's almost 2 and 2 for you for doing that sort of intro build-up. Somebody's suffering the wrong side.
I hate it. I hate it. Like,
all right, next round.
Grubby. Grubby's been so like in the game or not in the game tonight as well.
Yeah, it is true, and I think that's always the element when I talked about like superstar players. And fortunately, I guess did the similar sort of statement, and he's been able to slip out of there. No, he hasn't. Sarks picks up the rest of the kill, but Deadshot, he was 7 and 1, and then I talked about it, or 7 and 2, and now he's 8 and 6. But at the same time, Wizard's shown up, and you know, it's that sort of balance of the team. In the meantime, Groovy's hitting a sort of even game here. The rest of the team have sort of struggled to stay that step ahead. You've got the drive on towards the boiler side. And the shield is in the bottom of the stairs. 40 seconds. Now, as you said, the verticality would have been nice to have. They don't have. So they've got to try and trust that they can kind of keep the holds that are otherwise pre-opened or already put together. There's some fear they're going to get swung on. They cannot lose a body before this execute. This execute has to land. 20 seconds. There's the pop of the first smoke. There's Yoga getting Wizard as well. The C4 goes close, but it's not quite well enough. There's the delicate fight on the doorway, and Starks wins it out. They're going for the plant with the shield. Pop the fire just to keep one of the contenders away. Deadshot just swings up the kill, but that leaves just Deadshot alone in 1 versus 3. And look, they're heading back above as well. They've got one buddy on the kit to mean that he can't immediately get there. And a shield. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah, shield comes into play. Works well for them. Ask his job, get that diffuser planted, and he did so in good fashion. Look, for GK, obviously not ideal. You lose the ram. But they still had a lot of utility in that lineup. I mean, the Capita was pretty crucial for blocking off those lines of sights, which is obviously one of the big issues I think you have with the boiler side take, is getting in and try and go for the plant. Whenever there's a lot of different angles that you have to kind of spot check, it can be difficult. So if you just smoke that off, you don't have to worry about it. You just walk in and get that plant down, and that's exactly what they did. So GK, it's their first attack off the half. And that puts them now only 2 in reach of winning out this map. So Fnatic, they've got some work to do.
A brief tech reprieve, which our wonderful person in our little headphones that talks to us did tell me the reason for it. Easy. I didn't quite hear him. I was too busy listening to you.
Thank you. Is that a good way? Is that bad? Is that bad?
I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
I had my chance, I've been told, so I'm just going to make up a reason. The mouse that Starks was using to scratch the side of his head, he needs to swap that out for a... Oh no! He scratched too hard! He accidentally...
What jerseys has he got today? That's why I always like looking at his jerseys.
He's got to get another jersey.
He's got quite a retro looking one there. Who is that? I can't see because the tech pause is in the way. Who is that?
What's the...
I can't see.
DJ...
Really
it's like doing a driving test.
I don't even know.
It ends in a double F, is that?
I thought it was Seydorf, but I don't think it's Seydorf, is it? I don't know. I mean, you don't have a clue, Seydorf. Why am I speaking to you? You don't have a clue. Yeah, Anil knows Seydorf. He's Dutch.
Anil, no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to disappoint you with a...
Shocking, especially this time of the year. Shocking.
This time of the year. Listen, I was up late. I was watching it.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
I mean, real type 2 fun. But yeah, It's like you get to the end and, you know, then you're like, yay, we won. Well, okay, I wasn't like that. I was much louder, much to the chagrin of my neighbors, but I'm not quite there. I'm not trying to fist fight Leo over the final, but
That Dez does. Did you hear them yesterday?
yeah.
Oh, my word. Every time there was a pause, we're going to win, we're going to win, we're going to win.
Take time out. Fnatic, time to talk. Immediately after, obviously, the tech timeout. This is, I guess it's one of the sort of backs and forths, right? Where, as I said, they want to try and cement a second site. They want to get themselves the guarantee on the 4-2, because for everything I've said where this could be a 3-mapper, there's only really if Fnatic can live up to what they can do on this first map. And if they can't, then I kind of worry about Chalet.
Yeah, again, I think it's the worry. You have to go in and win your own map pick. I think that's kind of Siege 101. So obviously, I think for Fnatic, you have to win in your own round. You have to win the home fixture almost before you get to the away leg. But yeah, Fnatic have to try and figure out something, because they are, like I said, two behind. GK only need 2 more to go. And they still don't have that top floor available. They have to either go back towards that basement or go somewhere else. And well, the decision has been made. It's in towards that mid floor. Look at the lineup again. Nothing surprising. Now, with that Goyo there, we have seen a kind of a new-ish kind of play come in with the Goyo, where you'll set the Goyos in the default plant positions for that bomb site. As we know, it's a very plant-orientated bomb site. And we've seen players put their Goyo mostly in towards the little kind of bunk area where kind of your shields would default plant, and you just impact it. Impact's not only going to do damage to the shield, but then also pop the Goyo and then get your kill. So I wonder if Fnatic have done that with their Goyos just to really cause GK some issues. I mean, you look at GK's lineup though. This does not strike me as this bomb site's kind of go-to lineup. It's going to have to be a top 4 player. They're going to have to try and roam clear, because trying to get into this bomb site, I think, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. No smokes. I mean, you've got a Grim really as your only form of utility. Everyone else is kind of... You've got Habana, Hard Breach, but Ashe, Okabe, Blackbeard, those are operators who want to be taking fights.
I was waiting. I was like bated breath, holding on for just that little bit, thinking it'd be slower, and then Starks just drives in. Swings his way around, he's back, regardless of the football top in the back of him. He's trying to catch the back of a Solace that just slips away. But Starks doesn't want to entirely overcommit. Instead, he gets himself a slightly wider angle open, lets the team show up and offer some support. Upor on towards the sky bridge, on towards the backstab on the site itself. Oh, above the site even, as they try and structure themselves quite close towards the fight. It's a different approach, right? Think about the focus on the verticality we just did not see last time round. They're trying to drive themselves into these engagements, and Goyo goes down, but Deepek's there. Is there anyone to help? Is there anyone to finish? I think they're too out of range. They've otherwise just gonna have to use gadgetry, and they bait the cover there. The flash on towards the man going for the pickup. The shield is a second too late, and Upor instead gets missed. They surrounded them like a wounded animal. They let the cries bring the rest of Fnatic in close, and now the wounded animal is the only one left. Citizen caught with the flash. They know roughly where he is. But look at the position here. They can just go for the plant. They have the shield. They have the round after Fnatic's timeout. And now, GK. They have themselves map point on their opponent's map.
Yeah, GK just ignoring the site entirely, going for the road less traveled by, which is completely fine. I mean, both viable. I think the kind of fighting the roamers is obviously very lengthy, very time consuming. And again, always that risk, because you have to go and have engagements. You have to have these gunfights. But GK, confident in what they have. I mean, they've got Sarks who's gunning, which is always going to be a big bonus. Let him hop in the Ashe. He can go and do his thing. I mean, he essentially got 2 kills confirmed there. You know, he obviously gets the opening, gets that down. And honestly, that down did more damage than it's worth. Trying to get that revive off was such an issue.
Yeah.
Because it dragged players out of position. Yes, you know, the down happens, they can try and revive them, but then look at Deadshot trying to run over to protect players getting revived. He's so happy.
He's been having a great last few weeks. Every interview he's been really chipper. He's sort of found his stride. And you just hope it carries on when they obviously get to Paris. And now it's this sort of element of, right, what do we do here? The side of Fnatic, they haven't been able to really activate. GK have stepped themselves up and up and up and up and up.
10 seconds left.
They've already obviously statistically improved on all of their previous recent showings on this map. Just on their side. Well, I mean, to be fair, yeah, so the 3 previous games, Virtus Pro, Falcons, Secret, the GK played on this, and they got 2 of 17 attacks across 3 maps. They've been able to match that already, which is good improvement.
Yep.
Good marks all round.
They've got a lot of rounds as well. I don't want to say practice, but I mean, they've got 3 attacks still remaining in the grand scheme of things if we get to OT. So we'll see how Fnatic want to try and make their comeback, because that's what they need. They need 3 perfect rounds on every bomb site. You know, they're back into their initial rotation. This was the bomb site that they went to first, and they won very convincingly. But for me, this isn't the issue. It's not the top floor. It's the 2 sites that they've just lost. That's where we're going to question them and see how they can adapt to that. Obviously, for top floor, I think they're going to set up the exact same way. It's up to GK to change what their approach is going to be, because it didn't work for them the last time. And it seems to be, again, pretty tables orientated. GK, I assume, going to be looking for that mezzanine clear out. Have dropped the Deimos. They had this the last time, trying to get the Deimos in below, but I think instead of using the Deimos, they're going to go for a much safer approach of clearing rollers on mezzanine. You bring in the Monty. I mean, an operator who has escaped the banning phase, which usually doesn't happen, and this operator could just walk in and take ground. There's no better operator who can walk in and just say, this corridor, this room is now mine, than Monty.
At this point, they might just try and strong-arm this final approach on the corner of Ops. You can see Sarks on the far side, just offering a little bit of width towards it, and Groovy is obviously down on Rocket Stairs. It's much more driven, this angle. And remember, sort of the compliment played last time was Fnatic fought outside the site. They sort of put their arms up and they said, sort of bring it on here. Look at how much utility they've done just stopping them getting the building. At this point, that's all the smoke canisters used, just stopping him at the bottom of Rocket Stairs. The Chankers used half of the Shimikers.
Yeah.
And now they peel back, and now they sort of go. And yeah, 2 minutes has sort of costed them. They have the Goyos, they have some of the approach here. They can buy another 20 seconds if he can get it popped off. He finally does, and Groovy almost went down.
Trying to go for the kill.
Yeah, Starks takes a bit of damage on the back. They're driving in towards the site. They've missed a man. Is there somebody?
Other side of the wall.
Okay. It's crazy for a second there. Well, there's a man right in front of him. He can't quite get the kill. Uport does find the end of somebody else. The shotgun on the door gets Ask as well. This approach, Groovy does find Deadshot, but 20 seconds, 3 versus 3. They've still got to drive in towards the side, and that sort of external game of keep away seems to netted a decent result. He's going for the plant, but at this point they know exactly where he is. They'll get themselves the first of 3.
Yeah, it's just kind of atypical top floor, isn't it? I mean, it's in the words of Leo, it's a honking bomb site to attack whenever you're up against the Chanka, the Goyo, and the smoke. Like, it is, your time just vanishes in a matter of seconds. You know, he's seen 2 minutes, they burned through all of the smokes, and then bang, the Goyo hits Grubby, and he just knows, oh dear. And at that point, you lose that Monty, who's going to be that main driving force. That's going to be the player to get you in for a plant. And he's on such a sliver of HP, has to rotate all the way around. They just don't have the time. They don't have the time. Yeah, tough one again for GK. Top floor, not great for them, but it's not the top floor I think we're worried about for Fnatic. It's the other 2 bomb sites. They now go back downstairs in towards the basement. They lost it here the last time.
I think this is the sort of trouble, though. It's like, as you said, they've got to try and get that perfect 3. They've got to try and get that mentality game. They've used their timeout, and it didn't net them the results that they wanted. And at this point, GK need to just have 1 more landing. So what do you do? How do you apply the lessons that have worked so well for you on that singular site on towards the other two. They're much harder to fight your way outside. They're much harder to get external. You can hold aggressively on the boiler stairs, as it seems Deepak will. You can go for a bit of a roam, as it seems Deadshot will. But outside of that, I mean, look, outside the building is definitely a method of doing it. And then you look towards the response of GK. If they're going to go loose, you have a Deimos, you have a Dockerby, you have a Grim, you have all these great shutdowns for that sort of play, that sort of style. They can see the smoke of Deepak heading up towards this door. He's not going to immediately go for the fight. Instead, it's Deadshot that's still trying to lean outside the building, and you just wonder where this first engagement is going to go.
GK. To go for that potential clear. Very scattered right now for the attacks, but equally so are the defenders. I mean, there are some curious positions. You're looking at Deepak right now. He's probably in the hot seat, and Tarks was looking for him, but there's Deepak. He'll slip away. Maybe Grubby looking to see if he can find a gap. Again, he's on the Brava. Great for hacking away any traps. And you do have a Fenrir on board. Also really good for hacking the Scopo shield and just removing that element of that operator. Oh, what an opening pick there for Yoga. Oh, and I hate to say it, Wizard is down. Again, Wizard. So far in this half, he's won 2 and lost 2 of his opening fights. And, well, I think whenever you lose the opening death here on this basement, all of a sudden Fnatic have a lot more angles that they have to watch because you've got that extra man. I mean, there's 4 different ways into this bomb site, excluding the hatch as well. You've got the hatch you can maybe drop into if you need to. So for Fnatic, it's a lot of door watching. It's spotting out for those gaps. And I think GK, I think that's what they're after. They're looking for these gaps.
Track comes through. They've got themselves the pressure on towards Starks. They're still trying to up Smith even. They're still trying to force this fight from the side as Starks sits. With a minute on, they have time. And how has that happened? Drifted right on by Smith. Now it's the pressure on the site itself. Upal does go down to the impact. They're going to see if they can try and swing around and get the follow through, but they're just rolling and pushing and crushing. And, well, as blows get traded out, and there it is, the final throw towards it. GK masterfully took control of that, their opponent's map. Fnatic, unfortunately, found themselves falling a little bit short on a slower start today here, Demo.
Yeah. GK shaking things up, being able to break Fnatic on lair. So for GK, they've really improved on their lair. Or is it the case that Fnatic can maybe wither away there on lair?
Well, for us, it's a quick break first.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goals, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
GK win map 1 in the series. They are now on map point to make it directly into the group stage of EWC. This wasn't even their map pick either, and they clearly made the difference on attack.
Yeah, it was a very impressive performance, and we said right at the very start, or I said right at the very start, Leo, what do GK have more than just lurks? I think they showed us that today. That was a really, really dominant performance. As soon as they got onto the attack, they of course defended well. We showed the mirror trick. We showed how well they did to get themselves 4-0. But once they had that scoreboard pressure, once they had that advantage, they rolled their attacks. I think, you know, the fact that they saw it out in regulation, the fact that they were playing shields, there was different people playing the shields, and not even just that they found in the gaps, but that they were getting aggressive. They were doing it at the same time. It actually showed that they've got some substance.
They're so annoying to play against. Like, I can tell you from an IGL perspective, it must be a nightmare because they keep on changing players in different locations on different operators. It's a nightmare to keep track of them because they're never in the same spot. They're never playing the same strat. They, yes, played the shields a little bit, but there was also a lot of occasions where they dropped the shields
even though it was fully open for them. Like there were some really like surprising moves, as I said, from the attack, and I think that's what makes Geeky really hard to play against. Is they're unpredictable all the time.
And I think once one of the operators that I really associate with Geeky being really strong, and they played it in the very first game all the way back in stage 1, all the way back at the start of stage 1, Leo, against G2 on Fortress. What operator did they use and abuse?
Solid Snake.
And
Dokkaebi.
And Dokkaebi, there we go. And
I was not far.
I was not far off.
Yeah.
That was allowed through. And it's basically not been allowed through against them the whole stage because they are very, very proficient with using, well, that group of operators that you just mentioned, but especially the Dokkaebi as well, in terms of, you know, creating those gaps, in terms of isolating defenders, getting them out of position, and then hitting a gap elsewhere.
Yeah, we're seeing that especially with 2 players on the side of Geeky going up against their former organization. They have the strat book.
Yeah, absolutely. There are 2 players that I think really benefit a lot from the lurk, you know, like it's 2 players, by the way, that rotated between 10 different operators in 5 rounds. They are never using the same operators, never playing the same roles, and that's what I think they're the spice that makes Geeky a little bit unpredictable, right? Yoga is on one side, backstabbing, Grubby is on one side, backstabbing, Socks is on one side. They're all switching all the place, all the time, and the fact they can just flex around so many different roles just means, like, once again, just how hard it is to read them.
So happy for Grubby as well, just on a personal level, because, you know, his back-end days with Fnatic and stuff, coming back into this league and doing as well. There was always a great play there, even if it did go slightly wrong on the 2 previous teams that he was inside EML with. So it was good to see him doing well. Alongside Sarks, like you say, both of them previously represented the Fnatic organization as well.
So far, they're making rather quick work of their former organization. I want to bring up the map veto to then focus this conversation on the second map, because as we already mentioned, that wasn't even Geeky's map pick. We're going on to their map pick now. We're going to go to Chalet, and something that you two always talk about is that lurking playstyle from Geeky. How's that going to go on this map?
Well, this is a real spanner in the works, because I think both me and you expected Fnatic to win Leo, and then probably Geeky to win their own map pick of Chalet, and then get to the outsider. Now we're facing the fact if Geeky get it done on the line, on their own map pick in Chalet, it will be a clean 2-0, they'll secure group stage, the $18,000 game and all that will be theirs. But I think the reason that Chalet lends itself well is there's a lot of entry points into the map. There's a lot of places that you can safely get into the map and basically decide a safe quite quickly. Think of the Solid Snake, you can walk up to pretty much half the map, whip the scanner out, see it's clear, and then get yourself established inside the building. So many maps you can't do that. So that's why Geeky are really, really good at this map. They can find the gaps, they can find the lurks, and they can go from there.
Just also a really easy one to call about poking things, right? You start with Solarium, you open a bathroom window, you poke around the bomb site. If it doesn't work out, if you don't get trophy control because there is a roam somewhere in dining that prevents you to get trophy, then Solarium, you just flip, you go, you take library side. You can always have some pressure on office door. You can always have some pressure on master master window, sorry, to cut off anyone moving around when you're doing this. It's just so good to have cutoffs everywhere on the map, whether it is on the top floor, because it's always we're going to have the main fight, for bar, for dining, it's always going to be the same story.
And when Geeky get on the defense of this map, they actually seem to really excel. How many times have we seen Grubby in a difficult position, power position, whatever?
On that castle.
On the castle, and he just manages to play there and just survive and stay alive. And I think the individual ability comes into play on this map a lot, and that's what Geeky have got an abundance of.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you know, are we going to see some of the counter strats that we anticipate from these guys? A castle ban, for example.
That's the question, right? I mean, and I also want to know, what do we want to see from Fnatic? Because we talked about the qualities of Geeky on this map and what might help them towards securing that 2-0.
I think when we've seen Fnatic have success, it's when they've really timed things well together. And they've actually struggled with that, I think, on La. When you looked at a lot of the engagements that was happening in La, yes, this was because of some of the operators they allowed. You know, one guy's getting Dokkaebi called and, you know, maybe run down by a couple of people. But if somebody else isn't aggressing with him at exactly the same time, playing with his teammates on those points of aggression, that's where they were getting picked apart one by one. And this isn't a team that you want to do that with. The way that you beat this team in terms of Geeky is you double up and you choose when to get aggressive onto them, rather than them letting choose when to get aggressive onto you. So I think that's what the Fnatic halftime team talk, well, halftime, between maps team talk will have been about, was timing their aggression, getting it together, and then going from there. This is a map where if you don't do that as well on Chalet, they're going onto a map that can show that weakness even more.
I think one cool thing that they could do really is trying to abuse intel operators, right? Because if you think about it, they're going to be widespread on their other side, right? So if you use Valkyrie, if you use Echo, if you use this intel a little bit more aggressively, maybe we bring a Mozzie, I don't really care, maybe a Pulse as well, you know? Ooh. Intel operators that are going to enable you to go and get aggressive on the few guys that are going to be isolated on that map. As soon as you get that opening pick,
you're good to fall back. Second solution when I face these kind of teams, I remember your old Chaos Jack that used to play that way with creeps self-droning and people lurking around. It was a nightmare to play against. I don't think it was a good team whatsoever. However, it was annoying to play against them. And so the second way you deal with that situation...
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, really poor strategic depth overall. I don't know what the stuff was
I
doing.
wasn't on the team when Crips was...
Oh, yeah, it's true. Anyway, so either you take intel operators and you double up on some players that are isolated. Either what you do is instead you go straight to the bomb site, play a turtle, layer upon layers of utility, and you play the game of, yeah, good luck problem solving that. You guys cannot problem solve anything if you don't lurk. So just play and try to clear this utility.
And as we see some of our players, you know, looking a little bit relaxed, leaned back, hands off the keyboard, we are remaking our lobby. So that gives us some time to talk about this game a little bit further. If you're just joining us, Geeky have won the first map. That was Fnatic's map pick. They are now looking at prime position to secure this.
Yeah, and they really are. I think I'm just looking at the lobby getting created. I think Fnatic are starting on the defense. And if so, I'm moderately surprised because obviously this is Geeky's map pick. And if it's Geeky's map pick, Fnatic chose the starting side. Now, I would largely say that on Chalet, you want to be on the attacking side. You can set the tempo, you can go fast, you can go slow, you can clear, you can lurk, Chalet is a really malleable map. You can play it pretty much however you want to play it. You can play with shields, you can play without. There's so many options when you're on the attack. And I think actually that might come back to haunt Fnatic because they've just lost their map pick. They're not in the run of momentum. And then going into what is considered the weaker side on Chalet, it does surprise me that they picked that.
I would argue that you're also way more proactive in general when you're attacking on Chalet because you're basically setting up the game, right? And then in defense you have to react to it some ways. So I think like if I'm the one with the momentum, or if I'm the one in the case of Fnatic that doesn't have the momentum, I don't want to let the other team be proactive on the map.
Yeah.
I'd rather take my fate in my own hands and just start attack. But sometimes some teams feel more comfortable starting defense to restart that momentum, rebuild their confidence.
I would, like I said, I would expect them to have talked about the timing of their aggression. I would expect them to talk about, from Fnatic point of view, getting aggressive together. Wouldn't surprise me on Chalet now if we start seeing them spawn peak, running out, being aggressive together, but early on in the round.
Maybe they weren't counting on having to start this map on the back foot, right? Having lost that first map. Maybe that was part of the conversation as well with starting defense here for this one. But since we have a little bit more time, any player that really has that pressure on their shoulders to keep themselves in here?
I think on the side of Fnatic, maybe Deadshot is the one that, was the one dropping multiple multi-kills in the few last games. He did drop 2 multi-kills in the previous map. If he can step up again for this team, it would be the right moment.
Well, the good news is that the match is finally ready. We'll dive into map 2 between Fnatic and GK.
Thank you very much, our wonderful desk, for a wonderful film, a wonderful chat, and a wonderful, nice way for us to slip in towards Chalet demo. Ooh la la. Who's going to be the ones that get themselves off to Paris with, well, a little bit more in their pockets and a bit more of a spring in their step.
This is it for Fnatic. You've lost your map pick. You now go into GK's very strong map, which they're 4-0 on. Fnatic, balls in your court. I mean, it's up to yourself to get yourself out of this, I don't want to say mess, but certainly not an ideal situation for them to be in. So for GK, confidence is going to be through the roof. You've broke them on their map. Now you're getting to go to your map. You get to start in the attack as well. I completely agree with Jack. I think attack is always the way that Chalet plays out. So Fnatic are going to be going, in my opinion, the weaker side of things.
Well, let's see if they can try and make their mark on things. I mean, it's the challenge, right? Because for the conversations that we had before the turn of the half, GK, they needed to work on that sort of attack, and there was a whole thing I gave about like, yeah, if they lose this map, as long as they've improved slightly. Yeah, past Emmy, they improved so well, they won the blimmin' map. So this is that worry of they're on the high, they're on that sort of sugar rush, the same way you talked about the Chalet of yesteryear, aka last week, that, well, they beat G2, they've got this energy from it. There's a much more recent energy. GK having the water of demons that they've been able to get over. Now they're hiding the Kaid. See if they can maybe play, obviously. Oh no, they're not. Deadshot just took a while to start moving. Maybe they're hiding him, I don't know. Help your team out, buddy. Scratching with the mouse again.
Is that the first Inari ban I think we've ever witnessed? I can literally never think the top of my head when have we ever seen that operator be banned. I get it. I think whenever you kind of look towards that top floor, the setup you can do towards Solar side, where you can block off the Solar windows. You can then also block off the bathroom window, jump in. I mean, he is really strong in that context, but I never thought it would warrant a ban. So, I mean, surely for GK, Solar takes are going to be on the menu here.
They're going to see if they can try and obviously drive in with the shield. We saw a little bit of the Monty use towards the tail end of GK's approaches on the last map. And this time opening up with the drive in of the Blackbeard, just remove the traps, steady their way across the top. A classic sort of approach here. You can see Yoga's going for the split on the back end. Our Fnatic going to do the thing that we complimented them on before, which is fight outside the building. So a little bit more sort of ambitious here as Citizens trying to just remove the Selmas on towards that single swing wall, but haven't really. And now, where do you go, Smith? You just sort of hold on, hope that when you go for a swing, you're in the right place. They're inside the room itself. They're not giving themselves over too much. They know that there's probably a player towards the top of the stairs, so instead they'll just go for the pinch there. They've got somebody on the far side, Yoga, that's still watching and waiting elsewhere. Starks the Deimos going under as well. It's just a surrounding and an isolating of this Thorn stuck on the top, and well, Yoga actually gets out elsewhere, covers Deadshot, somebody who tried to offer some support underneath. I'm assuming that was the rotate from the double door. There's the swing round, and I mean, he's looking for a third here. He's going to try and force him further down the stairs and further away. Citizen's able to find one for his trouble. Is he going to try and get out with the shotgun? He somehow, he's going to say escapes, he does.
Just about. Citizen makes it back to site using the fire extinguisher to cover his cross. But, I mean, for GK, they got what they wanted. They've got library control. They've got the man advantage. They've still got operators intact who can open up the walls. That being Ask on the ace, so they've got a way into the bomb site. And you look at the side of Fnatic, the only denial that they have left is a C4 from Deepak.
At this, they're going to see if they can try and just hop on towards the default wall, and you can see the Deimos is still going underneath, and obviously no current tracks to operate with, but can utilize a great gadget and a bit of gadgetry. Citizen caught out, just going for the cross, I assume. There's the speed ball, gone too early, but Wizard picked up the kill, and look at the drive from Wizard! How's he done that, Yoga? A massive trade out. Citizen's still on the ground. He's between two of them. Deepak, he's had many clutches before. He can try and maybe isolate one of these engagements one at a time, and no, he cannot, is the firm answer.
Oh, Yoga just catches him as he tries to sneak up on that player in towards Solar. Yeah, GK almost squandered the opportunity. You could see that the idea was to get, obviously, Grubby in with the diffuser. Try and get that plant. We'd mentioned how the only form of denial was that C4. It was tossed out. Naturally, Ask had to try and stop that C4. Shot it out of midair. But at the same time, Wizard gets swinging. He gets busy. So I do like the kind of retake here that Fnatic have went for, but just didn't have the numbers to capitalize on it. And Deepak, there he is.
Nice job, bro.
He's always swaying side to side of always. So he's always just, I don't know, like he's in a ship.
Listen.
He's just excited to play Siege. He's like a golden retriever.
He's just, you know, sometimes you need a little excitement in your life. Sometimes you need like a fun desk that moves when you move. Imagine like, because you know how some people in offices they'll sit on like those like exercise balls and they'll like.
Oh, straight away I've just fought episode 1 of The Office. Straight away, let's remind us when.
Yeah.
Was it episode 1? No, was it? I don't know. It's sometime in the first season, I think.
Early Office. Yeah, imagine that. But adding it to your desk as well, so everything sort of goes up and down at the same time. GK. Off to a start with the first attack, Fnatic. The sort of widening gap of how many rounds they've won in the tack done back to front.
Shotgun going live.
You get more and more troubled here. Obviously, as I said before, and as you sort of rightly pointed out, the exceptional side here for GK is going to be on that defense. Maybe Fnatic wanted to try and get as much of a groundswell as possible here on towards their defense and sort of take them a bit cold.
Activating shock drone.
Steady fish for the first engagement. Across the side of library, they've got the eyes on the rappel, and well, how long No, okay, not long at all. I was going to say, how long is he going to stay around? Not very long. They're quite spread out for what is a hold here on towards games, though.
And again, for GK, it's that opportunity spot. It's that gap spotting that this map, this chalet with all the staircases, is a nightmare, I think, for defenders, unless you're bringing just a copious amount of traps that really get a lockdown on these attackers. And with only just the Thorn can't put everything. How's he want that? The vertical reverse up through the floor. Fnatic, this round is a one to forget. As with half the round still to play out, it's a 1v4 for Deadshot. Now look, this has been the miracle work on the side of Fnatic, but even I think this is too big of a task for him, and it will be. GK have won that round in very quick succession.
Okay, when did you have the conversation? That's that sort of worry, right? Because remember that the timeout didn't net immediate results for Fnatic. In fact, I think it only netted one successful round of the 4 that happened after it. Maybe 3, can't quite remember. Here now. Over, obviously, the previous map and this one. That means past, what, 6 rounds played? 4 of them. No, 5 of them have been attack rounds favored towards the side of GK. They're sort of driving the pace of this right now. And you do worry in some regards, because this is kind of how we expected this map to go. And there was a lot of promise of a back and forth game in the opening of the first, and you'd worry that maybe Fnatic have just run out of steam in some regards, and GK, they're just so fired up for it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how it's kind of the scoreline we expect. GK going on the Chalet, again, confident. It's just we didn't expect them to be one map up going into Chalet. I think that's obviously been the game changer here for GK. Fnatic, I mean, somebody needs to step up. We've talked about how, you know, Citizen has had great moments for this team. Deadshot, obviously. Deepek, too, I think he's had a good stage. These players need to be stepping up. You know, they need to try and grab the bull by the horns and just try and get some rounds on the board. Give yourself a bit of momentum, because you don't want this turning into a 3-0, which could then be a 4-0, and before you know it, you're 6-0 down. That's the pace at which Chalet can kind of just engulf you if you're not ready for it, if you're not ready to deal with the kind of fights that you're going to have to get into. Chalet, it's a lot more gun-orientated. We've seen the opportunity spotting already that GK have went for. You have to fight. You have to win your gunfights.
I'm wondering where they can try and just formulate a little bit of a hold. Obviously, they have the choice of the site, the choice of the litter. It's the benefit to sort of losing, and instead they double down, but they're much closer. I was waiting for him to see that drone there. He got it on the side. It's a much more held together hold this time. Right, they've got the mirror window staring across. You wonder if instead they'll try and pull the pressure from the back. A Twitch drone just slipping its way across, making sure that there's nothing on the hop in, but the mirror windows will be that real perfect prize as you get caught out. Not that easily, but he's very scared and very skittish. There is the catch on the mirror window, and wow, once again, as I talked about with the Selmas, it just makes it so much more awkward to hold that angle.
Well, Robbie is gone. Fnatic picked up their first opening pick here on Chalet, and you get a second one. They do. Smith finds Yoga. It's a much more stable hold, but then Smith just gives his life away. Peeks onto the double window, and U4-2. All of a sudden, GK, they've got map control. They found 2 picks. Fnatic, bit of a disaster in towards Library. Oh no, a third, no.
Yeah, you don't want to say like chalk it, but it's a rough opening 3, right? Puts you into the 3-2, and it's not even, obviously there's still a lot to fight for on this round, but it's the little moments like that they just didn't suffer from. Here's one on the back line, Deepak, for all the clutches as they're able to try and find themselves now in the isolated 2 versus 2. The C4 won't quite catch anybody. Great positioning from Ask, is able to tear on towards Deepak, and you know, they just need to have a conversation here, Fnatic, and get these crossfires, get these guns the same way that you sort of talked about it on the start. They're going for the plant tucked in. It's an off-the-piece plant spot, but they're skiing to success here, Demo. That is 3 in a row for GK.
Yeah, good decision there on the 1v2. You have to have discussion. Do you want to play kill? Do you want to play plant? Born shows where they are. It's just in towards big window. At that point, you don't have to play kill. You play the plant. Second player's always going to be able to cover the rotate. That's where he's going to come from. Yeah, good decision making there overall from GK. But, I mean, around for Fnatic, they sat. Really good opening engagements. 3v5. And then Uport does a madness.
It happens. It's the worry, though. As I said, like, there's an element to Fnatic's gunplay and that sort of energy that they had in the opening map that we're just not getting as much of. We're not getting the sort of pushing out. We're not getting that applying pressure.
Fantastic from Uport.
Yeah. Right.
Nice! Let's go!
And it's rough because we know what they're capable of. We've seen so many brilliant moments from them throughout. And it's actually, if you look statistically at both these teams, how they came in towards this, and this playdate, GK pretty much led on every single generic stat that we track, right? Sort of attack success rate, defense success rate, entry kill, multi-kills, plants especially. GK, a very plant-driven team, 20 Fnatic. And the difference is, okay, GK were 4th in the list of total plants at 20. Fnatic were 6th with 11. There was a massive drop-off between the pair of them. And it sort of heralds different styles of play. But the one thing that they were very close on, and were both actually tied for first, was trade. Was that trade game. Was that sort of interconnected responses, that ability to hit and hit back when they needed to. And it's just been a sort of missing form factor here.
Need to do something, Fnatic. This is what I mean with Chalet. You could just be swept up in it. And things are going from bad to worse. It's the kills. Very limp on the side of Fnatic. Nobody above 2 kills. It is an issue. Everyone from GK having a pretty good game so far. Everyone in the green. Fnatic dig their heels in towards Library. A few players scattered around towards blue. Fireplace. That kind of triangle that and all these off-site roamers can try and play around and refrag from each other, more importantly. Plenty of util being dumped in towards this, and there goes the first nade, and can he get out of there? No, he can't. Easy pinch from GK. Very simple stuff. And Fnatic, who's next? Who's next in the chopping block? Almost, that's what it feels like.
That's it. It is that missing trait statistic I talked about. They're so good at isolating them, and it's Smith. Turn into Smith's cheese around there on the swing. Hit him with the secondary and just the pressure. Applied and applied. Now the 5 versus 3. They've obviously utilized the Bs. They've still always got the Blackbeard on the table. They've got a Deimos track that's turned its way around, and they still have 4 grenades, 2 flashes. They're absolutely put together here. I mean, they're toe-to-toe. He's trying to get a swing round. He does! Oh, and now it's back and forth. Leaves just Deadshot alone. Gets the head. Arsenal's going to get the plant, though. As I said, it's a different approach. But it's an approach that works very, very well.
Great job, GK. Just, what can you say? I mean, the confidence is with them. Chalet is working really well. Attacks, yep, it's flowing. It's simple siege. You know, the util dump, combo that with the nades, clear those players out of those tricky positions. Yeah, really good stuff overall from GK. Nice little heads-up play. Ask using the shotgun in that close-range environment. And once you get full sight control, I mean, they just look deflated. I mean, the faces on them, it's not confident that Fnatic have right now. It's quite the opposite. So the timeout is came in. I mean, the timeout coming in at 4-0 down.
Yeah.
Also, maybe it needed to come in the previous round.
It did. As I said it, like, I don't use the term it's a bit chalked lightly, but their headspace, their mentality, you can tell from the way they're playing. They're able to get themselves the foot up, and then they just can't dig their heels in and sort of claw their way back. The one round that they've had the opening kill, and then it's flipped back so quickly. Yes, from some brilliance, but then there was just silence. Then there was something that they just didn't suffer in the first map. Here, all of them unfortunately running onto sort of negatives. You know, they don't quite have a superstar opening, and yeah, Ask 6-1, brilliant start, but otherwise it's been so balanced from GK. As you said, the fundamentals have been brilliant from the team, right? They're driving in, they've played behind Blackbeard, they're running pretty much the same comp for the same sites as well. There's like the minor changes here and there.
10 seconds remaining.
The removal of the Capitao will limit the approach on towards the sort of ground floor if they go back to bar gaming, but they're not even doing that where the Capitao was brought. Instead, here, try out Kitchen for the first time, and maybe they can try and find something. I'm wondering if they might adventure the map a little bit more. It's hard to sort of say, other than they need to just sort of pick themselves up, sit forward in the chair, get themselves, remember who you are, Simba.
Just feels as though Fnatic have went where they shouldn't have went in that context. And for GK, what's it going to be this time? I mean, I think the Blackbeard as well has been working really well for them. You know, that shield equipped with nades on a map like Chalet, where clearing players out of those tricky positions is very important, and you're going to give the shield operator who has nades a really good time on this map. And yeah, you can see why GK are running with it and sticking with it. Fnatic, once again, I mean, the roamers are really trying today for Fnatic. Like, they are extending heavy. They're trying to bring a lot of utility. We also see Smiths in this position basically every round, it feels like, with the Wamai. Great for dealing with that util. But GK just don't care. GK are sweeping this map so well. These roamers are just not hindering them at all.
Deathmark tracker out.
Now the hunt is underneath. There's the pressure with the Deimos. Remember how Smith got caught out before, and it's even tighter this time. Yoga drives across Ask, tucks the corner on Ivy. And they lose out there. The swing down the stairs. On cam as well. Oh no. Oh no. They obviously find one. There's one right back. Oh, beautiful shot there from Deadshot, but he's got to find 3 more. If he wants to get this one over, and he cannot. GK are going through the motions. Fnatic, they're going through it.
This is, yeah, it's an ugly sight, isn't it? I mean, GK, and they're hitting it like a steam train. I mean, these roamers, again, just have no chance. They're doing everything right. The basics are here in abundance right now for GK. Doubling up, tripling up, having the pinches. I mean, the way that Chalet attacks... The way that Chalet attacks play out, what we always talk about, it favors the attackers because of the amount of crossfires that you can establish. Defenders attempting to hold those offside positions in towards bar, in towards top fireplace, in towards library. The biggest thing that they always have going against them is the amount of window traffic that can be applied from the attackers. You look at the 51 window in towards blue, that locks down cut-off points in towards fire, stops anyone getting back to site. You've then got the double window. Again, can fight players on fireplace, can give you a way into the building to cut down rotations.
5 seconds.
It feels like GK are just playing the map. Like, they're just doing what this map is designed for, and they're doing it to such a high standard.
Will they get that flawless? Will they have that drive? I mean, obviously, it's one of those results that I talked about. It sort of scarpered their energy on the previous map. It's just the growth that their team has had, GK, from the sort of start of the split. Obviously, you know, I haven't really highlighted it too much, but when these two teams met at the very beginning, Fnatic took it pretty cleanly as well. It wasn't really a fight or a brawl, and I mean, revenge is a dish best served in best of 3s, apparently. Fnatic once again have lost the opener. But there's Deadshot doing his best to pull him back. Groovy is caught out. They lose the shield. Are they just trying to send it in towards anywhere that they can find a fight at this point? There's Deadshot taking a bit of damage with the track on him. Yoga gets Deadshot. Deepak cannot get the cover from up through the top, and well, at this point, they're just opting to swing into fights here.
DK, just take their time with this. Still half the round to go. Plenty of time to figure out how they want to go about things. Certainly one of those rounds now where it is a bit of a lull point. Like, we haven't really had these so far in these first 5 rounds. Really, the next kill could decide. I mean, for Fnatic, you get the next one. Back into a 3v3. Doable for them. GK, I mean, a 4v2 again. They can just overwhelm and suppress this Fnatic defense.
Air jab in position. Drone up and running.
Looks as though they're still going to stick with the library side of things. I mean, Yoga has got go ahead to lurk in towards lobby, and everyone's in sight for Fnatic. Everyone happy enough to try and man their stations and batten down the hatches. Minute remaining, but GK still just get themselves in position. Not much has really happened.
I mean, they're not really overextending the hand, right? They're kind of hoping Fnatic will lean in and they can just clean up the fight. The removal of the Kaid Claw, it's a steady bit of focus. Now, the times they've gone for the approach towards the sort of half wall, they've tried to like tuck themselves in. It usually hasn't enacted in towards the plant itself. There's been multiple sort of triple kills across the board and multi-kills. There's Deepak here, close on the swing, has a C4. If he wants to try and catch us up with 15 seconds, I mean, there's never a time like the present. There's one, the surprise. There's the C4 from Citizen for the cross, and oh! TK still winning out, Upor! Just sent it in!
He must have been off a store now to get that lineup. I mean, both of them must have just been one behind another. Yeah, we didn't see it. It's gotta be a double yeeb.
Well, I don't know what that means. Let's ask Alfama in the studio.
Oh my goodness.
I just said G2 died for this. No.
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, hey, the result speaks for itself here. A 6-0 was a very clear statement. There is a complete lack of team play on the side of Fnatic.
I think so. I mean, I was expecting them to play Chalet, get in the defense, get aggressive and do it together, and well, what do I see from Fnatic when they're going up against GK on their best map? Well, one person dies, second person dies, any kind of refrag. Citizen not really helping his teammate there, does end up getting one and managing to get away, but that's just round one. What happens in the second round? Okay, you know a guy's coming bottom blue stairs, one guy peeks him. Anybody else on Fnatic? Where's the double swing? Where's 2, 3, 4 players? No. And this is, yeah, Sarks again. What does he do? He then walks up on the next angle, gets another 1v1 engagement right after he breaches, and suddenly, this is how the round goes from a 5v5 to a 5v2 for side of GK. Does it get better than that? I mean, it doesn't get better than that because it's in the 6-0 half for Fnatic. Well, what happens in the very, very next round? Upor gets 1 kill on the window, hops in library. Where's the stock player to refrag him? No. What's the mirror doing? Just sitting. And I think ultimately that's basically the problem that Fnatic have had is every single round, they've just had people in their position static.
Frozen,
just like robots, just, oh, my teammate's dying over there, do I help him? No. And you can't give that space to GK. You can't let them work with that.
It's two things to me. It's the opening kills, 5 out of 6 on the side of GK. It's the way they get the opening kills. You've seen them clear Citizen out of the library corner with Grim, with a grenade, perfectly placed. The team play on the side of GK is insane. And the very first problem that we mentioned, GK are proactive. They are the one problem solving. They are the one using the utility to get the initial advantage. Everything is perfectly fine. They've got the cutoff. They got 2 guys taking the space that they need. They are always doubling up on someone. And so that's the biggest problem on the side of Fnatic is they're always caught off guard. And I don't think it's only on the side of Fnatic playing bad. You know, I do think that GK are playing really well right now.
And I've got to come back to it. I've got to harp on about it. I am flabbergasted, absolutely flabbergasted that Fnatic chose to start defense in the context of this best of 3. Like, yes, maybe they would assume that, you know, the previous map would have gone better, and maybe there was like, oh, well, it's GK's map anyway. We might as well. I don't know. Like, when you're on attack on this map, you really get to dictate the tempo, and having GK dictate so much tempo when they run their attack, there's no wonder it's 6-0. It's literally their best map.
I am flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted.
Yeah, it's a new word as well. Yeah, I am flabbergasted that we get there because Fnatic, they eliminated the only flawless team in the stage. They prevented us to see Stompen on the EWC stage. They prevented me to see Shaiko in front of a French crowd. And they're dropping 6-0 to GK.
Based on your eyes of what you've seen inside of this map, do you believe that result happened that last week?
No, obviously not. I know Fnatic has that potential. But again, the CC effect.
I'm so surprised.
Well, if only somebody could have told Fnatic that starting on the defense maybe wasn't the greatest of ideas here. We saw the results and how that played out. GK is now only 1 round away from securing the group stage of EWC. Fnatic, this really is your last chance.
See you soon.
Last chance saloon. What are they serving? Well, if you're Fnatic, you hope the best drink you've ever had and a flawless attack half to match what was just done to you. For GK, it looks like whatever kind of drink they serve in Paris, I guess. Oh no, Demo.
Oh.
I hadn't even finished the preamble into the round.
And
I don't even think the analyst... Wait, hang on, analyst, have you got your earpieces on? Stay on the chairs. Stay on the chairs.
Join us.
Gang.
Just don't move. Don't move. Get back. If you're in the back, get back to the front. I mean, the castle spawn peek in the Habana, the perfect counter to the castle. Of course, just fire Habana pellets at range to remove them off windows. And yeah, now you don't have that. And false start. But the issue is for Fnatic, they couldn't afford a false start.
Yeah, they've lost Citizen, they've lost Wizard, Deadshot, Deepek, and Smith. All that is left here. I mean, Ask is 11-2. What a brilliant sort of map he has had. But then, you know, Viewport, 7-2. We've seen him twice hop in and get a 2K when he needed it the most and sort of drive 2 rounds. Obviously, across the split of all of the rounds that we've had as well, the sort of game of opening kills, Deadshot is the only one who has been able to get one for the side of Fnatic. Every single other round, the opening kill has gone into the favor of GK. Of the rounds that we've had, 4 of them have had multi-kills. Deadshot does find at least one, and...
Throwing frag grenade.
Okay,
well, I think he's working through some stuff right now.
Well, I mean, it's not a bad way to get in. Deepek, and then just re-swing it. Yeah, no problem. The angle you want to try and avoid, you then peek back into it.
So Deadshot doesn't have grenades because he was making sure that a ghost couldn't get him from West Main. So at this point, he's just holding out for what is maybe going to be 50 seconds.
Don't sit. No, don't sit on the roof.
He's sitting on the roof, mate.
Here we go.
Oh, is he going to hit a clip?
Is he going to drop off, maybe? Do it like a trick shot?
I think he should.
Do a trick shot. Come on.
Do a trick shot. I wanna add the hit markers and dubstep.
Ooh, drop a line scan into a drone throw, into a hip fire headshot. Let's do it.
Just do it. He can't hear us, obviously. So it's been a good series. If you haven't worked out how this one is going, I mean, I can tell you. He's able to get Sarks, but there's the end of it. What a way for it to end. Yeah, G2 died for that, Leo, and you didn't even have to sit back up at least. Swings and roundabouts, benefits, and, wow. The 4th place team, Fnatic. They have got themselves locked in at 4th. GK, they're still driving along the lower bracket. They're still in a bit of a revenge tour and still on a decent bit of form, Demo.
Yeah. Great job, GK. No complaints at all here in Chalet. Perfect. 7-0. What can you say? Fnatic just... I mean, after losing their own map, it was just always going to be a struggle for them, but we just didn't think it was going to be that bad.
Unfortunately, it was. Fortunately for us, it's not our problem anymore. Let's throw it over towards our wonderful desk to round out the day.
Oh, well, thank you for taking a little bit of time there to describe it. We were stuck in a...
I did say see you soon. I did say see you soon.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you again. You know, the kids grew up, they went to college, they got older. It's been about 3 minutes since we left you guys with this matchup and the remainder of that. And
what a roller coaster for 3 minutes.
What an anticlimactic way to end it. I mean, we were talking about the trick shots. That's not a trick shot. That's not how it works.
Let's summarize the last round, right? Spawn kill.
Yep, fire castle.
C4 spawn kill.
Yep.
C4 outside the building in the first minute. Ending in Deadshot on the roof.
No, you missed the point.
Yeah?
The body shots.
The body shot and the nade onto
onto a dead player.
And then on the roof, the trick shot.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could clip just the fall from that shot, and that would
If you're
summarize
a
the map.
G2 fan, you're watching that and you are fuming. You're absolutely fuming.
Yeah, this is certainly a way to end a series. I mean, we don't often see 7-0s, right, to end the series and to see a team through to the group stage of an international event that they'll be going to, but in what a way as well. I mean, big props to GK, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot going on in that series there. They start on the attack there. They have to go through, obviously, the driving seat, and they make it work with a 7-0. And, we talked about, we went in this map like, oh, yeah, they had the easier matchup than Fnatic.
Yeah.
But again, here, they make it work, and they show that they deserve to be in that group stage.
Yeah, I agree. And I think in all seriousness, I think they got everything right. Like, they won Lair, but I actually wasn't worried too much for them if they lost Lair, because Chalet and Nighthaven are probably their 2 best maps. That got through the veto, so they get that bit of the veto correct. They get the first part of anything they can control correct. Then they get into Lair, and they actually are very successful on their defenses. They've got a new strat or a new thing that Fnatic were not ready for and couldn't problem solve. That gets them 2 defenses. It wins them their defense half. They get onto their attack. Suddenly they're playing with a big plethora of operators, different ways of playing, not just lurking here and there, not getting shut down, aggressing into Fnatic. They win Lair. Great. Then they get to go to Chalet, their homeland. They get to attack on Chalet, their homeland, and it goes absolutely perfect because Fnatic are just standing still. But yes, obviously it's on Fnatic, but it's also on GK. The way they were problem solving and just working through different areas of the map, it was like a knife through butter. It was fluid. They've executed the perfect game plan today, and rightly so. They win this best of 3.
Well, there was somebody listening backstage, of course, to what you were saying, and the compliments you were giving to GK, and that person is Groovy. We get to speak to him after a victory here. Groovy, congratulations on the 2-0. First off, I want to have your reaction on that final round. Like, what on earth happened? What's the reaction from you guys on that?
Yeah, first thing, hello again. Well, the reaction from us, I don't know. To be fair, like, as soon we saw 6-0 from us, we just said, like, guys, it's the last round. Like, let's go for a 5-man spam pick. Let's do something crazy, you know? Like, we had a feeling that it's Fnatic, right? They might go for a rush first round. So we said, well, let's just deny it. Let's go for a 5-man spam pick. And, well, I don't know how they got the kills because I was just AFK on Chalet, to be fair, and on Lair as well, kind of. So I just didn't see, but they got the picks. We won the round. But I didn't expect that the last round would be, like, that easy, you know, in a way, and boy, we just made it work. We won, we played okay. Nice.
Grabby, it felt like today you guys played super loose, like you did not feel any pressure, you were really relaxed, all the team was synced. Was it also because you had achieved EWC, or was it just generally great stress management?
I think the more we play as a team and the more experience we get in comp, I don't think we have I don't think there's any point to stress, you know, and that's how it works for us, you know. I think the more we spend on the server, the more we play competitive, of course, because the scrims in EU right now are pretty bad for us to practice. So I think it's mostly from the comp that you just get the experience, and that's all, you know. I think that's the best thing, that when you feel that the team has no stress on themselves and no pressure, I think this is the best, when you know that you're gonna play your game, you know, you're gonna just do everything correctly. And that was like the day like this today, it was like perfect example, you know.
Did you guys go into it knowing that actually winning this game would put you further in EWC, Grubby? Because obviously you don't have to play through the play-in system now, you'll just be straight into the groups.
Well, we knew about this, but what I said to Shepard, for example, I said, well, for us it doesn't really matter, you know. If you have to win if you want to win a tournament, you need to go anyway, you know. So we said it's a nice thing that we can win. We're gonna go insta to the group stage, but we're like, oh, it's no problem. We have to go through the harder way, you know. Like we were just like, let's just play the game. We want to win we said we want to win the EML, so this is the step that we are looking to, you know. We are not looking to just get the spot in EWC. Like we want to be there, you know. We want to win it. So.
And then just one very quick follow-up question, more about today's game. I would say Chalet and Nighthaven are 2 of your best maps. I was surprised to see both of those let through the map veto, and the fact that you got to start attack on Chalet as well. Was you a little bit surprised by that?
I mean, we had a feeling that we're gonna play Chalet, definitely. Like on Labs, we were not sure, but the thing is that it was between Cafe or Labs, you know, from our side. And we said we knew that Cafe is one of the Fnatic favorite maps. Like they're feeling comfortable on the map, and we said, bro, there's no point to put them on the comfy map. Like we know it's our good map as well, but we said there's no point. Let's just like try something else. Like we know Labs as well, so we said, okay, let's go for Labs, and that's all about this, you know. About Chalet, we knew that we have to kind of play this map because they cannot ban everything, you know. So we knew it's gonna be like Chalet, or they're gonna, like, for example, they could ban Chalet, but then we would pick Fortress, for example, you know. So it was, in our way, I think the game was just like into our map pool more than them, you know.
All right, well, Groovy, there's a potential long shift waiting for you tomorrow with potential back-to-back best of 3. How are you going into the matches tomorrow?
Well, as I said already, like for us, the goal is to win the EML tomorrow. Like I don't think we mind against who we're gonna go. Like, we have to go against both teams anyway if you want to win. So we'll just be there and we'll do our best. You know, maybe you can get a revenge on VP. If you cannot, then unlucky. You know, but hopefully we'll do everything to get the revenge on VP and then Falcons. You know.
So what I'm hearing is we'll see you again tomorrow. It's been working well for you.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, guys. I'll be there. For both maps. I'll be there for 2 games.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Groovy, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good to hear from there and talk so confidently about, like, you know, wanting to win EML, wanting to win competitions. But if you're doing it like this, you know, inside that top 4, of course, you know, making it to the group stage of EWC, but with a statement like this, I mean, sure, tomorrow it's very much fun.
Yeah, I do think that they're going to play against an opponent that's a little bit more consistent than Fnatic. I think we've seen the highs from Fnatic. We've also seen the lows today. The cool thing with Falcons and VP is that delta between their worst level and the top level is much closer, right? They are incredible at maintaining a top level throughout the whole season, and so a team like VP will be really hard to defeat against Geekade. It will be like the first very, I guess, big revenge that they can get in a BO3, playing against VP again. Maybe this time, instead of making it close, actually beating them.
And they weren't a million miles off last week.
No, they were quite
close. It was 2-1 in a best of 3. They nearly got it done. There'll be learnings to take. There's, you know, potential that we might not see a chalet tomorrow, for example. You know, you start thinking back through to the map veto. And of course, if they do play through, whoever wins in that game of GK VP, whether that be GK or VP, they will then go on and have to play a second best of 3 right after it going up against Team Falcons.
Yeah, that's rough, right? It's really going to test your stamina. Then if you do get that first match over the line, can you then defend that, of course, you know, into the grand final? That's the main question.
I think in general it works well. I think in general the team that just is teaming off the BO3 going into the next one is like full form, full momentum. For a team like Geekade as well, that's thriving on momentum. Let's be honest, they had 1 loss against VP. The rest of that was just like, what, 6 win streak, 7 win streak now with the win against Fnatic. So I think we're looking at a team that is like full of momentum. I wouldn't be worried. They're all young. 2 BO3s, that's fine.
Do you used to this? Ranked, it's no different than this. It's crazy though. Like, can you guys believe that it's only 1 more day of EML tomorrow? Like, we've gone through these 6 weeks so fast.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a competitive region and an entertaining one as well.
I thought you said that's what happens when you have fun.
Yeah, I guess you should media train me a little bit more, right? Let's full circle back to the start of this.
Thank you for the kind words, Leo. Appreciate it. Maybe think before you speak. You know?
Cool. Great. I feel great right now.
Any words for me, Jack?
To be fair,
don't say anything. She's gonna be mean to you.
That's true. She might be mean to me.
Yeah.
No, but she said it. She said she can't believe it's the last day. But like, I thought EML was never going to end during the first game of today.
True.
During VP Falcons,
true.
Every round going down to the last 10-15 seconds, having like nearly 40 rounds in a best of 3. So, do you know what? I'm looking forward to. If that game happens tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it. If it happens to be GK Falcons, I also think that could be an absolute barn burner, because if you draw Falcons into a boxing match, they will reciprocate as well. You know, that'll be full of individual moments. Or if not, we'll see VP going up against Falcons. It'll be very tactical. It'll be like chess. Either way, I think we're finally poised for a really entertaining grand final.
Yeah, June said it as well, right? There's a very serious chance that they'll be facing off again tomorrow. So, hey, I hope you're ready for that. It should be a very good matchup. It should be a very good day tomorrow as well. The low bracket final and the grand final of EML to determine the winner of stage 1. There is no prep phase tomorrow, so it'll be us at 6 p.m. with the first game. We thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your night.